Okay, hello everyone. Let me get everyone to the stage, and we are live. We have the Q&A. Summit 22.2 just started. Hi everyone.
Hello.
Yay! Finally.
everyone.
Hey, hey,
I
So
was on
this
the
is
line
hey.
our
doing.
fourth QA event so far. We're doing here at Geekle, and we are very happy to see every one of you. We have already so many people writing in the chat. We're so happy in seeing all of you together here with us.
So happy, so happy, so happy. People, this is one of my favorite events because, QA community is, I believe, the most active and starving community of for knowledge, for networking, for moving on and sharing knowledge to each other. So I'm so excited to have fourth event. So now we are actually as an event company. We're recognized by QA company, QA community, and yeah, we're quite known now, and it's honor. It's really honor for me, and I'm so happy to see so many people here. But first, I want to introduce here our Julia, community manager, who made this happen. Julia, hello. How are you? What do you feel?
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, I'm really happy. I'm really happy to see here all these QA engineers. It's amazing. Yeah, and it's absolutely true that QA community is one of the, I don't know, my favorite because all of them always very great specialists and also they like communications. And as for me, it's really great when you can have this cool vibe on your event.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, everyone's excited because right now we have more than 500 people online watching us, and it's amazing. And yeah, so Julia made this great event happen to us. And how many speakers you managed to gather? Tell us more about the upcoming event.
Oh, it's a huge amount of the speakers because it's a 2 days and it's a 16 speakers for first day and 16 speakers for second day. And it's a 32 speakers for 2 days. And you know how much letters is it?
I can't even imagine how
Yeah.
many letters you send out to manage this. Thank you very much. And so we, as usually, we have our community, our audience from all over the world. Just take a look this chat. I admire it. Look, Spain, South Africa, lots of people from Ukraine, Croatia, Portugal, and Hungary, and everywhere else, and Indonesia. I see. Yeah, so lots of people from all around the world. Because you know why? It's we are not focused on special. I don't know some location or it's United States or Europe, because our philosophy of Geekle is to search for 6 months for the best use cases and best practices all over the world, pack it up in the conference and share it to everyone around the world, because lots of people cannot afford to join fancy conferences or great conferences because it's expensive and you need to have lots of expenses for traveling. But you can go here online. If you are the junior, you can consume it absolutely for free, because we say if you're a junior, you probably think about the bread on your table and you don't have to pay for knowledge. You need to take it and grow. And if you're middle class, maybe you can pay something for the ticket and help in this way to grow this project. Uh, and so on. So that's actually our what we do and why we exist and how it works. And I'm so thankful to speakers and program committee who came here to share knowledge for community. I thank you very much for being that highly involved in this project. Thank you very much, and my appreciations to you. And yeah, Julia, how many people in program committee? Tell us more about program committee, please.
We have our amazing guys from program committee, and it's Aaron Kinsberger, it's Felipe, it's Oliver Denew, Alexandra Kovalova, Terry Keane, Tristan Lombard, and Mike Harris. And I want to say them that I'm very appreciate them for their help, because without them I can't say that it can be possible. So thank you guys, thank you for your help, and let's do it one more time.
And yeah, I was also wanting to add that most of them are with us since the very first event.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, absolutely. It's exciting. I see same faces, people. You are awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, so I don't know. I would love to. Yeah, Paul. Yeah. Paul.
So I just wanted to say also thank you to everyone who actually from various companies who continue to join, to come, because we have some partners, we have some clients, as I may say, who are purchasing like 5, 10, 15 tickets, and they're committed, and we really appreciate your support. And I just wanted to announce that we, like, for our community, for those who purchase tickets for this event, we will have a special like community price for the next 2 days, like for the next 48 hours. You can go to our website for the QA 2023 and you'll get the best price. So basically, if you have and if you were maybe shorter on budget and you thought, yeah, maybe we can bring 2-3 developers, QA experts, because we have certain budget today, like we have a $49 price. So you can go and grab yourself like 5-10 tickets. And this is probably the best price you can, for sure, this is the best price you can get. And also I wanted to mention that we will have early next year, January, we will have a Node.js summit. But one thing, the reason why I'm mentioning it during today, because with the Node.js 18, they introduced the new the test runner model, and basically it makes it way easier to use just the GS tool and just the Node tooling, and basically you can do the test skipping, callback tests, everything. So basically subtests, and basically it sort of means like goodbye to Jest, I would say. So definitely check it out. Yeah, sort of. I think there will be lots of great information, like for those maybe who have testing as a part of their full stack career. I would say maybe you're not only test automation and maybe manual testing, but you're doing the development as well. So definitely check out our Node.js, and it's also early bird price, I believe, still. So yeah, definitely check it out. And also, if maybe you think that you maybe want to for the next QA summit, you want to join as partners or sponsors, or if you have amazing product that you want to showcase during the summit and maybe spread the word around the community about this product, hit me up on LinkedIn. So I'm Paul Pankratov on LinkedIn, and yeah, you will definitely find me over there, or Julia, or Ed, anyone.
Yeah. Paul is our clickbait champion. So yeah. Yeah. Thanks for killing Just. That was an interesting idea. No one knows how it will work, but we're already killing something. Yeah. I love it. Anyway, Azerbaijan, India, Croatia, Malaysia, Bulgaria, Serbia, Netherlands, Odessa. It's a city.
Kyiv.
Yeah, of course. Hopefully forever, and so on. Armenia and Saudi Arabia and so
Lithuania.
many. Lithuania, of course. Yeah, I'm so happy to have you. Anyway, Paul mentioned no one actually. I promise you, no one will get same price like you guys today and tomorrow, because it's only for people who are here. And yeah, please join us on next event as a speaker, sponsor, or partner. Invite your community. If you run local community of QA, I don't know, maybe meetups or something, just let us know. We will give you some super special stuff for community members, because we really love make sort of friendships with the local communities. Okay, so no more chatting. I'm sure lots of interesting topics we have here, and we invite. Should we, Nick, now invite our moderator, or we have to?
Yeah, I have just a few more words to say. So yeah, we have 11 hours of content today and tomorrow. It's a lots of talks. Like Julia mentioned, 16 speakers. We have 5 blocks. We'll be having Q&A session after each block. So it's going to be 5 Q&A session with 3 speakers each, mostly. And so prepare your questions. We'll be really happy to go through most of your questions, as many questions as we can during these Q&A sessions. That's why we have them. Of course, you will be able to watch everything as a recording later, but you'll miss the Q&A session. But the link for the that you are using to watch right now this live stream is going to be the same for the full recording of the entire day. But still, if you're watching this on YouTube, I highly recommend you go to the description of the video and join our platform, because there we'll have a dedicated Q&A tab and just a general chat with most of the people already there. And without
everyone, thank you for already connecting. Thank you, Joanna. Thank you for everyone connecting on LinkedIn already.
People already looking for Paul. Oh, awesome.
So fast.
Yeah, that was fast. Okay, so yeah, without further ado, let's introduce our first amazing moderator, who's not the first time we're having her on our event, so we are happy to have her back. So here's Stace. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, everybody. That was I can't believe the different countries that we got people from today. I saw America come past the list as well, and thought, what time of the morning is it to be watching this in America? That's amazing.
Yeah, we have our speakers from Canada to Malaysia, and I guess it's like an all world. If you want to share, if you want to
read some
the other side, we can cross all our bow.
Let me read some chat. Look, Kenya, Sri Lanka, Brazil, Colombia, Nigeria. That's the people just typed right now. So wow, yeah. Sorry.
And 2 a.m. in Seattle. That is amazing.
Yes. That's really worldwide, huge, global.
I love this community. Anyway, Stace, the stage is yours. Roll it, and we wish you the happy event, nice, interesting, useful, and great. Yeah, it's yours.
Okay, thank you very much. And well, I guess that's, as we say in these online times, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night for the people who are watching at 2 a.m. in the morning, and welcome to the Geekle 22.2 QA Global Summit. I am Stacey Cashmore. I am a Tech Explorer DevOps at Omniplan based in Amsterdam in the Netherlands, and I'm a Microsoft MVP for developer technologies, if I can say it. It is a huge honor to be here this morning and to kick off this conference. I'm really psyched that I've got the 3 sessions I've got. The first 2 sessions that we're going to be having speak so totally to where my passion is. And the third session speaks to me as a consumer about things that can really annoy you when you're using your phone. So without further ado, we are going to introduce Vasu Meesala, who is going to be talking about embedding QA into your engineering team, which in my experience isn't always the easiest thing that it could be. So roll VT.
Hi, welcome to the Tech Talk Lean QA. So I have a question. Who is responsible for product quality? Does it sound silly? Some of you might be thinking it is the responsibility of quality engineer. Well, although the quality engineer takes the accountability for quality of the product, the responsibility of the product quality lies on developers, product owners, quality engineers, and everyone that works on a project. So, development at startups and mid-sized companies is aimed to release quickly to the market, experiment on what users want to try out, and improve the feedback loops, and measure how the improvements can be implemented into the fast development life cycle and improve the product. So this needs a lot of engineering work to quickly release to the market. The companies are looking for faster release cycles and less impediments. These companies does not have a lot of time and to go through all the traditional QA processes, and also doesn't have all the budgets to accommodate the QA resources. How can QA engineers help achieve faster life cycles with less cost and improve the process with in contrast to traditional QA process? The answer is the lean QA. Hi, I'm Vasu Meesala. I've been working in software development project for about 15 years, building strategies and teams for quality and improving the quality of the applications. So what is lean QA means? Lean QA model means supporting large groups of developers with the least possible number of QA engineers. How can we achieve it? It is through the strategy and building centralized infrastructure, building centralized processes for the company. This process has been gaining popularity in many successful startups and mid-sized companies like Dropbox, Descript, Figma, and many others over the past few years. So, what does lean QA strategy mean here? The strategy here is to understand the quality engineers where they can add more value to the projects in the life cycle of the product development. A lot of experienced developers understand the value and importance of the testing, and they understand that everyone is equally responsible to test and deliver high quality products. They don't mind getting their hands dirty and testing. They need guidance on how to test it, when to test it, and what processes they have to follow. Partnering with developers and involving them equally in testing the applications is the key of the strategy. As quality experts, quality engineers will lead the testing along with the developers in lean QA model. Show them how to write test cases, show them how to build the test plans and how to execute them efficiently. Instead of quality engineers writing all the test cases for all the projects, they leverage the developers' expertise in writing the basic test cases or fundamental flows or happy path flows in a feature. And then test engineers or quality engineers come in, review them, and add more edge cases or the corner cases that developers would miss, or the dependencies that they might have on the browsers or the operating systems or cross-functional features that are there. This requires an alignment across organizations to honor the high value of quality engineers. As quality engineers does not go deep into one project, they will also not be supporting all the projects across the company. So that is a key in lean model. And along the process of educating the developers to thoroughly test their features, quality engineers will only sign up for the high value features that are delivered in a project. So what is lean QA infrastructure means? Quality department needs a set up centralized test automation team to build the frameworks that are required across the organizations. However, the developers will be educated and equipped with the knowledge on how to write a basic automation test in addition to their integration or unit tests that they are writing on the code level. So this will ensure the quality engineers will be closely working with developers to make them understand the best practices to write automation tests. Quality department along with the CI/CD engineers work closely to define what kind of quality checks they need on the CI/CD pipeline for developing the rapid deployment processes. Quality engineers will set up the infrastructure on what kind of tests would be part of CI/CD automation tests. Although quality engineers work and educate the developers on non-functional testing, it is a niche area of quality department, and quality department should own or set up a separate vendor process to perform non-functional testing. It could be like accessibility testing, where accessibility experts can come in and do testing or do audit for a particular product or a feature. Or it could be a localization testing that can linguistic experts come in and validate and audit the features in addition to the developers testing or a QA testing. So once you have all this infrastructure in place, this will speed up the validations and aid the developers and the quality department to deliver high quality products. So Lean QA, like I was mentioning, needs a lot of processes in place so that the developers or engineers will have a guided direction in achieving high quality. So as quality engineers will not have high touch activities on all projects, it is very critical to understand the complexity of each project in pipeline. Quality engineers has to be thorough analysis and of a project requirements, quality risks, dependencies on each project. Based on these, quality engineer would sign up for the level of commitment on each of project. By level of commitment, I mean a quality engineer can sign up for just reviewing a test plan that was built by a developer, or reviewing a test case that was written by a developer, or the quality engineer can sign up for a full support where they would write the test strategy, test execution plan, test cases, and work along with the developers in the execution. So this is very critical in optimizing the lean QA resource time. Quality engineers will classify these projects that would require a detailed test plan or can be tested with a light test plan, and cases quality engineers would set up templates for the test plans according to their team's needs. These templates will help the developers to build their own test plans and educate them on the need of the test execution that they need to do for their projects. So the post-development, unlike traditional QA engineers, Lean QA leverages engineers to automate tests, and most of the test execution is pushed to automation testing. That saves a lot of time and a lot of effort on manual testing. And for edge cases or manual UI cases, the engineers and the QA product design, everybody come together in a bug bash meeting, which is nothing but a collaborative testing meeting, and then do their exploratory testing or try to break the system and identify all the bugs that are possible. Post-release, QA engineers along with the product stakeholders will identify key product and quality metrics that needs to be monitored once it is released to the users public. Then they will be tracked along with the performance, time to interact, time to visually complete, and all the quality bug metrics that might come through CX or from the internal testing or from the beta channels and forums. So all these metrics will give us a good feedback on the product that was delivered. So startups and mid-sized companies want to deliver fast, and they are okay to trade off um, with a level of quality there, and they want to understand and then iterate and fix those quality issues within the next cycle. So to keep the developers quality awareness, quality engineers would conduct different processes across the time period within the project lifecycle or over the uh, recurring processes of every quarter or a monthly or annual reviews. So this is an iterative process and responsibility of quality engineer to ensure quality is owned by everyone, and every team has enough knowledge to independently deliver high quality products. So what are the key processes that a quality engineer or a quality lean QA team deploys within the organization? So one of those are like pre-save reviews. A pre-save review is like a save review, except that you do it before the save actually happens, usually in anticipation of an upcoming release. Human brains are better at generating reasons why something did not happen than anticipating what could happen. So pre-save review is where the group acts as though a save has happened and responds to them from brainstorming possible causes, discussing investigation steps, and what mitigations or repair steps that can be taken. So this will allow to identify any upcoming saves, and you already, since the brainstorming has happened and identified those feedback, and then the valuable inputs that come out of these brainstorming sessions can be incorporated back into the developing process. So this will prevent a lot of saves and saves a lot of time and pushes the validations and verifications up on the development cycle. Another important quality process is quality maturity evaluation. As lean QA is supporting critical projects and only supporting the projects that adds high value from the quality, so the quality maturity evaluation of the teams is a critical tool for assessing and improving state of quality management on a product teams across company. It is a retrospective and forward-looking analysis of a single product engineering team with a facilitator who usually a QA engineer. In this retrospective evaluation, the teams would gather together and talk about what has worked well as part of the quality and what did not work well as part of the quality, and what have they learned as part of the release, and they implement back into the next iteration of the development. So that way they improve the quality and also be on a check for quality maturity of each of the teams and see what level of support that they might need from the quality engineer. Another process that we have is self-tend process, which is more like everybody in their teams reviews the saves that happens within their team. We already have some context at individual level of existing reviews. What we are missing is a bigger picture on an overarching analysis on the past saves to identify common problems across multiple teams, and how can we prevent the issue from happening in this future. So understanding the existing saves, understanding the patterns between the saves across the teams will give us a signal on what are the underlying causes that might have happened and triggered all these different issues. some example, there is a change in a framework that might impact one team with a SEV and another team with another SEV. Understanding the root causes of these two SEVs as one team will lead us back into the actual root cause, and fixing those root causes or patterns or the trends that we are causing these SEVs will help preventing further SEVs in the future within the organization. Another key process is quality metrics. You might have tracked the quality metrics with a bug count, or you might have tracked the quality metrics with open SEVs. So with the lean QA, we rely mostly on the numerical metrics than qualitative metrics. Quantitative metrics gives us a clear picture on what the quality of the application. It could be TTIs, TTVCs, it could be performances that are causing issues, and it could be regressions that are happening in the application. So having these metrics and reviewing these metrics across the teams will help teams to understand the strategies that they would build. The goals of these metrics is driving consistent minimum standard of effective quality metric strategies across engineering teams, and enabling organizational leaderships to consistently understand the quality of health of these surfaces they own, and drive effective best practices knowledge sharing across the engineering teams on an effective qualitative metric strategies. So these are all the key features or key processes that lean QA would rely on to catch all the projects which to ensure a high quality of the organization. Although lean QA supports a specific projects, specific applications or specific features, having these processes in line will set up a good guideline for the developers to go on their own if there is less support from QA, or they can look at where they need help from the QA, or this gives a signal on which areas are lacking quality, and the QA can focus more on this value. So involving the developers on these projects will improve their knowledge. So what are the advantages of lean QA over traditional QA? So over 60% of the quality engineering effort cost is saved and efforts are saved. So that means the QA can, the mid and small medium companies can hire more developers to build faster products and then release to the market as soon as possible. So the QA teams is going to oversee the quality of the product while they are pushing the product out to the market. And developers are more educated with the quality processes. As we work closely with the developers, they build the quality and they write the test cases, they understand the execution part, they build a muscle memory of the quality, they start to see from the lenses of QE, quality engineer, on how to test a product. That helps them to think through while they are developing the application itself. That prevents a lot of bugs that would come up later in the cycle if they don't think through. In traditional QA, the engineers build and rely on the quality engineers to catch the bugs. This process in lean QA model, that is shifting towards the engineering and prevent a lot of bugs upfront. Quality engineers can be leveraged across different functions with the least resistance. So as the lean QA team supports one project on an overview and they don't go deep in it, it is very easy to deploy them into different projects or different areas. And there is not much impact that we are creating to the existing teams, because they do have what templates they need, what processes they need to follow. They've already built the quality perspective on the project, and they know when to reach out to the quality teams for an expert advice. So in that way, the quality organization can serve different orgs with the least resistance and move across different teams as the project or company demands. And builds well-documented process and quality. Like I mentioned, the quality teams doesn't focus on just creating the test cases or execution, but also focus on how you have to test, where you have to test, what metrics you have to build, what quality risks that you have to think through, what are the post-release metrics that you have to look at. All these processes are documented and easy to access for any engineer that they joins in the team, or any newly formed team can go through this process. So it's going to help saving a lot of manual effort and hand holding for the new engineering teams. And these documents can go as self-serving knowledge repository for the engineers to pick up quality. And remember, they can always tap into the experts of the quality as a quality engineers, but they don't have to rely completely on the quality engineers. These are amazing features on a lean QA team when your company is small, when you are start or a medium-sized company, and you need to cost effectively use quality and deliver high quality products within your organization. That's it. Thank you. This is Vasu again. It's nice talking to you. If you have any questions, feel free to send it to me.
And hello, everybody, again. I've seen some questions in the chat that I just want to quickly address before we move on with our next talk. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the term SEV. What does it mean? From Andreas Bentley. And let me just get my text up here. The full life cycle of a SEV involves detection, diagnosis, mitigation, prevention, and closure. So if I've got this correct, this is not my area of speciality. It is a severity indicator that you can use through an incident. If I am saying something wrong there, somebody please come in the chat and correct me. Okay, that was our first talk about getting Lean QA embedded into our engineering team. Next up, I would like to invite, I hope I can do your name correctly here, Milomir. Let's invite you to the screen. Milomir Dragović?
Close one, Milomir Dragović.
Milomir Dragović. And Milomir is going to be talking to us today about how to start testing for web accessibility. Now, accessibility is a huge passion of mine, and I am really pleased that in conferences we are starting to see it mentioned more and more, because it's important to make sure that our applications can be used by everybody. Milomir, welcome. How are you?
Hi, I'm great.
And
we're glad to be here and to talk about this topic, and it's going to be interesting, right?
Yeah, I can't wait to see this one. This is something that I desperately want to get set up in the software that I am currently writing. And so without further ado, take it away. If you share your screen, I will add it to the stream.
Okay, thanks. So you should be able to see my screen now. Let's just quickly do a test. And it looks fine. Okay, great. So today's topic is how to start testing for web accessibility. But first, I want to bet that most of you at the moment are now on your phones, right? Your brain says, okay, it's just the start of the topic. Let's swipe a little bit on TikTok or Instagram for sure. And that's okay. We all do it at some point of time. So some of you have a specific situation, for example. Let's presume you're in the office and you are listening to this conference and there is colleagues around you. So you are swiping through the reels on Instagram and suddenly your favorite podcast pops up and you want to consume that content. So most of the podcast hosts nowadays put caption over the video, so you're able to watch and read what are they talking about. But in some other case, if there wasn't a caption, you will be quite frustrated, right? Because you're at the office, if you put up the sound, everybody will hear you're on TikTok and you won't be able to consume it. And in 2020, it's 2022, and the caption is able to be added by literally anyone. It's so easy. And of course, you're going to get annoyed and frustrated if you don't have it. Maybe switch the podcast host next time. So this thing, it's common to all of us. Like captions, we have it all over the TikTok and Instagram and so on. And it's quite useful. Not just when you are in the pause in the office and working, but also in the situation when you are in the bus. You are somewhere you cannot hear the sound. So far, this is very familiar to all of us, but this is also an accessibility thing. For people who cannot hear, it's the only way to consume this kind of content. So they have this problem all the time. And the main point here is to start to looking at accessibility from different perspective. It's not just for people with disabilities. Accessibility is much broader term, and it's useful to all of us. So next time you see a caption, you can think of it, yeah, that's cool for me, but it's also accessibility thing. And we can implement it everywhere nowadays. So that's for start. Next thing, this is from my neighborhood here, and it's great. It's got a lot of trees, and I walk across the street every day going to the work. So if I ask you, what is this rectangle here, you all would know, and probably most of you would suggest, yeah, that's for people who use wheelchairs, so they can it can be accessible for them and so on. And you would be absolutely right. But as same as the previous case, it's not just for them. It's also for baby strollers. So if you walk down the street and you need to cross, it's very helpful to have this accessibility thing. So that's great, and there is a lot of examples like this in the world, and you can start seeing it more and more often. But let's switch to the other side. So this is the other part of the crosswalk. And as you can see, here we have a problem. So there's no path here, not for the baby stroller or the wheelchair, and this path is not actually easy to cross. Which brings us to overview of the current situation. Just to be sure, this is the whole picture of that crosswalk. So it's great here, but the problems still preserve in this area. So the question is this the crosswalk fully accessible, partially accessible, or not accessible at all? Well, you can guess the answer here. It's straightforward. But this is also the case with the web apps today. We have some accessibility things already implemented without even knowing about it, but we are mostly not aware of the other things, and we usually leave our apps this way. We have something done, but the rest of it is in the problem. So today I'm going to share some tips. How can you start testing for web accessibility, and how can you improve your apps a little bit? But before that, let's start about. I'm going to explain how I got into this topic in the first place. So the thing is, I wasn't aware about accessibility until the last year. So I always thought that's something not for software developers, not for QA testers, and so on. That's for somebody who is expert in that field, and only they can tackle that and make accessibility much better. But it turns out I got a request from one client to start testing, and that's the point where I start learning and becoming aware of it. And fast forward to now, I see it as not a hard thing, but a pretty easy thing to start off, and we all can do it basically immediately from this day on. Also, one thing I know before we start with examples, one thing I noticed is that all clients who hired us for testing for web accessibility come from United States, And I was always wondering, why is that? Why nobody is considering that here in I'm from Serbia and let's say Eastern Europe, and there was some ideas about it. Maybe they care more about people with disabilities. That could be a thing, or they have more money as a strong economy to invest in such of things, or they need to. So I cannot be precise sure about the first two things. I'm sure they are partially true, but the third thing, it's pretty true, and the reason why some of our clients hired us to do that. They need to, in other words, they have laws for it. So, in other words, when you have laws, you have lawsuits. So this is some graph showing data about lawsuits expanding over the years, and the trend is continued nowadays. So most of them are afraid of this legal part, so they start doing it because of that. I'm not saying that's the best reason to start it, but it's definitely the one that helps. Like, we have laws for all of the stuff around the world, so why not for this? And in the USA, there is ADA compliance testing and other laws, but I'm not going to get into that. Those are legal stuff. But I must and I have to present you some stats, which is pretty important. So statistics says there is over 1 billion people to have some form of disability. And that's a pretty big number, around 50% of the world's population. In the US market, that's around even 20%. They have those numbers, even every fifth person in the US has some sort of disability. So that's a huge number of people we are underestimating when we are creating web applications. And the important thing, because as I could see, a lot of people are here from Europe, there is 135 million people only in Europe with a disability. So that's a big amount of consumers who are not taken care at the moment. So what about the laws here? So in the USA, we have some ADA compliance and laws and lawsuits. What about the Europe? So I'm going to present some statistics. It's not a new thing. It's already accessibility directive is already applied, but it's only for the public services. So all public services must be compliant in some way and be able to provide possibility for people with accessibility to read and consume data they are presenting. How much of their websites is covered? That's we don't have that statistics, but it's definitely there. And what's really important for all of us is the new European Accessibility Act. You can see it here, and it should be the requirements must have been implemented up to June 2025. So that's not far ahead of us. And if not for any other ethical and empathy reasons, this is at least something you should start. This is the reason you should start thinking about this problem. And to point it out, it will make implementation of WCAG 2.1 mandatory thing. I'll get back to what is WCAG. But this is coming, and this is important, and this will help a lot for people with disabilities. So for us as a QA testers, software engineers, and the business people who are attending this conference, this is something great. It's a great thing to start thinking it from this point on. So just to quickly go through what is WCAG. WCAG is the best guideline there is currently for web content accessibility, and it's quite difficult to understand at the start. So because there is a lot of divisions and rules and criteria and so on. But I'm going to present it in pretty short manner, and you can read more about it on their official website. So first thing about WCAG structure is that it has 4 principles: perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. Then it's divided to 13 guidelines and 3 success criteria. These success criteria are the hardest to understand at the start, because we have, for the same thing, we have 3 levels of success criteria: single A, double A, and triple A. So when we move to the bigger one, we are more accessible. We are creating the more accessible software. We are creating more accessible content and so on. And the goal with the VCAG is not to make it 100% compatible, because it's almost impossible, but it's something to lean towards and improve every time we build a new feature, we redesign the website, we are doing website from scratch, and so on and so on and so on. So it's something we should take into consideration and try to match those criteria. The bad thing, this is the website for VCAG, and even it doesn't look good, but then it's pretty hard to consume the data, because most of the things criteria is not you pass or you fail. It's more like this is thing you should not do, but you often don't have an explanation what you should do. So it requires quite some of experience to get into depth. And people usually, when they're starting, they start with simpler things and read from other resources at the start. But this is definitely the main source and the main website for the VCAG guideline. So compliant materials must follow these 4 principles, and I'm going to show you some examples. And you're going to see a lot of them are pretty familiar to all of you. First thing, as we already went through it, is the video content. So when I talked earlier about Reels on TikTok and Instagram, and talked about caption over it, I said it's accessibility thing. Also, every content on the web, which is non-text, should be accessible, and there are options to make it more accessible. For example, this is screenshot for a movie app, and there are things here zoomed out to a point what accessibility features are built in. So AD stands for audio descriptions, CC for closed captions, and SDH for subtitles for those who are deaf or have a hard of hearing. So you probably watch some movie and there is no talking, but you see those subtitles where it says there is a bird singing in the tree, and you maybe probably, when I was a kid, wondered why would they say that I can hear it, but it's not for us, it's for the people who have a problem and who are deaf or have a problem of hearing pretty good. So that's one thing. And of course, you can always start with the basic stuff. W3 Schools is the most famous website for all developers and probably QAs. And we all go through it, but we skip some pretty important parts. I'm just going to point out some of them here. So for the video, what's important is to have those captions if you cannot have it, or to have at least transcription of a podcast, of a video, and so on. And also really good things to consider with the accessibility is the options to play, pause, and put the video in bigger size or smaller one. So that's the basic things when it comes to video. But there is one step before that, and that's the simplest one, the images. So there wasn't, I think, you couldn't be a developer or QA if you haven't been on this page for HTML. And the simplest tag we use daily is the image tag, for example. And there is a definition here. The image tag has 2 required attributes, and it says required. Those is source attribute and alt attribute. What happens in the reality, all developers put source because otherwise there wouldn't be a picture, but we often days forget the alt attribute. And why is that important? Some of you will say, that's important for the SEO. Absolutely true. SEO specialists are crazy about this because it really interferes with the SEO grade. But also, that's not the only thing. If you look down here for the alt attribute, it actually says a lot about accessibility. And I'm pointing out this example because we won't go through all possible things, but I'm showing you exactly here where you can read about it and what you should take care about next time going back to the documentation. For example, here it says if the user for some reason cannot view it, and it's already here, or if the user uses a screen recorder. For those of you who don't know what the screen reader is, that's for people who cannot see and they use screen reader that reads the content out of the web for them. So when it's the plain text, the screen reader can read it precisely. But if we have an image, it's impossible to read by a machine, but the alt attribute is there to help it out. So instead of putting up the image Chenya.jpg, and usually developers just copy this to the alt tag and leave it that way, we should describe alt attribute more precise as possible. So flowers in Kenya is a good example, and the people who cannot see, they will hear from the screen reader that sentence. So this is the thing. Everybody, no matter on which level of testing you are, you can just start testing. Be sure that all of images on your website has a good, first of all, to have alt attribute, and second thing to have some common sense attribute, not just to have a homepage image 2, homepage image 3, and so on and so on. It doesn't make any sense. So these hidden gems are all over the V3 schools and other documentation. So next time you are reading it and using it, take a look at that, and you can improve it immediately. So that's for the video and images, and it's basically the rule for all non-text content. So the text is great, but everything that is not text, it should be explained or enabled for somebody to consume it. Let's go back to some other example. This is a screenshot. It's not a screenshot. I took a picture of some book for programmatic programmer. Yeah, you probably read it. And how do we consume this summary? Most of you get not that one, this one. Most of you read the headings, like the first heading, and then if it's interested, go and read topic 1, topic 2. You never consume it in the linear way, right? You read the first title, and if not interesting, you jump to the second one, a programmatic approach, and to the third one, and that's how you probably consume it. We all do it. And after that, if you're interested in the basic tools, you get into it and read the others. The other interesting here in this example is the topics are numbered in ascending order, so you can also get it by that. But more realistic case is this one, and this is engineering way, like 1.1, 1.1.1, 1.1.2, and so on. So this is the binary structure, like going from structure going from the top to the bottom. So if you want to learn about this for algorithms, if you are want to learn about arrays, you're going to just keep to that, and you're going to then jump to the second level, and then to the third level, and so on and so on. So this is how we do it. And for the people who cannot see, they basically need to consume the website in the same way. They need a screen reader to tell them what are the headings and what are the subheadings, and they can navigate it. So, for example, if a person uses a screen reader and wants to find some particle, for example, this one, instead of going through all of that, they do the same thing. They jump the first heading, the second heading, and then go into the deeper levels. And how is that possible? It's possible in a simple way, by using the headings in the proper way. And this is also the first day of learning to code. You learn about the headings. Unfortunately, many of developers use heading levels for presenting bigger or smaller text, and that's not how it should be done. So headings are there to create this summary, and for people with accessibility needs, this is what screen reader does. And this is also what Google prefers when he ranks your website. So SEO experts are very familiar with this, and does the website have a precisely named headings? So you cannot have heading 1 and then jump straight to the heading 4. You don't skip the levels. You should have clear structure along the way. How can you test this? You can test in different ways. You can, of course, always inspect and see what is this H1. That's great. This example shouldn't be the H1. It should be something else. Yes, it's H3, and so on. Or you can, of course, your page source and search for those stuff. Or the most practical way, just install some plugin. I have some SEO plugin here, SEO checker, and this SEO checker just tells me and prints the whole heading structure for each page. So I can see it here, H2 tutorials, and then it's H3. So look at this. It's the same as the book we are consuming every day. So that's the same thing. When we skip that, we are losing option for a screen reader to read the content clearly. So here is an example of a bad one. We have H1. We have H1 and then jumping straight to the H3. And here this plugin says info found H3, H2 expected. So we should have the clear path. So this is both beneficial, and SEO specialists will love it when you do this upfront. Clear structure, it helps the SEO, it helps the screen readers and people who cannot see and consume the content. So can you test this? Of course. Both things about attributes and this, and will help a lot for accessibility. So that's about the headings. There are other things we can go through, but we are limited with time. So let's just jump to the the easiest one you can consume at the moment. So telling people, and it's part of these four principles: perceivable, operable, understandable, robust. And let's jump to the forms. So I'm going to use the Facebook as an example everybody knows. So when we try to create an account and use any forms, all the web is built in forms and input fields and so on. So any example would be great, but this one is done properly. So take a look at this. We need to present user what he has done correctly and where he made the mistakes. So there's a simple things like presenting error states. This is also a accessibility thing, and we can see the Facebook here did a great job about pointing out with this border, but also with this explanation mark, which improves and gives more of information. And of course, this one as a third thing. So these are a lot of indicators of what's going on wrong. If you have any technical person, you could sign up without having given a single explanation or single color. Or you can just have input fields and you would subscribe successfully. But if you look for a perspective of people from other side, and Facebook is something that uses people of all ages and all technical levels, this is a great thing to improve. And we'll come to that part about not just using one thing, but using multiple things to indicate things. Why is that? The colors, we don't see all the colors. There are people who are colorblind and they cannot distinguish the colors. So this border, this one tiny 1 pixel red border, is viewable by a lot of us, but some people cannot distinguish this. So they have additional thing and third additional thing. So that's a great job of doing it. And whenever you do this, it's also beneficial for user experience, even for those who doesn't have a disability, but it helps a lot of for screen readers, and they're gonna help a lot of to person who is using a keyboard or just using the keyboard or screen reader to populate all of this data. And of course, after something is done correctly, you all know the error state should be gone, and we could continue further on. So there's a lot of examples. So one of the big things we often ask is when to start with testing, and you know the answer as early as possible. So I'm starting here with the question when to start for VCAG testing or for accessibility testing? The answer is the same, as soon as possible. So you can start even in the design phase before a single line of code is written. And here is example. Our team is building some website from scratch, which will be VCAG compliant, and it's some community project about culture and language. So here are some examples I want to point it out. To be accessible, all fields, all interactable fields and elements on the page should have at least two states to differentiate from the static stuff, from the static text or unclickable elements. So most of you will say, "Oh, that buttons looks ugly," but it's not about UI here. It's about making this search icon readable in different ways. So, for example, if you have just a loop, all of you will know it's search. But if you have a color blindness, you will not differentiate this text from these elements. Imagine everything is black and white here. So you don't have a clear way to indicate what is what. For example, look at these letters. What are clickable and not? If you turn them all to black, how will you know what is clickable or not? You wouldn't. So that's why there is second state here, and that's this try hold whenever that word is not clickable. Same is here. We have this rectangle that indicates it, and it's consistent all over the design. So those are very important things. You can start testing immediately. Look at your website, look at all the call to actions, all the buttons, all the clickable elements. Can you distinguish them clearly from non-clickable elements? And those two things should not be overlapped. Also, there is a third thing here, and that's explanation for these buttons. Doesn't matter if you don't understand it, so it's even better to analyze it. So why would we say search or pretraga in our language for a loop? There are people with cognitive difficulties, and they don't actually understand what the loop means. Or not just that, you can take some older people and who don't use internet as much. So when they see these things, it's new for them. They don't know what this does. So we all know it's search, it's theme switcher, it's profile account, and so on. But it's not clear for everyone. So we have three things here. We have for color blindness, we have for cognitive impact, and so on. And that continues to be done on all elements of the website and here in the design. It's the same thing for the buttons, for the clickable elements, and so on and so on. Of course, one of the latest thing to mention here is the color contrast, and that's the biggest problems we have today on the websites. Color contrast means, is this text color readable on this background? And there are a lot of errors on the web for this. And you have online tools where can you just pick a color, just pick this hexadecimal color and pick the color of the foreground and the background, compare them, and you will get the grade. What is the contrast? And for to be VK compatible, it needs to be 4.5 towards 1, but there are tools to calculate that for you. And so that's it for the basic things you can start off testing. They're running out of the time, so let's just wrap it up. How to start? First thing is definitely awareness. If you watched my whole lecture today, you are already aware of some of the stuff, and you should keep thinking about it. Knowledge is the second one. With school, just go to basics HTML and you can learn a lot. And of course, there are UX improvements to do your web apps, legal obligations, and so on. And another important thing is empathy. And I put it at 0 like default one. We should all have at least some level of empathy for people with disability to start off. But if not, there are other things to make you think about it. So technical stuff, fundamentals of HTML, SEO, copywriting, legal obligations. Those are stuff you should proceed in learning more about this. And the last question is how to pitch this to your boss if they don't care about people with disabilities. Maybe you have empathy, you want to improve the website, but your boss just doesn't care. So these are some stats you can point out to them. For a start, there is a larger market. So there is a lot of people with these disabilities, so they can possibly increase the revenue by, for example, if it's e-commerce website, to make it inclusive to more buyers or such things. It can boost companies' corporate social responsibility profile. It can improve copywriting and UX. And of course, if nothing works, you can point out the legal obligations that will occur in the near future. So thank you. That's it for today. My name is Milomir. If you want to get in touch, you can scan this QR code and leave me some feedback and find me on LinkedIn. And I'll see you there.
Hi. That was absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. I think that there is such a wealth of information inside there. And thank you for preempting one of my questions, which is how do I convince my boss to start this?
Yeah.
We do have...
That's the really important one, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting your boss to start is kind of an important one when you're looking for the budget.
Well, all these examples I presented they're not gonna impact the budget. I mean, these are all the things we can do it already. I mean, developers already go through the images. We already go SEO in the design. We already go through the headings and the structures of pages. So it shouldn't be cost effective to make it at least 5 times better. And of course, for some advanced things and advanced features, yeah, there can be some possible increases in the budget. But to make the web more accessible, and as I can see here, there is 4,000 people here. If 4,000 of us just fix the attributes and fix the headings, that will make a credible impact.
It will. Get fixing those alt text, people. Okay, well, we're going to have you back after the next talk for a quick Q&A session. I've seen some questions come through the chat, so we've got some things set up there. And, well, I will speak to you in a few minutes.
Okay, see you later.
Bye-bye. And now we come up to the last talk for my block. We have Nithin SS, and I apologize if I have just completely butchered your name. Talking about the curious case of mobile app performance testing. Now, I don't make mobile apps. However, as a consumer of mobile apps, this one really speaks to me from the point of view of not wanting to throw my phone and tablet out of the window. So, Nithin, take it away.
Hello everyone, super excited to meet you all virtually. Thank you to the Geekle team for bringing this wonderful QA Global Summit for our community and having me here. So as users, we like to have seamless user experience, and performance is one factor which directly impacts the user experience. Even if we deliver a brilliant feature with performance issues, people will eventually stop using those apps. As high-performing apps are user favorites, the need for performance-centric strategies while testing mobile apps also has increased. And today, we will be taking a quick deep dive into this topic. So let's start with the story from the past where we never thought of client-side performance and realized its need and importance. So this is a comic that represents a similar situation of ours in the past on what can go wrong when ignoring client-side performance tests. So we had a framework migration for our Android application where we thoroughly tested all the functional aspects, all the scenarios which we need to cover, and everything was perfect. So we were really confident to ship that out into production. So we released the app, and when we released the app, after releasing, we started to get complaints from the users, and they were constantly reporting issues such as the app was consuming more memory than it used to. It was taking longer time to load sometimes during transactions. It was having crashes in between. It was having rendering issues, and it was consuming more memory compared to, or it was draining out their battery basically. So all these issues made us realize the importance of doing client-side performance tests. So while debugging one by one, we realized that our app, when it interacts with multiple shared resources in a user's mobile device, it was not really working well. So during those times, it leads to the errors which was reported by the users. So it was tough for us to debug one by one and to test all those scenarios. But we realized the importance of doing that. If we could have done this earlier, it could have been much more better. But we managed to fix everything, and we released a successful version out to production later by doing a proper client-side performance test. So I hope this session will give you an overview on the importance of doing that, and some important aspect and some certain aspects which you need to evaluate, and tips and techniques to include a performance aspect earlier into the development life cycles. So my name is Nithin, and I am an engineering manager at FAVE Malaysia. I was born and raised in India, where I started my career in testing. As someone who loves the testing craft, I'm fortunate enough to continue my passion by leading a wonderful team at FAVE and building a community-driven space for all the testers called Synapse QA. So without further ado, let's get started. Before we move into deeper concept, let's start with the basics first, right? So what is basically a mobile app? When I'm saying this, you will be checking your mobile because you will be mostly using, many of us use tons of mobile apps in our day-to-day life, right? So basically a mobile application is something that is designed to run on a mobile device. And there are three basic types of mobile applications: native apps, web apps, and hybrid apps. So let's take a deeper look into each one of those. So native apps are created for one specific platform or operating system. The ones which we download from App Store or Play Store for Android and iOS respectively are native applications. And they are coded using a variety of programming languages such as Java, Kotlin, Python, etc., etc. And all this comes with a set of pros and cons, right? So pros, faster and better in terms of performance. Since it is having a native UI, it is having an optimized user experience, able to access device features. And if you look at the con side, all the updates must be downloaded. So that is why even if you are installed an app, the specific version, whenever a new update comes, it will ask you to update the app. And it comes with a higher maintenance cost because you need to maintain two frameworks, one for iOS apps and another one for Android apps. And whenever you do a development, it requires multiple different two development cycles. Same goes for distribution and everything. And it consumes device space because it's an installed application in your mobile phone. And the next one is web application. So responsive versions of the websites that can work on any mobile device, which are delivered using a mobile browser, are basically called web applications. So say for an example, one kind of a web application is PWA, Progressive Web Application, which is a native app running inside a browser. And it's designed using HTML5, CSS, JavaScript, etc. If we look into the pros and cons of web apps, we can see that they work on all the devices. It is platform agnostic and less maintenance. Development cost is less because a same code base can work well on both iOS and Android. Less space on your device memory. When we look at the con side, it depends on a browser because it's a web application basically, and it's need internet. Device hardware integration depends on the app features. And the last one is hybrid apps. As the name suggests, hybrid apps is a combination of both native and web application. So, but it is wrapped within a native app. So giving it the ability to have its own icon, or also it can be downloaded from the App Store or Play Store respectively. So they have a home screen icon, a home screen app icon, responsive design. It is faster in terms of performance. Even it is able to work or function offline. So basically they are web application which is made to look like native. It is built using the technologies called Ionic or languages using Swift, HTML5, etc. It also comes with pros and cons. Quicker and economical. It loads quickly and less code to maintain. And when we look into the con side, it might lack the power and speed because it is not purely native. It is slower than native apps. Certain features might not be usable on some devices. Do we really need to think of mobile app performance? Yes, no. So it goes to a saying that one negative experience a customer has with your mobile application can seriously trouble your end user relationship with them. So say for an example, you and your friend is using two different e-hailing platforms and booking a ride. Your friend get faster and you are still waiting to get the ride connected to the driver. will you prefer to use the app which your friend was using because it is getting driver faster, right? The same thing if you are buying something from an e-commerce application, if it is taking longer time to load your cart, taking longer time to show search results, will you stay using, or will you continue using it, or you move to an alternative app? For me, I actually used an application which was not so good in terms of performance, just for the sake of good discounts they provide. But for majority of users, the favorites are high performing application. And when it comes to mobile app performance, it refers to how a mobile application behaves on mobile device under various circumstances and loads. So it depends on 3 combined factors: backend, network, and also how the app itself runs on the mobile device. So when we are designing something to do a client-side performance test for our mobile application, we need to define the objectives for doing that. And there are 5 main objectives which we need to evaluate. Performance of the application during big workloads, evaluating the hardware usage of our mobile application, determining the capacity of the application, measuring and assessing the performance of the application on protocol level, and evaluating the app's performance under critical conditions. Because critical conditions, if we need to understand the critical conditions, or the most load time, or the crucial stages when we have like many users accessing our application at the same time, how our app behaves in different devices at that same time. So all these objectives we need to understand, or we need to define, to come up with a proper test strategy for this client-side performance test of our mobile applications. So in order to develop a strategy, a proper strategy that fits well into your development cycle, first thing, you have to align your test objectives with the business requirements. And also you need to discuss about the business expectations and understand the end user expectations. So you need to find a close, not knit, or you need to find a common ground between business expectations and also the end user expectations. Both these should go along together. And after aligning, then we need to identify. So we need to identify the KPIs which we need to test. We need to identify the error rate which we are expecting, the response times, the peak number of responses which we can get, the average throughput, the number of concurrent active users per device and OS at a specific point of time. And after aligning and identifying, we need to understand the latency. We need to consider the latency and bandwidth. And also, we need to simulate a real-life testing environment to evaluate the client-side performance of our application. So when it comes to latency, it is the time that elapses when information is sent through a network. Bandwidth is a maximum capacity that can be transmitted through the network. For better performance of our mobile applications, the lower the latency and higher the bandwidth. And then comes priority and collaboration. So we saw align and identify. So in order to align and identify, it won't work well if we are not having a proper collaboration within our stakeholders and also our developers, because most of the data which we need to consider while we define the strategy depends really on them. So we need to have a close collaboration with our developers and stakeholders and define or prioritize the scenarios which is mostly important to do a performance test or client-side performance test. So prioritization is the key, and also important aspect is collaboration. So you need to understand how to prioritize and collaborate well with your developers and stakeholders. So factors of impact. So we saw that there are 3 combined factors that impact on client-side performance: backend, network, and how the app behaves itself, right? So when it comes to backend, when the app is interacting with the server, the response time becomes critical to the performance. So we need to consider data to and from the server, number of API calls generated from the app specific to each functionality, server downtime, how our app behaves during server downtimes. Is there a proper SLAs or escalation policies defined for that? And also the tools which we can use is, which you already might have used, some of you, JMeter, Gatling, BlazeMeter, etc., etc. And then comes network. The performance of the app can vary depending on different networks. So if If we are using the app under a 3G network, it will behave certain way. If we are using the app under a 4G network, it will behave in some other way because the network speed is entirely different. And this may impact in the app response time. So that is why the key factors to measure while we considering the network aspect is latency and bandwidth. And last but not the least, client side. So testing client-side performance allows to understand how the app behaves on a device and how it uses shared resources with other apps. So running the test from client-side by running it, you will also be able to find areas to improve that you do have control, unlike the network, resulting in a better user experience. So metrics to understand while performing a client-side mobile app performance test is device resource usage, rendering, errors, and response time. These are the 4 main metrics which we need to understand, and we need to have proper SLAs for all these things ready when we prepare a test strategy for our client-side performance test. So device resource usage, what is it, right? So percentage of CPU consumption by our mobile application when it is being used in a mobile device, the memory consumed by our device, data sent and received by the application, percentage of battery usage, because you trust me, you won't be using an application which drains out your battery so fast, right? So all these device usage things we need to evaluate during our client-side performance test. Rendering, so measures how the app is drawn on the device. We need to evaluate the rendering time, frames per second. Is there a rendering lag, or is there a slow rendering in our app? So to give you an idea of what would be acceptable or at least recommended in order to have a fluid rendering, which is set around 60 frames per second, each frame of an app needs to be completed in less than 16 milliseconds. If that's not the case, the app can create a disruption in the animation and end up freezing. And that's what happened to us earlier. And errors. So we need to understand the exceptions which will be triggered, application not responding errors, which is specific to Android, and the crashes. So for Android, if an application stopped responding, typically a message will appear on the screen with the option to either wait or close the app. So this is generally due to the fact that certain events may not execute in a specific period of time. For example, if you click on an input button and there is no response after 5 seconds or something, the app will take that it is an ANR. The application is not responding, and it will show you the message either to wait or close the application. Response time. So time taken to complete an action. So you are clicking on something, how much time it takes to lead you to the next screen or lead you to the next page or something. So server response time, database response time, how your app behaves if the server is responding in a lower response time. How your app behaves if the database is not retrieving at the expected time. Network latencies, screen drawing time, how much time our app takes during startups, and also how much time it takes to load when we reload it from the background. So all these response times plays a crucial role in our client-side performance test metrics. So with all these metrics, what problems can we detect, right? So we can detect memory leaks earlier, we can detect screen freezing, we can detect crashes, and we can also detect startup and transactional issues. So why? We detect everything. Why all this matters for us, right? It really matters because users are fickle. When a mobile app's performance doesn't meet their expectation, there is a very high chance they will abandon it, resulting in a loss of potential revenue for us. And with the advent of 5G, it will bring more customers online and more businesses will go online. So more personalized experiences will be there and more features will be out. AR, VR, geotagging, and 5G will be more helpful for the teams to scale up and bring better results to the customers. So if there are performance issues along with this 5G's evolution. It will be leading to a potential loss for all of the mobile app companies. Tips and tricks. So how we can optimize our app to bring better performance, right? So one thing is caching. So downloading external resources takes longer time. So make sure to cache images. You should ask your developers to cache images, and it just fetches from the cache. So it will be much more faster. And then compress and resize images. So if it is a high resolution image, ask them to smaller the width and height, or make it adequately sized so that it can load faster. And then evaluate whether you are reusing data templates. In our case, we actually have certain data templates which can be reused. So we define it as reusable components, and some of the times we actually reuse all these components in several screens. So it will make the app faster because we are loading fewer templates by reusing them. Reduce HTTP requests. If you have a screen which requires only one HTTP request, don't go for 10 HTTP requests. Ask your developers to only use one HTTP request, which is really, really needed. So using fewer HTTP requests will simplify the things in your app. Using load variations, it's actually a user feedback, right? So if you are getting an instant feedback on your interaction, you will feel like something is happening. So make your app to load in a way that it seems like it is going faster, even if it is not loading faster. So put something up during loading process, which will give the users a perception that it is loading quicker. And load data as you need. So don't load everything together as a large amount of data. It is only load useful data as you need. So use concepts like lazy loading or pagination, and when the user scrolls through, it actually will generate the next set of data, something like that. Create an offline mode. Give your users an option to save the data for later, so that they can resume the activity once the connection has been reestablished. Say they are performing something, some transaction, or they are searching for something, suddenly their internet drops out. And when they relaunch the application, if we are giving an offline mode where we save some information, it is easy for them to access that. They feel like, okay, it's giving a easy access for me. So it's much more preferable for that specific user. Use the right tool for tuning. Performance tuning is very, very crucial. So pick the right tool that gives insight on all the metrics we need to capture for analyzing performance of the app. For us, the choice was a tool called AppTim, as it gave more comprehensive reports. Where we initially relied on several different tools. For native apps, we use profiling tools such as Android Studio and Instruments for Android and iOS respectively. Also, we use Firebase, which is limited to capture some of the performance data. And all those metrics earlier were scattered, and it was not consolidated, which was the main thing which was sorted by AppTim. And it even had a testing integration. So if we are doing a test, a functional test, if you are doing an exploratory test, actually you can run AppTim in the background. It will capture while you're performing the testing, exploratory testing, the AppTim app which runs in the background will fetch performance metrics related to that integration. So you can get all these performance reports generated out of it after you finish a session. And then to have a application performance monitoring system to deeply diagnose the performance problem. It helps to detect and diagnose deep level application problems to maintain an expected level of service across the board. It monitors two sets of performance metrics, those which has to do with performance related to user experiences and those that measure computational resources that app uses for the load. There are several companies that give APM management tools such as New Relic, AppDynamic, Flurry, etc. And the final part, the main question which is being asked to me as well several times, the device choice for testing performance. So it is recommended to test mobile app performance on a real device, and that's how you could get the actual performance of the app based on real resource usages. So if an end user perceives bad performance from your website, his or her next click will be on your competition.com. You got it right. So we have to ensure that all our performance monitoring systems are in place. All the APM systems are defined in a way that it captures when something goes wrong, it triggers an alert to the team, and we may need to look into it at that spot on moment. And also include your performance testing earlier into the life cycle, not only focusing on the server side, you have to focus on client side. When it comes to mobile application, client side performance testing is really, really important. If you are completely ignoring it, it could cause you a lot of damage on your revenue. We explored all these concepts, all the tactics which we need. So just as saying, as athletes cannot win with all this mixture of strategy, form, attitude, tactics, and speed, performance engineering requires a good collection of metrics and tools to deliver the best desired business results. And we shouldn't be considering performance as a non-functional requirement. Today, when I was going through Twitter, I actually saw a post from Naveen saying that it has to be considered as an extra functional requirement. Ideally, yes, it is actually a functional requirement. It is not a non-functional requirement, which we can simply ignore. So we should change the perception of looking into the performance side, and we should include that into our functional testing part. So I would highly recommend you all to go through the resources. If you're planning to do some performance test on your application, I have also done some demos on AppTim. One with while doing exploratory tests, how you can use AppTim along with that, and also while doing automation tests, how you can integrate AppTim CLI tool along with that. So all these demos will give you a hands-on view on how you can leverage AppTim as a tool, and also to understand how much performance insights which you need to capture while doing a test, and make sure your app is not syncing like the ship which we saw earlier. So with that said, thank you so much for listening to me, and I hope you have learned some insight about client-side performance tests. It's been a pleasure, and I am here to answer your questions in the chat and later in the Q&A. Thank you so much.
Okay, and welcome back, everybody. I don't know about you, but I have reams of paper on my desk right now with a whole load of comments and questions, and I've seen questions coming through the chat as well. And so I think it's a good idea to get Milomir and Nithin back onto the stream. Hello, both of you. And
Hello.
let's have a little discussion about testing, well, both for accessibility and the performance testing. I want to start off with you, Nithin, if I can, because it's just absolutely the top of my mind right now after watching that.
Sure.
When you're performing this type of testing, is this an ongoing thing in production as well? Do you have things inside of your apps to make sure that you know what's happening, not only in your test devices locally, but when it's actually in the hands of other people?
You mean how we ensure? So is that
Yeah.
what? Oh, okay. So in production, what we do is after our release, we have a monitoring system in place. So straight away after the deployment or release, we actually monitor our performance monitoring systems, and we see whether we are getting any alerts. We set certain threshold for everything. So if we have a transaction, we set a limitation that, okay, this transaction should be happening in this much millisecond. If any transaction is going beyond that, we all get an alert that, okay, something is going wrong and we need to look into it. So having proper alert systems help us out to ensure that everything is smooth in production compared to what we test in local. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's everything that you said there just absolutely spoke to me about my experience as a consumer. So I generally work on web applications more than websites.
Okay.
We still take this type of thing seriously, but you always forget about the customer's hardware. So you're running on your development machine and your Angular application is doing this.
Exactly.
And that's necessarily what other people are using, of course. So I think keeping this top of mind is always like really important. You mentioned about we're getting more 5G around the place, which makes it easier to stay connected more often. But what kind of impact does that have on your performance testing for your backend? Because if I can get my data faster, I'm guessing I can also request more of it.
Absolutely, there will be requests for more, right? So as users, we always need more, and we always need a seamless experience when we are using the app. So with 5G, actually what the app builders or app developers are doing on the feature request that comes in is mostly into exploring AR VR capabilities. So if you see IKEA's application, say for example, you can have like virtual. You don't need to go to a store to see your furniture. You actually can use their app and have the real life feature, feel like seeing a furniture, right? So if during that interaction, if your server is taking longer time to load, the AR VR compatibility won't be that much seamless for the end user. So we need to ensure that our API calls or the server client side interaction is happening in a way that it's rendering smooth, and also rendering plays a key role here. If there are rendering issues which falls below the standard when we develop the features, actually it could cause like janks, slow rendering, and it also can screen will be freeze. You cannot interact at all, so you cannot swipe, and all those sort of features issues will be there. So we need to balance it out in a way that how many API calls can be served in order to have that specific action to be seamless. Yeah. So we need to have that proper set of SLAs defined.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then we've got a question here. We've had this same question for both of you. So I think that this is a really nice one to bring both people into the discussion. We've seen how we can test things, but what tools are there available, and what tools would you recommend in order to automate this type of question? Milomir, maybe you could take this one first.
Okay, thanks. It's a good question. I've researched a lot of tools in the past year, and I cannot say the one is the best. There are a lot of difficulties about automating this kind of tests. But I'm gonna share a few of them. So I saw a question in the chat about Figma, and is there any plugins in Figma we can use? Well, actually, there are a lot of them, and the one we are using is called AD, Comprehensive Accessibility Tool. If required, I'm going to send it later in the chat. So that's one to start with the Figma. But we always concentrate on doing the sanity check when it comes to colors, for example, contrast, and we just go, you can use whichever, okay, that's the question. Whichever online tool for color comparison, contrast comparison, any of them is quite good. And we also took a step back to all of that, and we created some specific color palettes for our brand to use those colors and to have enough different colors so we can make those contrasts always works for us. So that's when it comes to design. And if I have time, I'm going to jump to other. We had time?
Yeah, we have time.
Oh, okay. So for other things, I was talking about this tool, like a browser extension. It's called Meta SEO Inspector. I know there is for Chrome and Brave. Not sure for other browsers, but you can probably find some others. They can actually cover a lot of things. For example, when SEO is basically has the same rules as the WCAG propagates. So, for example, with that tool, you can check both headings, which I talked about. Is the heading structure okay? But you can also check the alt attributes. Are the alt attributes, at least there is something about them. And the other stuff like meta tags. I'm not sure why, but a lot of developers and testers nowadays forget about the meta tags and sharing on social media. So those meta tags are also important. It's good for the SEO, but it's also good for accessibility. So that's a tool. And if you want to go, those are, free tools you can use immediately. And after that, there are some paid tools which can help, and they can do some audit instead of you. We tried multiple ones. The one we are using at the moment is Axe Tools, and it gives us some some insights, but there is still manual work to be done and sanity check after all. So let me repeat that. So for the design in Figma, use some plugin like add a comprehensive accessibility tool. For SEO and inspecting the live website or staging, use Meta SEO Inspector. And if you need advanced tool, you can try with Axe Tools.
Yeah, so I use Axe Tools on my website. I actually caught a few really easy fixes on my website using that tool. So it's but the free version can recommend that one as well.
Yeah, there is a free version. I forgot about that. Yeah, you can start with that, and most of the errors are actually pretty easy to do it. As we said earlier, so take a look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask before I move to Nithin for his answer here. For within your pipelines, have you used tools like Playwright or Cypress to test the ease of access to the site once it's actually built?
That's a great question. We are actually at the moment of building for the first time. So far, we are only concentrated on testing for WCAG, but this is for the first time we are actually also building the website from the scratch that is WCAG compliant. And we have a QA who are doing currently the Cypress integrations for other sites, and it's in the pipeline. So we're gonna try it. We haven't yet, but maybe for the next edition of QA Global Summit, we can share some insights about that. I mean, a lot of things out of that could be automated and tested.
Okay, awesome.
Have you, Stacey, used it? I'm interested.
I use Cypress for E2E testing, and I noticed with that one straight away, the easier your website is to use, the easier it is to use Cypress to test your website. And anytime you have something which is not accessible, then all of a sudden your Cypress tests are a nightmare and quagmire of code to try and get access to the right elements. Playwright, I've not used yet. I saw a great talk about it last week at a Techorama in the Netherlands. And that one looks like it can really easily access things based on the area of the elements on the screen. So I want to try and play with that one because I've got an idea that if your website is accessible, that one should make your testing really easy. But it's just an assumption based on one presentation. And of course, presentations are always made to make the tools look awesome.
I can confirm one part. Design is also at the start it's more difficult, but when you go more for accessibility, you're actually pursuing the path of UI, which will now a trend like simplicity. So you can mix both of those words, and of course, UI designers not gonna always like it because they cannot use all the fancy colors, but simplicity is absolutely matchmaking with the accessibility.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Nithin, same question for you. Are there any automated tools that you use in your pipeline, in your process to, try and make this performance testing not just a manual test that you do, but something that is deeply embedded in your process?
Actually, to be honest, we don't have integration in the pipeline, but that is something we are also planning to do in 2023. And yeah, in the next edition, like Milomir said, maybe I will have more insights on that. But to tell you, actually, we can have that integration exactly embedded within the pipeline. So I would like to segregate into front end and back end, right? So a front end and client side. So if you are referring to the server side, maybe there will be like tools like we can use JMeter, we can use K6 or Artillery, or we can use BlazeMeter, etc. To have like server side load tests. And we can even integrate that into the pipelines to see our endpoints are working fine or performing well. And then if you are referring to the client side, like what I mentioned, the tool which we use was Aptim. So Aptim got a CLI version, which goes along with the functional automated test. So while we are running the automated test for a certain use case, it will be capturing the performance metrics in the backend. And we can even integrate that into our GitHub Actions or something. So it will be running in pipeline. So all these thresholds will be set. If something goes beyond the threshold, it won't let the developers to merge the PR, and they need to fix it before that. Yeah. So that's an option which we need to.
That is really awesome. So your performance then is really taken care of before it's even an issue in your pipeline. You try and catch it as early as possible, which the sooner you catch these things, the cheaper they are to fix, of course.
Yep, correct. Earlier the better.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we have a question from the chat from Moonfrog Labs, which I think hooks into this quite nicely. Hi, Nithin. The main problem we face whilst capturing performance data with any tool is a set of test cases we run, and since we run manually, there's going to be variation in execution. How do you set the benchmark for manual testing?
Okay, this refers to one of my slides previously, because where I mentioned about collaboration between stakeholders and about the data. So when we have the data from the different stakeholders on the aspects which we need to test, on the metrics, all those benchmarks, and how much are the response times or the SLAs we can have in place, we will have a detailed document for each transaction. So for this use case, this transaction, or if you're performing, say, for an example, if you're performing a search action, your search results should be loading within 1 second or 2 seconds. And if you have a set of 2 set of search results, how long it can take. So when we define that, actually our manual test case of search will have a certain extra functional requirements which relates to the attributes of performance with certain benchmarks provided from the stakeholders. So there should be a close collaboration with our stakeholders to get the data which we need in terms to define the metrics.
Okay, thank you. And I saw another question which I wanted to ask. Yeah, do you have a recommendation for automated testing tools for the mobile apps?
Recommendations are the perfect one. The one which we use is Catalan Studio, but I would recommend APM to go along with any languages. And it purely depends on our requirement or the application itself. So which one fits into your development process and which one fits into your organization and the team's maturity, right? So you need to consider all these factors and do a POC with certain frameworks and tools which we already have in the market and select the right one.
And that wonderful answer in all of IT, it depends.
Yeah, it depends.
And I just have a quick follow-up to that one on my list over. You were saying you make sure that you test on real hardware, which I can totally go with. Like I say, we made that mistake and we saw some issues with it that we had to fix at a point that was too late. But with the multitude and fragmentation of both the hardware and also the OS system, because not all hardware can run the latest version of the OS. How do you make the decision and the cutoff there between what you should be testing on and what is just, yeah, we hope this works, but it's unfortunate if it doesn't?
Okay, that's a great question, because that's a common question that comes into our mind when we say real device for testing, right? So how we, with all the devices we have in market, how we have device fragmentation. So basically it is data driven. So we need to get the data on our user base, and maybe we need to have like, okay, a category of maybe 3 categories or 4 categories where we define a set of devices will fall into high-end category, a set of devices will fall into a mid-range category, and then a low-range category. I read it in one of the book on mobile testing. I forgot the exact name. So it was purely on mobile testing where they categorize into 3 components and then just pick one device out of that category. So if you pick one device out of that category, it actually covers the entire category in a way that you define the category. So basically, we need to define the data on all the devices from our exact users, and based on that data, build the components or the category for you, and just pick one device out of that category for every test which you perform, and maybe randomize the tests. So one release you test in certain categories with a certain device, and in the next release you just randomize the device and noise. So you have a better understanding on how the system tests progress.
Okay, thank you. And we just got a question come in just to tack on to the end of this one before I go to my next kind of main I'm speaking Dutch now. Do not speak Dutch in an international conference. Umbrella question. How would you automate these or can you automate these mobile device tests in your pipeline?
Yes, we can do. Yeah, all the mobile device tests we can automate and integrate with the pipelines. So just have a set of automate. If you are referring to the just functional tests, we can have all the functional tests automated and then select a specific suite which has to be going along with the pipeline. Because you cannot say 1 hour taking 1 hour to complete a test to merge a small PR, right? So we need to optimize in a way that it can be scalable, distributed kind of test, and all the tests can be finished within a certain amount of lesser time. So if we have that, we can integrate with the pipelines for sure. And all the frameworks and tools support that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And then I've got another question which I would love to ask both of you as well. It's if somebody is just getting started, either on the accessibility side or on making sure their performance is working, what would you say is the best place for somebody to start looking for the low-hanging fruit? Milomir.
Okay, thanks for that question. As I say in the all courses I'm teaching go back to fundamentals. I mean, if you're a QA tester, you should learn about how the web works. So I'm a big advocate of that you should learn the basics of HTML and CSS to understand how the stuff are working before even jumping into testing and writing test cases. So it's same for the VCAG. There is a website to show the W3 schools, everybody knows about it, and just start there. Read about those elements and read how they are supposed to work like natively. And you will find a lot of things that are not done correctly by the developers in the old websites. So basically, if we manage to look for those basic rules and test them and implement them, that's going to increase the accessibility by big numbers. And so that's my first recommendation where to start. The second one is, of course, start reading a little bit about documentation. I know that the website is not appealing by the look, and it's hard to understand what they're written, but that's the second part. Start reading it from time to time and try to understand at least a few of the guidelines there. And I think that's enough for at least 80% of the stuff you will actually need when testing it.
Okay, thank you. And Nithin?
I would just continue from where Milomir finished. So taking small steps really matters. So all the performance, if it comes to performance testing, there is a lot of metrics in front of us to evaluate. Don't really go for everything at once. Just pick one of the metrics and go deeper on that. Understand why it matters and how you can just understand or how you can measure that. And the best person to go or be friend with is your developers, because that's how I learned more stuff. So just collaborate with them, sit together with them and ask them more questions about all those metrics, how they capture it, how they report it when there is a threshold going behind that, how they handle certain things and all, right? So if you get to know the in and outs of certain one metrics, you can slowly build on top of that, because all the metrics will be connected in a way or another. So learning one deeper and picking from there really helps. And go through certain tutorials on how we can do that, and approach people from the industry and how they are doing it in their company, because maybe that approach is better and it fits well into our org, right? So we can just have a replica tailored into the organization specific. So talk to more people, and take baby steps.
Yeah, it is always really important to learn from other people, stand on the shoulders of giants, and take it that step further. There's no need to reinvent everything yourself. And apparently, I owe Moonfrog Labs an apology, because apparently that was a two-part question, and I completely missed the first part and only asked the second. So I just want to quickly go back for that one. what are the approaches that you have for debugging the crashes or non-fatals which affect the performance of the app?
Okay, so we will be having the application performance monitoring system in place. And once we have something in the APM reported, just go there and all the APM will capture an error in a way that where it exactly happens and at least the code block where it triggers, right? So you can go there and then from there, you just go to the code block and ask your developers why you handled it there in that way. So that's how we can debug or do a root cause analysis for that. And just question around like why this exact code block, maybe it was working earlier, it was working perfectly fine. And now after having this, maybe with the client side integrations, it is not performing well. So debugging really, APM is the one which goes handy and helpful. So please rely on the APM tools which you have in place.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, apologies again for missing that one. It's we do this sometimes. What was the next question that I had? We have a question from the chat for you, Milomir. I've not got the username of the person who asked this. I'm so sorry, but I use Dolphin Reader for accessibility testing. Are there other tools that you've used that you would recommend more than that? I don't know if we've covered, we kind of touched on this one earlier, but I don't know if you know about Dolphin Reader for the accessibility testing.
No, I'm not sure. Dolphin Reader.
Yeah.
No, I'm not familiar with that one.
Okay.
Sorry.
Then, sorry. Do we have more questions? I'm just checking my notes here. Give me 2 seconds. I think we're about at. We have one follow-up question from Moonfrog Labs. How do you tackle production crashes for non-fatals or non-fatals? I don't know if that changes your answer there, any Nithin.
I think it's the same answer which I gave to you, Stacy, earlier. So if it is production, we need to set up proper alerts in place. And that alerts will have a certain benchmarks. And if it goes beyond the benchmarks or thresholds, it will have a alert triggered for everyone, maybe the engineering leads or QAs or SRE team at least, so that they can jump in and quickly fix those issues.
Okay, thank you. And looking at the time, I guess we've got enough time for just a couple more questions here. One of them, which I've had to deal with in my career a few times. How can manual testers move to automation testing when dealing with things like API or backend code? The example in the question is C#, but I'm guessing whether or not it's Go, Rust, or Node.js, it's all kind of the same. Of how can you get from that manual testing everything to the automatic API testing? Do you have anything that you can? Sorry?
Who's it question for?
The question's for Nithin, sorry.
Oh, it's for me. Okay. Actually, like, yeah, manual testers moving into automation. So there are pretty much trend going on that everyone should do automation in place. But I'm a firm believer that there is nothing called manual testing. And the person saying that is already there in the backstage. he will be joining us soon. So there is nothing called manual and automation in testing. Automation is purely act as a support system for testers to do work in a smarter way. That's what I also believe, and it stays closer to my heart. So if you want to learn about technology that assists you to perform testing, maybe start with what's the need in your current organization and do some extra work to spend more time, attend conferences like this, or talk with experts again and understand which one you need to take care of. So when you look into automation, there are API performance, and then there is test automation, which covers multiple languages, tools, and technologies. Just pick one and be a master of that. So that's what matters. You understand the concepts and get hold of the basics well, and then build on top of that. So if you know one language at least, that really helps you to switch to different languages. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think from my experience going through this, I'd just like to add to the end of that one, know what problem you're trying to solve by introducing this automation. It's don't just automate all the things because you won't get the ROI on that. Make sure that you are solving a problem by doing this, and you're not just doing it because we should be automating everything.
Yeah, otherwise we have a tool, but we are not solving any challenges, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I have. Can I jump on that?
Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, I had experience with those people who are jumping from a manual to automation, and one of the problems they have is jumping straight into end goal, like doing the automation test from the start. So, for example, without the knowledge without any technical knowledge, they jump straight into Java, Selenium, TestNG, and automating. So all at once, and they're doing it and struggling for a month. And after that, they're all usually struck with the problem not knowing what is Java, what is Selenium, what is what. So separate those things. I just used the example Java and Selenium, but it's both for the Cypress. Learn JavaScript a little bit, learn about why would you actually automate it, and then use the framework to do all of that for you. So separate those things. I saw problems with that a lot of times.
Yeah, that is an absolutely amazing addition to that. So thank you. I do see that we have some more questions in the chat, but I also see that we're kind of running low on time. So I'd like to ask, is it possible for you, Nithin and Milomir, to go into the chat for a few minutes and
Sure.
carry on the conversation there with people?
Yeah,
Sure.
absolutely. Would love to do that.
Okay, in which case, looking at the time, I would like to say thank you both for your time in answering these questions. I've enjoyed both of these sessions. Both of them, like I say, ultra important. And again, the fact that accessibility is getting the attention that it needs. Such a shame that people are relying on laws to actually push this forward. When if you make your site accessible, it's better for people who also don't need the accessibility. It's just something we should be doing. But thank you so much for coming and talking about that. Thank you, Nithin, for talking about performance. And yeah, it's I will see you later.
Thank you too, Stacey.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You're a great
for being
moderator.
a wonderful host. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Milomir. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thanks to you.
And have I done that right? I think I've done that right. And that is the end of my block, I'm afraid. It's we are going to be taking a short break now. You're going to have a brand new host when you come back for the next 3 amazing sessions. Thank you for joining me so far this morning. I hope you have an awesome rest of the day. And for those that are coming back for the senior tomorrow, I hope you have an awesome day tomorrow too. Bye-bye.
All right, hey everyone. So before we start with our next moderator, I will introduce him just in a moment. I just wanted to let all of you know that we have 3 more events, at least 3 more events this year, this fall, and just wanted to let you know if you missed any of our emails. So we have in November we have React Global Online Summit 22. So if you're interested in that, definitely feel free to check out. This is one of our biggest events uh, on the same level as QA. And we, of course, we have architecture, so software architecture summit also in November. So this is definitely like a more advanced content, but definitely an interesting one. Also, we'll expect lots and lots of people there. And I know like that data science is a big thing is in QA also. So I'm pretty sure there are people in our audience watching right now that are interested in data science. So we got you covered. We have it at the end of November. We have the Data Science Global Summit 22.2, and definitely go check that out. And so these are the prices that you just saw on the screen, are the price that we have on the screen. But I'm gonna post in the chat the promo code QA Flash that will give you a 20% discount for all 3 of them. So definitely go check them out. This is the promo code, the QA Flash. And so I'm gonna post all of this in the chat, all 3 links and the promo code in a moment. But without any further ado, I'm giving the stage to our amazing moderator and also speaker for tomorrow, Priyesh. So welcome. Oh, yeah, you also did that. Yeah, welcome. Hey. So can you please unmute yourself?
Thank you so much, Nick, for having me. Great start, wonderful talks, great moderation. And I'm going to be the host for the next block.
Awesome. So your connection is a little bit unstable, so I hope it will clear in a moment. But yeah, just thought I should let you know. But I'll let you figure it out while the first talk is going. So please introduce the first speaker,
Yes.
and then we'll go from there. So the stage is yours.
Yes. All right. So our first speaker is of the second block, rather, is Kilian Jiménez. He is an automation enthusiast at APM Hub, and is deep into technology. And there is something really nice that he said in his bio, and I am so excited about that. He goes on to say that as poems represent the feelings of a human, or the emotions of a human, your tests should represent the emotions of the code. And if that doesn't happen, then the test results have absolutely no meaning. I think that is a beautiful thing to say. And that is something really brightened my day, So without any further ado, I would let Kilian take the stage and talk about supporting your automated tests with Wiremock.
This is Kilian Jiménez. Thank you so much for having me here. And first, before starting with this presentation, allow me to introduce a little bit about myself. So I'm a QA automation working at APM Hub, which is a software development hub in Barcelona. Also have 5 years of experience in QA. I started as a developer and a manual QA, and then I switched to a more of a QA automation profile. I love traveling, films, rock music, and Formula One. Here you have a picture of my nephew, a lovely nephew, Eric, and me. And just a reminder, if during this presentation you have any questions, don't hesitate to send those questions to my email address. So just imagine this plan. It's Saturday night, rain outside, you are in your home, at home with your couple or friends, good film in Netflix, and then the doorbell rings. And then all of a sudden, your pizza that you ordered arrived. Sounds appealing, isn't it? Everybody gets happier when the pizza arrives and your plan makes a lot more sense. So in QA, automated tests are like pizza, and we as QAs are delivery guys that provide this pizza to our team. When we are going to execute our tests, we make them happy to let them know what is the status of the application. But unfortunately, sometimes happen that we have to execute those tests in an unstable environment, and everybody knows what happens when you execute those tests there. So first time in the morning, you realize that your regression test execution, which is a test execution that lasts 5, 6, 8 hours long, completely failed because many reasons. You do some research and then you realize that behind these reasons you have like low performance because of the environment. You have services that were down during the deployment of this environment. You may have endpoints that are not working for some reason, not because of the backend, but something was not deployed properly during this process, and many more. And not only the regression test, if you have also smoke test executions that are relying on being executed under the same environment, you're not also safe regarding, okay, I'm executing these tests in a pipeline for the developer team. These tests are being executed in this environment, but this environment is unstable again, are not properly working. So these tests in those pipelines are failing, and then you're most probably blocking the work from the developer side because these tests are not working, not because of the code, but because of the environment. So we have many consequences of working with unstable environment. First is that our tests are not a reflection of a status of the code. The environment is the one that is making those tests fail, not because of the code, but the environment itself, because of deployment, endpoints, whatever. It doesn't really matter what is the environment that you should use those tests. The tests should be caring about the code, and it's not the case. Also, we increase the probability of reporting false positives, which in result is a waste of time, not only for the developer team who are trying to follow ghost or poltergeist in this case, but it's also for us, because when we are taking a look at the report of a regression test execution, we will see a lot of failures. We do some research, we spend time, and probably those fails are not because of the code, are because of the environment again. So we are losing time, or we are making lose time to the rest of our team. Also, this loss of time is about the re-execution of these regression test suits, because we want to make sure that this is only because of the environment. So we need to re-execute again this regression suit. So we lose again 5-6 hours or maybe the full day in re-executing this, and we are not able to provide this feedback to our team. Again, talking about feedback, another point is that we don't get any valuable feedback from these tests because the environment is impacting quite a lot the result of these tests, and that means that we are not able to get the information from the tests. Are the code okay? We don't know. We don't know if the developer had introduced any bug with the last merge onto the main branch, and we are not able to get this feedback from the test because the environment just impacted tremendously this information to the test. Also, this uncertainty leads to manual testing, which is loss of purpose of automation. If we don't get the valuable feedback from automation, we are led to test manually to know if there is a bug there. So the purpose itself by automation is lost in this case. Also, the environment is normally deciding the automation of the test. For example, wait times. I'm not the only one that has increased the timeout because the environment was stable and we had some endpoints that weren't working properly, they were slow, and in order to know if the test was working, and normally if I have to know that this test is working under this environment, I need to increase the timeout of this. This shouldn't be the proper response, but again, we are forced on doing this because of the environment. So because of these consequences, we have many dilemmas in order to work. Are my tests relevant? Is there a real benefit for my team? We don't know because we are not getting this feedback from the test, but the environment. So we are not telling anything to our team. Also, how many of these fails are real bugs? We don't know. Again, because the environment is driving so much the result of these executions. And we can get a 60%, 80% of failures. We don't know how many of these percentages are bugs. Also, why are we automating if we can't reliably execute our test? Again, we might lose the purpose of the automation. It doesn't really matter if we have 100 tests or 1,000 tests. If we cannot execute them reliably, what is the purpose of automation? And lastly, and many more dilemmas, can we avoid running our test against this environment? Fortunately, the topic of this presentation is about this. So let's speak about Wiremock. Wiremock is the mock solution for our tests. What is it? Wiremock is an HTTP mock server that can be run as a library by any JVM application or a standalone process to serve canned response to particular requests. With this, what we are going to plan is to replace the environment and the backend that is deployed on that environment to execute our tests. So we are going to drive our automation tests to use Wiremock instead of the real environment or the backend that is deployed in this environment to our tests. And I know what you can think, but we are replacing the backend. Yes, it is, but we are also, the purpose of Wiremock is incomplete without a suite of integration tests that will be executed alongside the automated tests that we have on our UI. Remember, we have many different type of tests on our pyramid. We have the unit test, integration test, and then at the top we have the UI. So the idea of Wiremock and this solution for automation is to provide these reliable responses to our UI automation tests alongside the rest of the integration. So speaking of the rest of the features that Wiremock contains, what does Wiremock provide compared to other mock solutions? So it has many useful features, as including recording, playback of interactions with other API. This means that compared to other mock solutions, Wiremock does provide us the possibility of recording the communication between the client application, which can be mobile, Android, iOS, web, whatever type of client application, to be used in this communication and proxy the information, the request that are sent to this app client application to our API, recording the response from the API and generate these stubs that will work in the later as mocks for the app client application. So it's a feature that Wiremock provides to us, and it's one of the most important ones that we will test in this presentation. So we have here an example scenario, and let me introduce our agents for this presentation. So we will use a client application, which is an Android code. We also will have an API, which is an Express.js. It's a API that will be run in the background. Also, we have our testing framework that will do the automation for this presentation. And of course, we will have Wiremock that will be executed as a standalone server. But also, we will try to use Wiremock inside our code without a proper server being executed alongside our tests. So we will test these two different types of work. Also, talking about our communication setup, this is an overview. We will have first our Android application working towards the API, which is using the port 3000. And later on, what we are going to do is put Wiremock in the middle. Android application will communicate to Wiremock through this port 8080, and then Wiremock will proxy this request to the API. The API will respond Wiremock to this request. Wiremock will generate these stubs, and then it will redirect this information to the Android application to make them work as expected. So stop about theory. Let's jump out about the code. So on code, allow me to introduce the code of the agents. Here, as you can see, we have the API. It's a very simple API. It's up and running right now on the 3000 port, as you can see. And the only thing is doing is just making sure that the user mail and the password, in this case, has certain values. In case that these values matches with the expected ones, it will retrieve a 200 code. Otherwise, it will retrieve a forbidden code, which is a 403. Then we have also our Android application. Here, as you can see, we will have the Android application here. Most important thing is that now we are using our API port, which is the 3000, and then we will use a 8080 as to make it work against Wiremock. And in the end, this is a very basic user form with sending. We will send a username and password, and if it matches, then it will appear a success view. Otherwise, it will appear an error message here down below. So now, a part of this, we also have our framework, our testing framework. Here we will have two different scenarios that we will test for this presentation. We have the login success scenario, which is in the end sending the correct information to our API, later to Wiremock. We will send the correct values. We will submit these credentials, and then we should see a success message on the screen. On the other scenario, we have the login error, which in the end is just sending the wrong information to our API or Wiremock. We will submit these credentials, and then we should see an error message on the same screen that we are working. Just to save some time for the presentation, I just executed these tests right before. And as you can see, we have two different reports. Both of them are green, which means that this test is working automatically, which is great. And also a part of this, we also have our terminal where we are going to execute these Wiremock actions to set up this server and working as a standalone process. Then later we will execute it in code. So again, just to save some time, we have already prepared this command. As you can see, we are in mocks folder, which is the same folder that we have for our Java architecture file. Later on, pay attention to this folder because it will appear the files that will work as stubs for our client application. So let's go here and we will execute this command. As you can see, we have many information here. We have first the Java jar file that we are going to execute, and then we have some parameters here. Verbose is the one that it will provide a log about every single action that Wiremock is recording, and will provide this information through the terminal. Also, we have the proxy all, which is in the end, we are telling Wiremock to proxy every single communication that is being received to this IP address and port, which is the one from the API. So we're telling Wiremock to just redirect everything to the API, and later on, we have this record mappings parameter, and this record parameter is in the end just record everything that you get from this communication. So we are telling Wiremock to proxy every single request and record every single response that is retrieved and generate with this the mappings that we expect. So what we are going to do now is to execute Wiremock as a standalone process. As you can see now, is working. And what we are going to do is to make sure we are going to execute. Well, here you have the files the folders that I mentioned, files and mappings that right now are empty, but later we will see how these JSON files are being generated here. So let's go to the application, and right now the communication is the following. I'm using the API port. I have to switch to our Wiremock port here. So we make sure that right now our client application is using the port of Wiremock. So we have the second communication in place. Now the client application is working against Wiremock, and Wiremock is redirecting everything. If we go back to the client application, you will see that we don't have the information here from any response, meaning that now when we are going to execute again the credentials here, you should see some information here. Okay, this means that it's being redirected by the application of Wiremock. So let's put the credentials. So let's put them here. Also the password. With this information is the correct one. And now this application is working against Wiremock, and Wiremock will proxy this information. So again, we have here the success message. We have the response that is being executed. We have the user mail and the password, which means the API has been working. And here we have two different files, which are the mappings that Wiremock prepared for us with the following information. We have here some of the information from these actions of Wiremock. We have the URL of the resource that we are using. We have the method, which can be post, get, put, or delete, depending on the action that we did on the application. Then we have the request that we sent to Wiremock, and then we have another file here of the JSON, which is the response from Wiremock. Also, we have the code that in this case is 200. So if we open this file, we will see the response, complete response from the API to this JSON file. So, okay, we have the positive scenario. Let's try to record what will be the negative scenario. So we are going back to our client application, and I'm going just to put whatever information here, some username, some password, and again, here we have the error, which means that obviously this doesn't work. We have the information here of these values, the username and the password. And now you can see that we have different values. We have more JSON files, this one with the response from the API. And then here we have also the other request that I created with a different status code, which is a forbidden one, and also this real link that we have here. So manually, we were able to make the application work against Wiremock. Wiremock proxied all these requests to the API, and the API returned these responses, and Wiremock just generated this information from scratch with this communication proxied. So we have all the information that we need here, okay? So apart from this, what if I want to just make some changes on these JSON files? So let's see what happens. Let's allow me to change branch with a different code. And let's say that, okay, this is perfect, but we want to execute this code on automation because it's the purpose that we have here. So we can get rid of this. We are not going to need it. I believe I should be able to delete, yes. Here we can delete these files. Okay, we can also delete these files. We are not going to need them anymore. Okay, so how can we execute these mappings in automation? First thing that we need is to make sure that we have some dependencies for this for Wiremock to be used. So we have different dependencies here. We have to make sure that we are using the correct dependency to use Wiremock. Okay, we are going to build Gradle again. It's not a problem to do this very often. And now we are going to go here. In the end, we can implement this in many ways in code, but in the end, what we are going to say to Wiremock is, okay, I need you to use the mappings that I have here in this folder. So we are telling Wiremock to use this mapping and use these files under this directory. So when you are up, okay, you can see that we are setting this, creating a new instance of Wiremock server, setting up this Wiremock server, and then it will use this information from these files, from this path. And later on, after this test has been executed, we are going to close every single instance from Wiremock. So again, this is the only configuration that we need, apart of course, the information that we have regarding these mappings that we have here. So what we are going to do is just to execute these tests. Okay, so we are going to use the positive scenario of this login user case, and we are going to send we are going to use this information from user mail with the valid credentials. So let's go. Okay, I just remember that I need to close the following port because otherwise it's not going to work. Remember that we used the port 8080 here, and if we are going to tell Wiremock use the same port, this means that we are not going to set this process because it's already up and running. So we need to make sure that the standalone process is just shut down. So again, we are going to try this thing. And now we should see the reports here. And let's see what happens. So right now we are trying to log in the application, filling and submitting the credentials, and then it should work. Looking at this. So again, yes, it was working. So we had these tests working with automation by using this information right here. So a very interesting feature that is worth mentioning is that with Wiremock we are able to set many different things on the stubs. A part of recording everything, we are able to use these reports, these records in a way to adapt our stubs as we need. For example, what if for the negative case I want to let Wiremock know that for every single user mail or password that is received, it doesn't really matter which value is received, just use this stub. In other words, we want to tell Wiremock to, if it's not the correct credentials, just use the negative scenario for everything. So in order to do this, we need to use the following text. This is a very useful text that is being provided by a specific library that works alongside Wiremock. I just recommend you to search for this documentation because we have many different actions here to use for Wiremock. Also, if we are telling in this way to Wiremock, okay, if we are using any text for user mail and password, this might be using the same text that we have for the correct the valid credentials. So how can we let Wiremock know that we want to use for the correct values one stub, but for the rest we need to use a different the other stub. So in order to do this, we are using a priority key value that we have here. So we are allowed to use priorities to define our stubs, meaning that we can set, for example, for this stub, we are telling it to have a 1 value in priority. This means that this has the highest value possible. If you increase this number here, you will tell it will be a lower priority compared to the 1. So the lower priority that you are giving here to this stub, the highest priority that it will contain for the Wiremock. Okay, so okay, right now Wiremock is working in automation, but yes, this is perfect. But okay, Kilian, but what if I want to avoid using these files because I just don't want to have multiple JSON files? If I have to stop a lot of the actions from Wiremock, and I just don't want to use that many JSON files in my application, how can I avoid using this? Is there any other way? It is, in fact, there is another way to just not use these JSON files and set all our stubs that we need for our code inside our main code. So allow me to just present you this. So it's a very similar way that we have here. We can get rid of these mappings, okay? We can delete these 2 folders. It doesn't really matter, these folders, if they are empty. What we are going to do here is, as you can see, the previous configuration we had, we were telling Wiremock to use the certain path that we have here, but right now is not the case. You just commented this line, and we are not telling Wiremock to use this file. So how is this being managed? So very similar, but now we are loading the stubs in the code. So in order to do this, you can see we are loading the stubs in the code. We are using a specific builder pattern to create this. This is not mandatory for your code to make it work. But here is the magic. Here is what Wiremock needs for these stubs to be loaded when the Wiremock server is up and running. So here we are telling Wiremock to stop certain information for every single case that we need. So we are telling it to use the specific URL that we are using, a priority, what is the request that we are using. In this case, I have many different types of headers just to let them work in the same way. We also have the code response, and we also have the response body. With this, what we are going to say here is that, okay, I just loaded everything inside the code. We have the login URL that we are using, the request, every single information that we need, we have it here. So it's a different way to use these stubs without having the JSON files here, because we have this empty. So again, what we are going to do now is to execute again this test and see if it works. Okay, so we have Wiremock success. By the way, we are using here different type of parameters. Now we are using here the login success, okay, and the mocked true parameter, which is a way that we are handling to let this code to know that it has to work with mocked solution. So, okay, let's try this again. We can open the application now to see if it works. So the application is being reset, and now we should see how this is being handled, and automatically is filling the credentials, is submitting these credentials, and then it's moving to the success view because the credentials are fine. So as you can see now, there we go, we have it working. So we saw that we have different possibilities with Wiremock in order to set this Wiremock as a standalone process. We also have this possibility of having this communication manually through the app. So we are able to reproduce every single action, every single interaction in the client application to generate these files. This is a very recommended way to very easily extract these stubs. We also saw that we have the possibility of using this Wiremock through our automation testing, which is the purpose of this presentation. And also, if you don't want to handle these JSON files, there is another way to just get rid of them and try to use these stubs in our codes like this. So we saw these possibilities, and Wiremock is a very interesting tool to just don't use the environment, because it's unreliable on this way. Support, this is very important, support the part of the functionality that we are not testing with the backend with other type of testing of other integration tests. But then we have Wiremock working with UI automation tests, which is far more reliable than working with an unstable environment. So we have reached the end of the presentation. I hope you find it very useful. Again, if you have many more questions, we will see them later. And again, thank you so much for being there. I hope this have been very useful for you. And thank you so much.
All right, that was a good one from Kilian. A lot of information, very informative talk. There are some questions, of course, for Kilian, but we will have the Q&A later with the other speakers. Next up is our next speaker. It is Ahmed Hassan. Now, Ahmed has been, doing a lot of QA automation, and he's helped many startups across Europe to rise and shine. And his love for Cypress is something that brings him to the talk that he's going to give today. And Ahmed is there. I hope you're doing well, Ahmed. How are you?
Everything is good. I'm happy to be here with you guys. So glad.
Awesome. All right, Ahmed, we can get started from a zero to hero in Cypress. Take it away, Ahmed.
Yeah, perfect. I hope my screen is shared now and everybody can see it. Okay. Cool. I think it's here already. So hello guys, this is Ahmed. I've been working for a while in QA testing, and yeah, in my slide now, I just want to take you through the adventure of being as QA for many startups and for many companies, and how I went out to be and end up with automation with Cypress at the end, and why Cypress and why we're looking for new frameworks and why we should go for another option for automation than Selenium and all of this. And finally, how to dive in Cypress and how to learn it so fast. I think I assure you, if you give me some undivided attention now and go with me through these slides, I assure you, you will love Cypress and you will go to it so easily. And by the way, I'm not into anything with Cypress, but I love it, and that's it. So yeah, in these slides, I will go to the story very, very fast of the QA and automation and how it started like this, and then why we need a new automation tool. What is the need? Is there a need for an automation tool, or is just like something that comes and goes? And then fast through pros and cons of Cypress and why we should use it, then demo and deep dive. And in my deep dive, I will not try to just tell you, hey, this is how to do this, this is how to do this, but I will try to get you through the process of learning, which is, okay, now we wanted to locate the element. How should we do this? So let's go and search it. So for me, learning by example is the best, and it is very, very nice and good way to learn, and it's fast. So an introduction. Here's the story of QA and automation. If you go back in the old days of QA, when it started, we didn't have anything called QA, if you remember that. So it was just a table of code that is going through a machine and then it works. And then with time, they found a bug inside of this paper or whatever they called it at that time that make the app not working. And from that time, they call it a bug. So yeah, from that time until now, everybody's like, oh, before we execute the app, let's look if there's a bug or anything around that make the app doesn't work. And that goes on and goes on. And then we make the app in a software thing, not like these tapes. And then some people were like, oh, we need to have another eye to look for any issues, any bugs in the code. And then that works until it was 2004. They in ThoughtWorks, they feel like it's a lot of things that is repeated. Then, oh, let's do some automation. Then they created Selenium. Then they went to Google, then they mix it in Selenium WebDrive, and since that time till now, most of the people are still using Selenium, which is good and bad as well. And if you look at this transition between everything, so they used Selenium in automation, and then some people try to make a tool out of the tool, so they make like UF test, Tricentis, put their things on it, UFT. But most of the time, this tool doesn't give you the whole capability of doing whatever you want. It's always like complication. No, you can't do this. That's why everybody like using some tool and then going back to Selenium. So using tool, then going back to Selenium, because Selenium is power. It gives you everything you want. But if you look at it, everything is so upgraded now. Everything is so new. It's evolved, the web evolved, but Selenium is still the dominating one, which is not nice. But thankfully, later this year's, the past couple of years, we see Cypress, we see Protractor, we see Playwright, a lot of JavaScript, which is amazing. And for me, the one code I really like from Cypress is the web has evolved. Finally, testing has to. Why everything is evolved and we're still using the same old Cypress? Yeah, they have a new version, but it's old in its way of thinking. Like, if everything is now working on the web, why we're still using an app to do it? Why not doing the automation on the web to be run on the Chrome itself instead of just doing it on our machine? If everything now is asynchronous, like Angular, React, everything is working like this now, why are we still using the old Selenium? Why we're not using a language or a framework that is asynchronous by nature? And this idea really blown my mind because it gives you many options. Like, wow, automation can be like that easy. Like, really, I mean it, that easy. And why? And still not that easy, and doesn't have a lot of limitation, but it gives you the ability to do whatever you want. And that is the point, because before, some tools has came and doesn't give you the full freedom. Now imagine you have Selenium, full powerful for freedom, but which a version that's super evolved, asynchronous, on the web, debugging, everything's amazing. And I will go you through this, and that's why we really need something that is more evolved. Because to be honest, I'm sick of the stale element. I hate that. Yeah, now you're working with dynamic things. Why still so not dynamic in locating and all of this? And the thing that I really love about Cypress too, like this is, I hope you can see it, but this yellow one, this is Cypress, this is Selenium, and the green one is Cypress, and this is how community loves it. You can see that Cypress Selenium is going more linear, and this is Cypress going not exponentially, but yeah, like n log n or n squared, like going so fast. This is how the comment's going on. It is updated so often, and this is what you like about something that you can learn, that people love it, that it's going to be much better in the future, and it's going to be better and better and better and better. That's what something that you should put your eyes on, because I mean, if you came here and start learning it, man, like in 2 years you would be so early in learning it, and this is the perfect time to learn when you just going so up. So for me,
Ahmed, one quick request: if you could turn your camera off and increase the font size a bit, then it will appear a little bigger for the audience.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hope, yeah, I hope it can. Yeah, I have a big screen. Sorry. Yeah. So you can see here. Yeah, this is Cypress, the green one. This is Selenium, the yellow one, and this is with time how many pull requests happening. And this is yeah, here's the comments as well. You can see like the new thing, how it's going faster and faster and faster and faster, which is really amazing. And yeah, I really like that, and it says a lot about the future. So why Cypress, and why it has all of this hype, and why everybody's now just leaving Selenium for Playwright, Cypress, or I would say here, why these new JavaScript tools. So for me, it has many things, and I would talk about them a lot, but I don't want to waste a lot of time, but I'll try to go a bit fast through them. So first, it's super easy and powerful, and this is the new thing about automation tool, because if you have a tool, it is super easy, yeah, but it is not powerful. You don't have the full freedom about everything because it's a bit complicated. And then you can do everything with it. You can end-to-end, you can do component testing, you can do the unit tests, you can do the APIs. It's like all in one. Like imagine you're doing everything with one thing. It's amazing. And this is one of the favorite features for me, which is capture the DOM snapshot while executing and time traveling. Like imagine that something happened while you're running your testing, and then you can go back to that time, in that moment in time, and you check the DOM, what happened to the DOM, why it's doing like this. So for me, the debuggability is crazy amazing, and we will look into it. I know it's not clear when you say it's nice, and it's like this time travel, going back, you can't imagine it, but we can go through it and you see how it looked like. And then the async nature of the framework, it is amazing. It is hard in the beginning to learn, but with time you have this mentality of async testing, which is a must now in these JavaScript, React, Angular, new life. So it is really, really one of the biggest feature, amazing things in this. The automatic waiting as well. It's not easy because of the thing. And if you're working a lot with Selenium, you know what it means by stale element, like enough. Really, I mean it, enough stale elements. Yeah, and this is thanks to the dynamic waits. So also a good thing that you can do it with is you can do spies, stops, clocks inside included. You don't need to do anything extra, but everything is included. It's good that you can execute in real time and you see exactly what is happening through the dashboard, and then finally there is some reporting included in there. So you have everything. The CI is included. You can not include it, but it's so easily put in the CI of most of the most known clouds up there. So yeah, and now we can see a very, very fast, nice demo. So here we are. What I did is just I get pull Cypress, like get Cypress through Yarn. How to get it is here we go, and here's the way we need to look at it. So first you go to Cypress and then installing Cypress. Here you go, only this. So npm install Cypress, or if you're using Yarn, you can add Yarn, add Cypress, and this is how you download it. And after you finish, downloading is finished, all you need is you do Yarn Cypress open, and then it opens like this and tells you, hello, what you want to do, end-to-end testing or component testing. Because I started end-to-end already, so yeah, and you can choose a browser you want, and ta-da, here it is. Here is the dashboard for controlling everything, and here's your tests. So I have it here. So here the test in the end-to-end. You put all your tests, demo CY, whatever. So now I said second test, CY, TS, and you have another test here. It appears here, and you can create it from here as well. It is like that. So just what I did is just downloading, install Cypress, and then Cypress open to open it, and then you find this and this where you can run all your tests, do whatever you want. So here we go. Here's the test. Here's where you spend most of your time writing tests. And here's how easy it is to write tests. And if you have ever worked with any JavaScript frameworks for your testing, you will be so familiar with these described before IT. It is super simple. So here we go. We start the test with describe. Hello, we have a test called whatever. Demo playing around. And then before is before, and you also have before all. And then you also have after. And then IT, which is test case. So now in very simple word, you have describe for making a test suite. You have this before and after, and then you have your tests. So here's in before we did something. We did cy.visit that link. Let's see what happened if we did that. So we save and we go there, we click on demo, and now we started this. So here we go. It went to the visit. So just imagine, do you remember how we're doing it in Selenium? Creating a browser and then taking them from the WebDriver and then instance and then, oh shit, here, CY visit. This is everything. This is alles. Yeah. And then, yeah, you just do another thing here. For example, we did that. You come here, it's already done. It's if you save, you see. That easy. Everything you can see it, make you doing it so fast. So now what I want is I want to get this username Okay, so I want to get the username and I want to type something in it. So if you remember about testing, you need three things. First, to allocate the element. Second is do something, an action, and then you assert that the action has happened. Okay, so now here we did visit this. We just want to make sure that it happened. So yeah, like, hey, make sure that the username is visible. Let's not look at this for now, and let's see how we do the login. So we have the username. What is the name of the username? It has ID called username. Cool. Then we go here, how to get an element in Cypress. You go here. To get an element in Cypress, it is like this. Get the input. This is if you want to get it by an element. Here's if you want to do it with a class. Here's if you want to do it with any attribute. Here's how we do it with an href. Here's if you want to do it with an ID. Here's if you have the ID. Okay, easy. So it's like get and then selector. Okay, perfect. So you come here, cy.get, and then selector is ID is a username. Okay, we can make it easier like this. Username, get the username. And then after you getting the username, we want to type something. So you come here and you say, I don't know how you do type, but you know, because you did testing before, you know how to do type. So you can easily say type on element in Cypress. So you come here, okay, type is dot type, and then you write the text. Easy. Okay, I never know how to do it, but now I know. So username the type, and then you type the text. What is the text? It is a username. Okay, perfect. And then we see if what happens. So we'll come back and look. So here you go. And this is what I mean by time traveling. So here it is typing. I wish I can show you more, but yeah. Here's what first visiting, then getting username, asserting it's visible. This is what happened here. And then now the IT get username, type get username, and then type whatever. And then here you see, like, here's when you click on it, and here's after you write. Wow, this is amazing. Like, let's take a moment and think about it. Now, if shit happened when you're working, you can easily just come here, run it, go through everything. Okay, it didn't work because of blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that saves a lot of time. That really saves a lot of time if you think about it. So this ability to go back through the test and know what exactly happened, this dumb flying back, this flying back to time and seeing everything is happening is amazing. Not only this, but you come here and you can just inspect and see what was happening in the DOM at that time, why it failed. And this is really amazing. Let's go one more step forward. So now we have get the username and then write the username. What about getting the password now? I'm zooming so much. Yeah, I hope you can see. So now we're getting the password. What is the password? It has an ID of password. Okay, perfect. So username, password, the type, password. And then after this, we want to click login. Let's imagine that login doesn't have anything and we're doing it in a very bad way, which is search a place that is called login and click on it. This is bad, but just for sake of the demo. So cy dot, I want to get it like this. How can I do it? Okay, let's go to Google. Cypress, I will do Cypress. Get element that contains text. I don't know how to do it, but let's see. So first link, the item element contain more than, okay, this is exactly what I want. So it's dot contain, and then you put the content that you want. Okay, copy, pasting forever. So dot contain, what is the one thing that we want? It was login. Okay, Mr. Login. Dot, oh shit, how can we click? Let's see if Google can, if the code can help me with that. Is there a click? Oh shit, there's a click. Okay, super easy. Okay, save, and then it runs by its own. So first get element contain, and then login. Click didn't work. Why? Then I want to try and expect to find content login, but never find it. Sheesh, what is happening? Seems like we write it in a wrong way, maybe. So you go and debug, but here it's you can easily come here and say, let's say why. So after, if you go back to time, here you get the username. Here type, it type it already. Password, okay. Type the password already. Contains login. It doesn't find it. Maybe because it's lowercase. I don't know. Let's see. So login. Click. Let's go back. So see why it contains something. It didn't click. Maybe we have many. I don't know. Expected to find login, but never did. Okay. Interesting. Let's see if it has a content. It doesn't have the input, but it has a value called login. Okay, then we do it like this. So we do it like this. Sorry. So now we're trying to get it with the attribute. Value equal login. And then we click. Then we go back. What the heck is happening? That's weird. Oh, contain, I'm sorry. Yeah, and now it worked. And then we can assert. How can we assert? We go to ask Google. Assert the URL Cypress. The first one, as always, cy.url. Okay, this is how you get it. cy URL, you get the URL. Okay, let's see an example. Okay, then cy URL should contain whatever. Yeah. Then we do it here. After we do it, cy URL should be, I don't know, this inventory. It should have inventory. So we can do include inventory. So it should include inventory. Yeah. And then we go back and we check what is happening. Yeah. First username clicked, they type, get the password, type whatever inside, get the value, type, get the login, click on it, check the URL, and expect that it has inventory. Okay, because I don't want to take more than my time, but the point out of this is that it is so easy to learn. It is very straightforward, like very straightforward. You want something like how to get, how to type, how to do an action. So now we get action, allocate the element. We typed inside of the element. We did some assertion, and we didn't know anything. You just Google it, like Google how to do URL. and the documentation is amazing, so you go through it like this. Some people decide, okay, let's go through all the documentation, read everything. I don't think it's a good way to learn, but the good way to learn is starting with a demo like this, and then, okay, let's click on some products, let's add to some cart, let's go here. Oh shit, how can I click on here and then make sure it is take out like this? How can I do an APIs? It's as simple as cy.request. You do cy request and then you type whatever you want to request what, and then this is how you do an API. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Like, it is so super easy. That's why I'm talking about. And yeah, the thing is, it is learnable in a very easy, straightforward way, that you do it with like this. Like, you go through a website, how to do check a URL, you click it, you find it. How to do blah blah blah, you check it, you click it, and you find it. And it is this simple and this easy. I hope that you learned something out of this and you enjoyed the session. And yeah, I think I'm on time now. So yeah, thank you. And by the way, his reports, and feel free to reach out to me anytime. This is my LinkedIn, and yeah, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Thank you so much, and yeah, if you have any question, please reach out.
That was awesome from Ahmed. Very nice presentation, very good talk, a lot of information. It's time to move on to our next speaker. Next speaker today is Marcel Veselka. He is the co-founder and principal software tester at Tessina, and he was previously working as a test analyst and has moved into test management roles, catering to projects in core banking implementations and transformations in integration and performance testing. That's pretty cool. Marcel is also a former vice president of the Czech and Slovak Software Testing Board, which is a regional ISTQB board, and is an enthusiast talking about a lot of cool stuff, the trendy stuff like automation, DevOps, testing in Scrum, AI, machine learning, and autonomous testing. And today he's going to be talking about autonomous testing, how to build a testing bot. So let's hear it from Marcel.
Welcome to the talk about autonomous testing and how to build your own testing bot. This is the idea. I fell in love several months ago, and I believe this is the next stage of software testing era. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Marcel Veselka. I'm in testing almost for 20 years. I really love mountains, running, and wine, whatever order you choose. And I would like to talk about the topic of autonomous testing in these 4 steps. First, I would like to just maybe discuss or explain what I feel is wrong with testing. Then I would like to focus on autonomous testing. How does it work? How it could help us? How we could build it? And then I would like to share our experience and results. Before going into the details, let me also introduce the company where we are building it. And this is actually side project in Tessina. Tessina is company which provides software testing services and also training in many flavors of software testing. We also build our tools like VOPI, which is one of the tools I will be demo today. So what's wrong with testing? You might ask, or I asked. And let me first maybe explain current era, how we distinguish testing. And I don't believe that's the right one, but let's start with something we call manual testing. And manual testing was first time recognized in 1979, so it's pretty old idea. And then just a couple of years later, automation came to our teams and we start discussing automation. And manual testing is often criticized because it's too slow and sometimes boring, especially regression testing might be pretty boring. And automation nowadays, people are coming again that it's slow, but it's slow to develop and maintain. But sometimes we are finding out that in some cases, when you scale your test automation, it's becoming again a bit slow, and you deal with that speed and the way how how to improve it. And it often require, not often, it always requires test automation, almost every time requires test development skills or programming skills. So that's not easy to organize and deliver proper testing to our colleagues in IT. And when GitLab asked the question, what is the biggest reason for delays in DevSecOps teams or in DevOps teams, 47% of companies complained about testing. So they claimed that 47 companies claimed that the testing is number one reason for delays. And being a testing professional, I really don't like that. And I would like to maybe go into more details because this delays, we believe that test automation could fix it. The test automation will be quicker than manual testing. And I would like to share why the test automation was a perfect idea to do it, but now it's time maybe to move on. So in era of manual testing, we did some analysis and design, then we built the test cases. Often it was just test data preparation, and then we execute and maintain. But we find out that this test execution is pretty demanding. We spend a lot of efforts to execute the test. Often the functionality was delivered late to testing, and we didn't have enough time to do it. So somebody said, okay, so let's maybe automate the execution. So we start automating execution, and what happened that we just moved that problems of execution into maintenance and build, because in manual era or with manual approach, let's not call it era, but with manual approach, you almost don't have maintenance, or you maintain as you run the test cases. You just fix the test script or test case when you find out that it's not up to date. And the build itself is basically just maybe test data preparation. But by introducing test automation, we introduce also a new kind of problems, because we need to build or program the robots to execute the test cases and later maintain these scripts to be able to rerun the tests. And if you run one cycle or one test case just once manually and once following some automation approach, you found out that there is no benefit to doing it. But in bigger scale, when you add more and more test cycles or you rerun the test cases, you find out that this was a good approach. But this was kind of ideal scenario when your maintenance was not heavy, so you apply proper test automation approach, and you had almost kind of ideal situation. But what if that speed of development was so quick that you was not able to cope with them and maintain quick enough? What if you spent too much time on maintenance? Then maybe the test automation was not so easy to fix the problem of speed. Or what if you didn't have that proper capacity or skills to start programming your test cases? So these were, and these are still kind of challenges we are facing in automation or test automation. Usually the maintenance and build of new test cases takes heavily much more time than we would do it with manual approach. And we are also lacking of capacities. There are not so many people in testing, especially in traditional teams, who are able to quickly learn new test automation tools or programming in general. So is this challenge or opportunity? How we could increase the speed even more, how we could reduce the technical complexity, and how we could save even more effort? Is there any approach? And when I was searching for some ideas, I just found out that somebody introduced autonomous testing, and I said, oh, that's a pretty nice idea. It's basically approach where you are trying to remove any human intervention from testing. And it sounds a bit crazy as well as interesting, because that's not, you cannot nowadays follow this approach ultimately. You cannot build or apply any kind of approach where you would completely remove humans from testing. I just want to state it here, because this sounds like just remove the people and apply AI and machine learning, and this doesn't work like that. Let me clarify it in few next slides. But before that, it probably brings a lot of benefits like speeding up, lowering maintenance, reducing total testing cost, and so on and so on. But if I list all that benefits and I look at that, I just finding out that these are automation goals. Test automation should bring all these benefits. And when I saw it first time, it was pretty painful, because from that excitement about autonomous testing, I just find out that automation, autonomy is just better automation. But even if it's just better automation, I still believe it worked to deal with it. But how to build that better test automation? How to build our own testing bot? And I was trying to follow two different approaches, and one was very simple, like evolution, how we could improve what we have, how we could maybe generate the tests or scripts, how we could automatically maintain that, how we could automatically select the test cases to execute, and so on and so on. And after that, I was just trying to dig into more details, and I was also considering maybe there need to be some revolution. Maybe we cannot just evolve what we have. But let's see. Let me first analyze how this test automation and test autonomy goes together. So when you are trying to build your autonomous testing, as I said, we are trying to automate all the activities. So not only test execution, but also design and analysis, planning, build, maintenance, and also even result analysis should be somehow automated. But to do so, you need to collect a lot of data, process them, and then build some algorithms or models, if viewish, let's say. So you start exploring and collecting data of your app, then you analyze and build a model, then you test the model and optimize it, and then you just execute the tests and evaluate the results. And if you look at this schema, it looks like completely new approach. This doesn't fit into test automation or in testing at all. It's something special and new. But I didn't want to accept that statement. So I start building some mapping to my existing testing approach. So if you go into the details, you often in autonomous testing skip kind of analysis and design because this is generated during the build, or you might consider this build also covering analysis and design. Then you execute the tests, and then you evaluate the test results and maintain that test cases automatically. So for that, if you trying to map these activities into standard testing approach, you need to introduce some features. And for the features, or these features need to somehow cover that new activities we are introducing into our kind of traditional or old view on testing. And for that, for instance, for maintenance, you need to introduce self-healing. For maybe result evaluation, you need to have some deviation classification to be able to understand why the test's failing and to be able to analyze the results of the test execution. You need to introduce some autonomous interaction with your system under test or application under test. You need to be able to recognize the objects to interact with your application. You need to also automate your assertions. You maybe need to build your page object models automatically. You need to be able to automatically select test cases to execute or to execute first. You need to be able to maybe generate your test cases from documentation automatically, or many other similar features. So to make your automation better or more mature, there are plenty of ideas already on the market. So many companies are trying to build or evolve the automation tools into autonomous testing tools. And these are just a few examples of the features. And now I would like to show you the tools you could play with if you want to explore that ideas, the topics. And in order to build these ultimate autonomous testing tools, you basically need to integrate and cover all these features. You need to integrate all these features and cover all the gaps we have in automation nowadays. So this is kind of evolutionary approach. And when I was exploring the ideas and when I was trying to find out how I could use autonomous testing, I find this interesting statement. If I had asked people what they want, they would have said faster horses. This is a statement from Henry Ford, and it just provoked me to question myself whether it's a good approach just evolve what we already have, or we need to completely start from the scratch or completely rethink the idea. So then I was trying to do it in different way. And I said, okay, if I would need to build a tool like the one I was talking about, so removing all the human efforts, maybe I would like to have something like this. I would like to have one screen with two fields and one button to provide a some coordinates where the application could be found. It could be linked to web app or some package of mobile application. And then I would like to have a number of test cases. And then I would like to have one button to run the tests. Maybe even the number of test cases shouldn't be provided. Maybe the bot itself should decide. And after some time, I would expect some reports to say whether the app is good or not. So I was searching for such a tool, and surprisingly, there is no such a tool providing this functionality for me. And I think I'll need to admit something. To build such a tool, you need to have the same or very similar features I was talking about before, but you are starting from different side. Instead of slowly replacing that automation functionalities and moving to that autonomy, you are starting from autonomy and trying to picking up that automation features which could help you to build it up. And for that, I would like to show you also how or what we are trying to achieve and build, because we believe that it's maybe easier building autonomous tool and picking up automation features to be integrated rather than evolving existing automation features into autonomous testing tools. So we decided to build a tool called VOPI, which is Autonomous Testing Platform, where you easily set up your bot, then monitor your testing results, and you also teach the bot how it should test the application. Very raw and very first screenshot is on the right side. I'll also show you a very quick demo in the next slides. And we decided we will propose or we will try to build it in a way that there will be something called assistant. And then we will have autonomous bot, which is all control via commander. That's the front end I had on previous slide. And for that tool, we believe that assistants might be good plug and play solutions for your existing framework. So if you automate in Cypress or Playwright or Selenium with robot framework or whatever other tool, you could easily use this platform to integrate it by setting up one config file, and you do not need to touch your test cases. And we will be able to introduce autonomous assertion into your existing testing scripts. But this is just one half of that functionality. We believe that autonomy should be without any scripting. That's why we are building our bot to crawl the app, collect the data, prepare the model, and then test based on that model built in a brain. It's very simple. You just initially set it up, then you execute your test cases, and you review the deviations and handle bugs if there are any spotted. To explain how we are trying to build the bot and the brain, as we call it, I would like to introduce this simple graph of the app. We are providing the URL. As I said, this is the link to application, and bot crawl the application and generates these interactions. So we know how it could go through different screens by interacting with some locators. And once we have built this map, we randomly ask bot to go to different part of application to validate whether the application look the same or different one. For that validation, we are using visual assertion or visual testing. You might know from Applitools or Percy, we are using open source tool visual regression tracker nowadays, but we will soon replace it with our own solution because there is some machine learning functionality missing in these tools. Maybe there are some exceptions, but we will need to build our own. So once we have this map built, then we randomly generate the test cases. So you could see this 5 examples of test cases, and the bot randomly select one of the circle or node, as we call it, and navigate to that node and collect the new actual screenshots and compare with baselines. And we find out that there might be a lot of stupid and maybe more advanced bugs you could find or spot just basically based on visual checks. And for this, we are building 2 strategies. One is pixel perfect, where you really want to rely on the application that it's always the same. And then we have some dynamic assertion where we are working with machine learning model and similarities to assess the results. Very quick demo. I would like to show you how that app works by running this video. So once you run the bot, you are collecting all the results into this front end. We also embed this visual regression tracker. This is new screen where we don't have any baseline. But once you collect the baseline, you can see that on 12 run, we already have some test cases passing, because this interaction with buy now button and any other screens work okay. And for this, we generate completely the scripts autonomously. All the locators, everything is generated. So you just need to click the button new run and then wait for some results. First, test suites are not very good because it's just for learning, and once the bot learn, then it could easily do the regression testing. And this is important. We are building regression testing bot, and the autonomous platform is now dedicated for regression testing. Let me continue with the next slide. But we know that this is not easy, and we need a few more, maybe months or years to complete that challenge, or to build a tool. And I believe we are not the only one. So I would like to share some challenges we are facing, and I believe you would face as well if you decide to go for that approach. The first one, and that's maybe the biggest motivator for us, is that there is no single integrated end-to-end testing tool which provides autonomous capabilities. So if you want to build it, you need to integrate a lot of existing solutions, or you need to build it from the scratch. Or another option is just wait while somebody will build it. According to the Gartner research, the autonomous should grow very quickly next few years or next couple of years. So maybe we are too early here, and if you wait 2 or 3 years, it'll come anyhow. But we are also finding out that pioneering this idea require sometimes even more technical skills, which is kind of paradox, because I expected that autonomy could help us to remove technical complexity from test automation. But this is not the case when you are trying to build a tool. Once you have that framework or the tool established, it will be much easier and better to maintain and run. But nowadays, it's not easy to deal with. Next one is that we are introducing new and a bit different metrics, and sometimes people don't believe to the new ones, or they are skeptical about that, because you are not saying this test passed or failed as we have it in automation, but we are saying because of machine learning, that this test failed with probability of 76 or maybe 85%. And when you are coming from automation world where you believe to your code because what you write, that happens, now you are facing that statistical kind of approach where you never know whether the results are correct or not because of that machine learning. Another interesting view on the metrics is that we could generate unlimited number of test cases. So what's the scope, how to cope with it, what is the important part of that scope, and so on and so on. So many new problems are introduced by solving that autonomous testing approach. And another pretty difficult challenge is expectation. When I'm talking to the people, I sometimes feel like I'm stupid because they are staring on me. They are very skeptical. And they sometimes say that this will never work. This is like maybe test automation 10 years ago. But on the other hand, there are extremely high expectation. There are some people who fall in love with the idea and they don't admit that this could not work for all the cases. They expect that they could replace entire testing team by applying this approach. So this is pretty tough to, especially working somewhere between these two groups where ones are saying it's stupid, it won't work, never, that this is not that idea you could apply. On the other hand, there are super optimistic people saying, yes, let's start tomorrow. I don't need any more testers. And the truth is somewhere between. And there are many other, but this is something I believe we are ready for now. And that's another talk why we are ready now for that challenge. But I believe these solutions or these challenges could be solved and we could bring already some nice tooling into testing, which will remove a lot of, I would say, stupid activities from our daily lives. And we could push the test automation further, and we could push test automation to more autonomous testing approaches. So let me very quickly summarize. What's wrong? I think nothing really, but I believe we could do it better, and now it's already time to move on after so many years with test automation, manual testing approaches. Let's introduce something new. Second, what's the autonomous testing? I was talking about that. It's just better test automation, I believe. And I believe it's time to go with the new ideas into our teams and introduce more automation, not only in test execution. How to build it? You could wait, or you could do it yourself by coding and integrating existing solutions. Another experience with that topic, it'll require a lot of technical knowledge, but I believe autonomous testing is already applicable. In many cases, it's just for very simple solutions or simple problems. And my advice would be, do not over-expect or do not over-promise what it could do. Thank you for watching and listening. I hope you are now excited as I am about autonomous testing. And if you are interested in more details or you would like to try the tool or maybe share your experience and your tools applying autonomous testing idea, just contact me via LinkedIn or via email on this slide. Thank you very much.
All right, fantastic session there by Marcel. Good thought around autonomous testing. I have a bunch of questions for our speakers, and I already have Kilian here on the stream, Marcel, and I should have Ahmed as well.
Hello, good afternoon, guys.
Fantastic. Well, great session, gentlemen. All the talks were really informative. A lot of curiosity generated, a lot of questions coming your way, and I would dive right in. And you know what? I'm going to turn my camera off because I'm having bandwidth issues. So, but you three will be on the screen, and you'll still be able to hear me.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so the first question is for Kilian, and the question is, can Wiremock automate tests on the web view inside the app?
Yes, it does. Actually, Wiremock what needs is to have some request pointing to its port when it's set up as a server, as a standalone server or standalone process. So it doesn't really matter what is in place for the client application. You can use a native one or a web view in this case, and it's just the only thing that it needs Wiremock to work. And with that, it will work with these mappings that has been created because of the recording action or because it's also contained before the mapping. So it doesn't really matter what is built in the app to automate tests with Wiremock.
Okay, fantastic. So there is a follow-up, not exactly a follow-up, but a question along the same lines. How do I differentiate between scenarios that are attached with Wiremock JSON files?
So I believe that this question was talking about if we need to specifically know what are the JSON files that every scenario needs to work with. With this, I would say that is you don't need to actually know what are the JSON files. The only thing that Wiremock needs is to have the URL request mapped, which means that as long as you have this mapping request with a proper response inside any JSON file or inside the code, is the only thing that Wiremock needs. So for you as a QA, you will only need to make sure that your request has been mapped properly, and with that, the test should work in an automatic way. You don't need to pay attention to anything else.
That's interesting. So here's one which kind of overlaps with the talk that Ahmed also gave. So why using Wiremock rather than mocking it inside a Cypress test?
So I think it obviously depends on what you are using for your company or every situation that the project is being involved. But compared to other mock services, what Wiremock caught my eye, or let's say the feature that caught my eye in Wiremock was the capability to proxy every single request and to record automatically the request, meaning that you don't need to search for documentation on how the APIs are working, what are the expected requests that it needs, the JSON fields that you need for the request, also what are the possible response. You don't need to do anything like that because Wiremock is able to proxy the request to a real API and generate these mappings for you. So sometimes we face the situation where we work with developers or in a team that documentation is not often as good as we would like. So the capability that that Wiremock provides to you is that you are able to work by yourself, and if you have the scenarios that you want to automate, you know the actions that will use with the application, then you are able to record these mappings and generate these steps by yourself. So that's mainly the point that I saw when I was comparing with other mock services.
Okay, fantastic. That explains. Well, now there are a bunch of questions for Ahmed. So Ahmed, putting you on the spot. How about elements inside shadow root? Is it simple? Is it that simple?
It is that simple, but I didn't have any problem with that. But sometimes when you're working inside a web view, for example, that sometimes create an issue. But for me, the shadow root, what is the problem? What you want to do inside of it? If you want to test it like normal testing, locating and doing something, I didn't have any problem with that. It's very straightforward. So I don't know exactly what you mean by is it simple?
Okay,
But for me,
whoever has
it's
asked this
simple.
question maybe could rephrase it, or if somebody, if Kilian, you have some thoughts around it, maybe, I don't know, if you want to.
Well, as this was a question regarding Cypress, I haven't had the opportunity
Okay.
to work with Cypress.
Fair
So
enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. So Ahmed, this is an interesting one. According to Google, Cypress does not have support for XPath selectors. What's the best alternative?
I really like that question. Yeah, but let's look about locating elements. If you're locating element, the best practices is to use a test ID. And this is very stating so obvious, like test ID is the best. If you don't have test ID, you go to ID, you go to classes, you're trying to make something very unique. But as we used to in Selenium, we most of the time use XPaths. So people come with this mentality to Cypress, like, oh, we want to use XPath, but what would you want to use XPath? Let's go to do best practices. Let's use test ID. But if you don't have a test ID and you're like, oh, this is the only way to do it, only to do XPaths, you can still use XPaths in Cypress. You can I'm not sure if it's now. I think now it is. Yeah, I just checked it when I was doing the test. Yeah, it is now supported using Cypress. It is
Okay.
supported already.
Okay, the next question is for you, Marcel, and the question really is, okay, it says, thank you, Marcel, super interesting. One question, does the system under test need to have a UI, or will WUPI work directly on backend and APIs too?
Okay, and maybe just to clarify, I was not presenting the WUPI itself. I'm trying to, how do you say that, convince you about the idea of autonomy, and that was only example how you could do it. I think you could apply this, let's call it better automation or autonomous approach into any testing. And I think one of that area is security testing, where there are guys already doing this autonomy. They have some set of checks and they run the bots against your app. So you could use you could use the similar approaches for the API testing. But what we are trying to build under the WUPI, the tool we are building, is visually based tool. So we are trying to guess whether the application works correctly or not based on the screenshots. And we are starting with the screenshots. We have also some other ideas to read some browser memory, to maybe also monitor the speed and add any other signals which we could collect from that interaction with the app. But for us, UI or the visual is that baseline or that oracle based on which we would like to assert the application. But very similar approaches could be applied for API testing as well, but not under the tool we are building, or not yet, and not next year, definitely. I hope I was clear enough and short enough.
Okay, so here is a question which I was also curious about. Have you reached a part of improving the bot by learning from past mistakes?
I don't know exactly what was meant by the question, but there could be two things. One is the reinforcement learning, which could be, this is machine learning algorithm we experiment with. That's one. And we didn't go there yet. But what we are now trying to build is that we collect set of pictures like for instance, product detail. So imagine that you have Amazon.com web page, and every product detail looks different. And what we are now building is the assertion algorithm that we collect 15, 20 different pictures. And we are trying to build model where we say, okay, the product detail should look like this. And then we are able, based on some algorithm, measure how far is that screen you collect during the test execution. And
Okay,
if
so
this
basically,
visual
what you're
distance
trying to do is use supervised learning to build sort of a model for yourself where you can have a proper classification or categorization saying.
No, this is not supervised. This is we have some partner to help us with this machine learning stuff. So I don't want to try to play the expert here. But what we are trying to do, we provide set of pictures, then we build a model, and whenever the bot executes the step, it collects the screenshot, and we are getting via some kind of REST API the visual distance of that screenshot. So then we are able to say, okay, it exceeds a certain threshold, so it's probably some problem with that. And then you need to manually intervene into the step and say, yes, this is failure or this is okay, and we retrain the model if it's correct. Or it's failure and we just improve the model by the failure. And you could say, I would like to have this manual or human intervention if it's not really about 80% threshold, but if it's something between 60 and 80, I would like to see, and if it's below 60, it's definitely failure. So you have some levels, but these are all kind of experiments we are running now, which will then later be introduced as a feature of the tool. We are in pretty early stage, but I believe this is something which has potential, and I'm trying to bring the idea up and try maybe inspire other guys to work on the similar things, so then we can share the experience and maybe help each other.
Okay. So here is a question for you, Kilian. Can Wiremock also be used for manual testing? And additionally, can it be used for apps with high security requirements, such as banking?
Yeah, definitely. The good thing of Wiremock is that you can, speaking about the first question, you have the possibility to execute Wiremock locally in your machine as a tester, and you can make sure that your application is working with a Wiremock in that regard. Or you can have Wiremock as a standalone process inside deployed in a specific environment or in a specific way that you can use Wiremock for that. So in case of web, it's clear that you can access to a specific environment to do that. In case of mobile testing, you will probably need to align with the developer team in order to make sure that your build is pointing to that configuration. So, and yeah, answering also the second question because of this, because if you generate a build that may use mock services or mock information, can be difficult to handle this in a security way. But you have to make sure that those builds never reach production, for example, and make sure that those builds are being used by the testers in order to make sure that the application is working fine. So in short, for manual testers, there are plenty of possibilities to use Wiremock in a local way or to be deployed as a standalone process that you can access with applications, making sure that those applications are working with this standalone process. So definitely it has potential to work in a manual way.
All right. Ahmed, the next question is for you. How if the element does not have any unique class or ID to select? If we use contains, it will be impacted to automation running time. I see some bad grammar, but I hope you were able to get that.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, let's divide it to two again, because if the element doesn't have a unique class name, ID, or select, if we go to the best practices, I would go to the code itself and add the test ID, make something unique. If it doesn't have something unique, I will try in any way to try to find something unique, because I don't want to have a flaky test. Because what is the point? If I can't like make sure 100% it is 100% unique, then I'll just create something unique for it. But let's just talk about the case that I don't have the ability to do it, to change the code itself. And it is what it is. So for me, in these cases, I always try to be more smart in selecting the element. I never used XPaths with Cypress because you have the other option. So let's say, for example, you have a login button. So I would say I try to find a parent that has a unique ID. So let's say the login frame itself, the big dev have an ID. So I go for the big dev ID. Let's say it's called login. So I go through it and then try to find something inside it, a button. And when that button contains login, whatever. So I always try not to use contains as much as I can. But if this is the only way to select it, because everything is dev, everything is so vague, I will go for parent ID and then go inside that parent ID and try to find that element that I want. And then the question is that impacting the automation running time? I would say definitely not, because why would it impact the time in these small milliseconds? It's not that big deal, I guess. Yeah. So if you lower the context of searching, it is much faster. If I say, okay, get that parent, try to find inside it login, that makes life easy. Otherwise, you always go for the test ID when you can. You just edit the code, put something special explicitly, and then, yeah, this is the best way, because you're not want a flaky test at the end of the day. So yeah, I hope I can answer it.
Okay, thank you for that. The next one, as a newbie, so the best test framework to start nowadays with QA automation would be Cypress.
Come on. Yeah, that depends, because I always like to put the market and what are you looking for. So let's say if you're in Berlin, you're targeting startups, I would go for Cypress, because I just want to hop inside the career and then learn by practice, learn by example, do more. So I would say, look at the market, hop inside with any automation tool, and then learn. I wouldn't say Cypress is the best, because it is so simplified and everything is super easy, and then you don't get the big picture sometimes. Some people say, yeah, start with Java and Selenium, you get the big picture, OOB, everything, and then when you transit to Cypress, it makes more sense, everything is more clear. But it is not always the case. I always like to see the market be around it and what I'm looking for. I'm looking for startups, then yeah, it's a cool idea to start with Cypress, to hop into the market, start working, learn by doing, and then learn by this way. Is Cypress good for a newbie? 100%, because it makes you start so fast. And this is the most important thing for a newbie, is to hop into the job so fast, learn by doing, and then instead of just learning things that you might use, might not use, you just hop and see what's good for you, and then you learn by this way. For me, learning by example or practicing is the best way to learn. So I would say it depends on the market, and yeah, it is a nice way to start.
Okay. By the way, I quite like the birds chirping in the background. I don't know which one of you has that, but that's really nice. Marcel, this one is for you. What is the difference of an automation and autonomous testing for the performer, for the user, I believe, except you don't get to use any automation framework and write code.
Yeah, the key point here is that you don't automate only the test execution, the interaction with the app. And in some cases, more mature team also automate, or it's pretty common nowadays to automate the test data creation. But you actually automate entire process. So you are trying to generate the automated scripts instead of writing them. You are trying to achieve the level of automation in a way that you don't need to maintain the tests. You're basically trying to replace or remove human interaction as much as possible. Because the traditional way was just, let's try to optimize test execution. And of course, it develops from there somewhere further, but the autonomy idea brings that let's automate everything, including report assessment, including test data preparation, including all this. It's something like record and play, which we all criticize from the industry of test automation, but in a way that it's automatically able to maintain. And you also introducing functionalities like, if this code change, I exactly know which test cases should be executed, not by asking analysts. We could predict that, and nowadays there are such a tool. Just give me your commit, and I'll tell you what test cases will probably fail, even not executing them. So we just need to use these kind of features in our autonomous testing approaches, so we could easily get rid of some maybe stupid task we still do in testing, which could be done automatically. So that's the difference. So going from to automate execution to automate everything. That's why I'm saying autonomy is just better automation. It's just next step in automation. I hope it was clear. If not, please help me with another question about this. I'll try to be more precise.
Okay, the next question, it's not on the screen though, but this is for Kilian. Kilian, if Wiremock doesn't fit the bill when it comes to my technology stack or my business process or anything like that, what other alternatives are there to do the same thing?
Yeah, well, there are other mock services that can make it work. Developers normally use in their code Mockito, which is another tool to bring mocks to the code, and we can use it for automation as well. And then there are others. I've been working as well with not specifically me, but I've been aware about developers working with Moco as well, which is another service to do that. And well, of course, we had Ahmed here, and he was bringing Cypress. So Cypress as well has a proper way to mock these tests for us. So we have other solutions rather than using Wiremock. But as I said in the previous question, the thing that it was most interesting for me was using Wiremock. So because of these proxy recording mappings for us. So that means that we don't need to look for documentation that maybe are not updated, is non-existent, or it's hard to reach the person who knows the knowledge about these request responses and so on. So I know that starting with mock services can be hard at first, but I think that Wiremock has useful features to provide to our test. So I think that's a good starting point to do that. In case that you can find it very difficult, then we have other solutions.
All right, thank you so much, Kilian. Ahmed, here's a question for you. How about integrating page object model for multiple views? Is that for Cypress? Example, running the same test scripts for mobile and for web.
For the second part, for the example, running the same test scripts for web and mobile is not an option. And this is one of the not good things in Cypress because it's only for web. But if you mean native on the mobile, no, is only the web. For me, I test only the web by just doing the resolution like smaller, and then you see the web version on the mobile, you can test it too. But mobile, no, you can't do this. About the integration page object model to multiple view, I'm not sure if this is the same question, because it seems for me like is it okay to use page object model for the multiple views? Yes, you can do this definitely, but I wouldn't do it unless I have a big project that is have duplicate things. So if I have duplicate, I wouldn't do it in many things. So I just put it in one mutual common thing, and then I just consume it like this. I wouldn't do it as like when we just started, we're doing pitch magic object because this is a bad thing, not like Selenium. It always depends on how you work, what is how big the project is, how many pages, how many things are duplicated, because otherwise, what is the point? If you have a page that has a journey, nothing is duplicated, nothing would be used again. What is the point? For me, I like to make it depend on the project itself, but using it for web and mobile, no, it's not working on the mobile. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ahmed, for that one. Here's a question for you, Marcel. What feedback did you get from the current users? How easy or difficult was it for them to learn how to use it?
Okay, as I said, we are at the early stage, and we just start 2 weeks ago, first pilot project with our first customer. So I cannot share the details yet, but hopefully early next year we could share some more details and more experienced. We are just about to start, so many of the results are coming from our experiments and starting with the first customers. So, and what we learned is that to really make it out of the box solution, when I sometimes comparing it with like GitHub, GitLabs, or Spotify or Netflix, just coming with credit card, providing your URL, and that's it. We still need to work hard to make it happen, but I believe next year we are ready to open it with for first early adopters. For now, we have only assisted pilot project for companies who really want to pioneer the idea and want to use our first versions of the product. So it's not open, it's not public. We cannot provide that for many customers. We will do it just for 5 this year, and that's it. And first learning is that there are some technical challenges, I need to admit, but we expect that within the pilot projects we are learning a lot.
All right, thank you, Marcel, for that. That was indeed the end of the list of questions that were there for the three of you. 3 great sessions from you all. A lot of learning, a lot of questions. Marcel, especially you've triggered a lot of thoughts in my head. So I will soon maybe reach out to you with some of my questions. That was, again, the end of my block for hosting. All 3 of you were awesome speakers. So thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, for presenting some wonderful demos. And, we'll keep talking more. And you will see me tomorrow as I talk about IoT and performance testing. So until tomorrow. See you, gentlemen.
Okay, cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
It was a very nice music played in the background. So hello everyone. An amazing day, isn't it? I know that we have people across the globe joining our QA Global Summit, and I really hope you all are having a lovely day filled with learning. So some of you might recognize me. I was one of the speakers a few hours ago, and now I am playing a different role as a moderator. So let me quickly introduce myself to those who are seeing me for the first time today. So I am Nithin, joining all the way from Malaysia. I am the founder of Synapse QA, and I work as an engineering manager for QA in a company called FAY in Malaysia. So I will be your host for this segment for a couple of hours, and we have 3 wonderful speakers lined up to share their expertise on the theme AI. If you have any questions, we will be picking them up later during the Q&A. So please feel free to drop them off straight away as you have them. So I know that you all are waiting to see our speakers. So let me welcome the first speaker for this block without further ado, Hemanshu Chauhan. So he will be sharing about the topic, Transform Your QA Journey with AI and ML. So a bit about Hemanshu. He is a seasoned quality engineering expert who has transformed different digital transformation projects using modern test automation practices. So without further ado, let me invite Hemanshu. Hey, hi, Hemanshu. How are you?
Hi, thank you, Nithin. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, great. All right.
Do you have your screen shared? Let me add that to stream. Yes.
Give me a second. All right, just 1 minute. Let me.
Sure.
Make it bigger. Okay.
Are we good?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to increase the size of my screen. It is just working. 1 second.
We have your slides here. So are you changing the resolution from your side?
Yes, yeah, I'm just changing it to just 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure. Please take your time.
All right, so I hope you all can hear me well and you can see my screen. So thank you, Nithin, and thank you everyone for joining this session. I'm Hemanshu, and I'm a software engineering person, or you can call me manager quality engineering. I have played different roles and titles like head of QA, head of quality engineering, manager quality engineering in different companies. And I have helped different startups as well as different big financial clients, different big banks to transform their journey in quality engineering and test automation. So this topic is about the future of quality engineering with AI/ML, or how you can transform your QA journey with AI/ML. So most of you would be doing your testing with different tools, so Selenium or WebDriver IO or Rest Assured or many other different tools you would be using for your front end or back end application. So generally it is said like, by Charles Darwin, that the survival of the fittest. So you all must have heard about it. So same case goes with the QA world as well. So when we started, I would say in 80s kind of time, or even beyond before that. All the testing used to happen with manual kind of interventions or manual testing kind of way of doing it, right? And then with time, a lot of new tools came in. So earlier, if I remember, QTP was one of the tool which was introduced in the beginning. And then some other tools, some open source tools like Selenium, WebDriver.io, or Cypress or Perfecto, etc. Came into picture, and teams started building their test scripts, their automation scripts. And now is the time to take things further. So I'll be going through some of the use cases, how we can do or what we can do in the QA journey. I will just inject that thought in your in your day-to-day life, so that you can start thinking of it, and you can also bring that kind of innovation in your testing domain. So before doing that, I would like to play one video to make it more interactive. I hope I should be able to play it. So
welcome to Stefanini Jira integration.
Not this one.
Tires are changed at last. A crewman polishes the windshield as Holland moves away just 67 seconds after he stopped.
All right. So as you saw, like the thing which I was talking in the previous slide, like the survival of the fittest and how the evolution happened. So, similarly in this video, when you saw like it was about the F1 race when they are changing the tires and all. So initially, even in this area as well, like it showed like it took minutes to completely change the tires, while when we saw the latest upgrades and latest tooling and all, it took a fraction of seconds to change the tires of that F1 car, right? So similar happens with the testing area as well. So when we started, it was manual. It used to take a number of days, months to do our quality check. And then with QA, Selenium tools or Selenium WebDriver or WebDriver.io or Cypress or many other types of tools, when they came in, the journey got reduced to some hours and all. So right now as well, like when we execute in many of the projects, some of these automation tooling scripts, it takes few hours to execute, sometimes in couple of regression packs, maybe for different teams and different companies, it may take even more than that. However, there are some processes or there are some new practices which are coming into market, like test pyramid approaches and all, which can definitely help to reduce that timing and be more efficient. And if you're doing that, then that's really great. There are some other things like shift left approach and all other types of approaches where you can reduce your testing time and you can ship to market in more parallel testing kind of fashion. And your product will also be more quality kind of thing whenever you will be delivering it to the production. So those are some of the tools which are happening. But what next we can do, how we can transform it to the next level. So that happens with the some of the machine learning or AI ML, which is in the market as a buzzword, and most of the industries, most of the tools or most of the companies are utilizing it for their product development side. So why not we can implement it in the QA area as well. So before jumping into the machine learning or any of these suggestions or the tooling which we can be implementing this machine learning approach, I will go through high level of background about machine learning or deep learning or artificial intelligence. So these are some of the names which some of you might already know, which is a good thing. But however, to give it a more contextual thing, so I would say deep learning, machine learning are three different parts or three different areas, where artificial intelligence is your superset, and then machine learning is your subset, and then deep learning is the further subset of machine learning and artificial intelligence. So based on your needs and all, what kind of algorithms you want to use, or what kind of solutions or use case you want to use or implement, you choose machine learning or deep learning. Mostly artificial intelligence includes many tools as well, many machines as well. So for example, your robots, etc., or robotic arms, whatever you build, those comes into a bit of a larger scale when you try to implement it. And the interesting fact about all of these things is that all of these terminologies were originated in 1950s, 1960s, or 70s kind of time. But still, it took a lot of time to come into market and to see it yourself. So most of you would be using Alexa, Google Home, etc., and many other softwares, or even Siri on your mobile phones, right? So, but they all came into picture like few years ago. I think 5 years. It started with 5-7 years. It started with Siri, and then it started as Alexa or some Google Home kind of devices. And now the very latest thing is something around Tesla, autonomous cars, and all. So it all took, I would say, more than 50 to 70 years to see all these things in live. And the reason for that was that we did not have proper data to efficiently build models around artificial intelligence or machine learning. So machine learning needs proper data to learn things, and then we can start implementing it in a more efficient manner, and then we can expect things or machine learning models to return some efficient outcomes or relevant outcomes. Okay. Nithin, are the audience able to speak, or that will be later on?
They will be sharing thoughts in chat, and later we will be picking up the questions. Yeah, you can continue.
Okay, great. Yeah, okay. So that's what I wanted to check. So if anyone has any questions, they can ask in the chat. Otherwise, I think there is a Q&A session at 4:30 BST time. So you can join that as well, and I will be happy to share more about your questions or resolve your queries over there. Okay. So moving to the next slide. Yeah, so as I was talking about the industries, that different industries are following artificial intelligence or machine learning kind of technologies. So this is the kind of bifurcation that, if I talk about different market shares, so technology industry or manufacturing, health, etc., security, retail, and all these industries are these days adopting this machine learning, artificial intelligence, or deep learning thing. And if I specifically talk about some of the top ones, so finance is one of them, medical is one of them, health insurance, healthcare, transport, marketing, etc. They are all using it. And similarly, if I come to more security kind of softwares, those are also doing some of the machine learning kind of models. They're using them to identify any fraud is there happening or not. So fraud and authentication kind of softwares are using it, and they are collecting data, and then they are analyzing whether it could be a fraud or not, and they can prevent the fraud kind of activities. So those are some of the areas. Then comes the overall future perspective, that what we can expect of it. So this particular slides show you how the overall investment has gone in the artificial area from education or manufacturing standpoint, or BFSI standpoint, which means banking and financial sector. So you can see, like, by 2024, the banking and financial sector expect 25 billion of investment overall in this area. Similarly, if I see manufacturing market, there's huge investment around 16 billion plus by 2025, and then goes for the same for education market, where some ed tech kind of industries or softwares are coming these days, where you can expect some online learnings. And also after COVID, that is something which has really come into market, the ed tech kind of world. So they are also planning to invest up to 6 billion by 2024. So all of these industries are implementing it in future. They are also implementing it right away. So that's the view that how this is increasing day by day, AI and ML. So coming back to the QA evolution more in detail. So when we started, I suggested that we were doing manual testing. Then the automated regression testing started. Then a few tools also started providing some codeless automation. And now the next feature is AI ML based hyper automation, where you do not need to do much of your testing through automation tools, where you can just generate your automation scripts automatically based on your application, and then you can execute them as well. And not only execution, you can also plan to analyze them through AI ML in future. So that's because in the testing cycle, those are different stages of testing, where first of all you create your test scripts, or in past you used to create your test plans or strategies, right? So in this future world, what I see is we will be able to create these test scripts or test plans through automation or through AI ML based on the application. And there are still some tools which can provide this in market as of today. Yeah. And then after test script creation, we can execute them. And after execution, as of today, what happens is we go into our Cucumber reports or any other Allure kind of reports or any other XML reports, whatever we generate. And then we analyze what are the failures. And then we try to understand the failure. We reach out to the developers, and then they fix that. In spite of that, with the AI ML kind of approaches, in future, we will be able to do all the analysis as well based on what could be the reason of failure. And then it will be easier for us to then fix it instead of analyzing it for hours. Yeah. Going to the next slide. So yeah, it talks a bit more about the manual stages that manual requirements used to come, manual test scenario creation, manual execution we used to do, manual failure analysis, and then defect logging. So these are 5 key stages which every QA or state or an automation QA, they do or they used to do in past. Yeah. So this was the phase 1. Then phase 2 came in when you were writing your test scenarios through automation scripts. So it was the automation testing. So you had some of the manual progression testing, so which you used to do. Even as of today, we generally do it some manual progression testing, or we can call it in the test pyramid some end-to-end testing, or we can call it up to some exploratory testing. So we do that even as of today, right? And then the blue part which you are seeing is the automation area, while the red are the manual areas where your manual intervention is involved. So if this is, I would say the phase 2 is what we are doing as of today, most of us, right? And then the non-functional testing we were doing in past through some manual tools like JMeter and all. So we had some level of scripting as well in JMeter. So some of the teams might be using that. But now there are tools like Gatling and all through which you can do some of your non-functional testing, especially around performance and load testing through automation in your sprint. So that is something we can cover as a shift left of non-functional testing, where you can do this in your sprint time, right? And then you can also do some of your scripts like security related testing or accessibility related testing in your sprint up to some extent. And that we can we can put into the automation testing bucket. So once all this execution, even if it is done, we need to analyze the failed scenarios or the flaky tests. So whenever we do any front-end testing, or even if we do some API testing, there are some flaky tests which happens because of time lags and all. So we need to analyze that. And sometimes we end up adding some fluent weights. Sometimes we add some other kind of weights in it so that our tests can pass, right? And then finally, we do analyze the results. And then finally, after that, we add the defects in the Jira or any other tracking tool. So that's the overall flow of our automation testing cycle, I would say. Then comes the third phase, which is codeless automation. So it is also happening as of today in most of the companies, and by most of you would be doing it. So we are writing some BDD files, feature files, where you must be having some 3Amigo kind of sessions where you are writing your scripts in the Cucumber or your Gherkin language, and then you automate your regression test. You are automating your progression test in the BDD or TDD format, and then you are also doing your non-functional test, which I was mentioning earlier. So in your non-functional test, you must be doing some of your security, accessibility, load, or your performance testing within your sprints using tools like Gatling, or for security, you must be using maybe Zap or Veracode or something kind of like of that, right? Burp is also another tool which you can use for your security testing. And similarly for accessibility, there are different tools which you must be using, like Pally, Axcore, etc., for your in-sprint early shift left of testing approach. But even if you are executing that test, the problem or hassle again comes that whenever test fails, you need a QA or SDET who need to analyze the test and who need to actually find out what is the reason of test, because we sometimes have flaky test and we sometimes have like element locator not found kind of thing, which happens in your front end application. And the reason could be anything related to your element ID changed or your XPath change or anything. So those are some of the flaky scenarios, or the scenarios which are false failures, because the actual application might be running at that time. So you need to identify that. And then you either change your element IDs or you ask your developers to keep it updated and change it back to the previous naming convention. Yep. But then again, in this phase as well, we are all doing some of the result analysis manually. And then again, we are doing some of the defect logging manually. So this is the phase 3. And then the final stage comes is the AIML based hyperautomation, where we can actually do everything through automation, and we just need to click a button, and then finally it should be able to log everything in your Jira or your defect tracking tool with a click of button. So what happens is, like, your product requirements comes into either a kind of UML format, and then you can automate those scenarios with some of the tools there are still some tools like Coded UI is one of the tool, and there are like Ready API is one of the tool where you can write your requirements as well, and then you can automate your APIs, etc. So those are some of the like paid tools where you can do that. However, if you are doing BDD kind of approaches, so at least your Gherkin kind of requirements, means your agile requirements, can be written in given when then format, and then you can reuse that into automated scenarios in the BDD format. So that is one of the option of automating your requirements, and your product owners or business analysts, they can use that, and you can collaborate with them to use that given when then criteria directly as your scripts, and then you can then code it using some of the tooling in your vanilla code. Yeah. And then non-functional testing, I already mentioned, like different tools we can couple over there. But then comes the automated script healing, and then automated result analysis and classification, and automated defect logging. So these are the three things which are coming new in this slide, and also which are the future we can expect to be happening. So when I talk about automated script healing, means like whenever, as of today, if your element IDs fail, if they changes, then your script fails. Instead of that, what we can do is, like, if with the help of some of the AIML kind of approaches, we can swap the element IDs, and we can use the alternate element ID, and our script can pass, and you can have a primary and a secondary kind of element ID, and then it can keep switching whenever your test failure happens. And so instead of actual test failures, it will just swap it, and it will see whether it is failing for primary, secondary, or tertiary kind of element ID or not. So that's one of the way of doing that. And then comes the automated result analysis. So there are some tools which you can use for automated classification of your result failures, which I will talk in future slides. For example, report portal is one of them, so I will talk more. So in this one, what you need to do is, like, there are some classifications we can do, that if the failures are coming up to a certain category or into some specific applications or APIs, then it could be this. So based on your learning models, which we may implement in the AIML kind of functionality, you would be able to identify that classification or categorization by the AI models or machine learning models directly, instead of you going into each failure and then suggesting it could be a real failure or a false failure. And then finally, logging your defects into Jira. So with the help of some of the automated like APIs, because currently Jira also provides some direct APIs which you can link with your like reporting tools or your execution tool CI/CD pipeline. So that is one of the way you can automatically log your failures or your defects into Jira. So that is the overall end-to-end flow, how the AIML and the hyper automation can be implemented. And we can save some time in the testing and execution and overall pipeline. Yeah. So this is the same journey. So task automation, process automation, and then overall the hyper automation, where we are talking about implementing intelligence. We are talking about implementing machine learning and some of the advanced algorithms, and also it can convert into hyper automation even in the QA area. Now comes the different tooling. So if I talk about AI ML based tooling, especially in the QA domain, then these are the 5 categories where we can define our AI ML based tooling, and these are almost similar on the same basics, like what the activities which are needed for any QA or for any testing life cycle. So differential tools are there, visual tools are there, declarative tools are there, self-healing tools are there, and reporting and analysis tools are there. So differential tools. So differential tools. In this slide, I will also discuss some of the tools which are already there in market. So if you want to implement, you can use that. However, in this particular slide, the tests, most of these tools are paid tools, but some of them are libraries as well. So Spider AI could be, you can find as a free ware as well, so you can use that. So differential tools are created based on AI ML algorithms as well, and in AI ML you just need to do if you want to do any regression, or if you want to check any security vulnerability and all. So this is done by this particular differential tool. So for example, if you want to do some unit testing, if you want to create your unit test automatically, so as of today, your developers could be writing your unit test. So if you want to automatically create your unit test, you can go with some differential tools. So these are some of the examples of tools which falls under differential category. Spider AI is one of the tools which can create your UI kind of or the front end kind of scripts. So what Spidering AI does is that it goes through, or it scrolls through your code, your front end code, and then it generates some of your tests automatically. So for example, if you have a front end application and it has different inputs, or it has different like checkboxes or buttons, etc. So Spidering AI can help you identify different component level of test which you can build using this particular tool. Then going to the next slide, which is visual UI testing. So in visual UI testing, what actually happen is, like, if you are doing your the visual kind of testing, where you want to identify that whether your color combination, whether your alignments, etc., are same on the application or not after a release. So that is something you can verify with it. Even some of your accessibility testing kind of things. So for example, when your applications are more inclined towards some visually impaired kind of users, then you can rely on visual testing, and you actually need visual testing. So there are some tools which are using AI ML kind of algorithms, where you can just compare your previous versions or release with your latest release. What it actually does is, like, it takes screenshots of your previous or your current application or your current pages, and then it compares that. And not only compares on the pixel side, it also compares, it gives you an option to identify that if the alignment has been changed, whether you want to accept that alignment or not. So it gives you that level of comparison kind of, or comparative kind of analysis view, that if you want to do any visual testing from the content side as well, that if there is any specific content which comes on a website, if you want to test that, then how you can test all of that kind of functionality. Okay, so these are 2 tools which are in market. If you want to try it, you can try it, even at least from learning standpoint. These are paid tools, but if you want to implement it in your project, then you can choose one of them if it is your requirement. Okay. Then comes the declarative tools. So in declarative tools, so these are some of the tools which goes a bit further, and it uses some of your natural language processing, your DSL, RPA, etc., and it gives you more functional kind of testing capability, where you want to automate some of your tasks overall, where you have some processes if you want to automate, or if you have some end-to-end flows you want to automate. So these are some of the tools which are in market, which you can try, like Functionalize, Tricentis has a big back. Then UiPath is also there, which can help you to automate these end-to-end kind of, I would say, or functional automation kind of scenarios if you want to do. And then moving to the 4th one, which is self-healing. So as I was talking about the element locator kind of failures, where your element IDs are changed and all. So there are options to create some of the vanilla code and writing some scripts, so that your automation IDs or whatever element IDs you have created, you can swap that. So what you need to do in that case is you need to just maintain different IDs for your elements, especially in case of your front-end testing. And then you can keep swapping that on the runtime, and you can do this yourself as well with your self-healing kind of algorithms or tools. In spite of that, if you want to use some existing tools in market, so Mabel and Perfecto gives you that functionality, where if you want to do some front-end testing, or if you want to do some level of UI testing where you are doing APIs, where you are doing your elements identification and all. So these tools can provide you that level of self-healing, and your failure will not happen, and your test will pass with the second element for your application or for your component. Okay. Then finally comes the reporting and analysis part. So as I was mentioning that when every execution is done, then you need to either report it, you need to analyze it, or you need to report it as in the form of bugs or in the form of final reports as a pass or failure. So for analysis and all, so there are good way of doing reporting or faster way of doing reporting. So there are some tools which can do some classifications, and it can do some dicing and categorization of your failures. And what it can do is, like, it can identify that whether your defect could be related to actual functional or product defect, or it could be related to your system issue, or it could be related to your APIs, or it could be related to your elements or bad scripts. Okay, so these are some of the categories. For example, you can see like product bug, bug on UI, automation bug. Automation bug means which is related to your automation delays or etc., or bad code written in automation scripts. And then some of the system issues or some need investigation kind of thing. So if there is anything which is not categorized properly, so you must need to make some learning kind of algorithm, or you must provide the data for your algorithms or models so that it can identify whether what kind of category this particular defect was. So in this case as well, there are some tools. Even Report Portal IO is a free tool, so it comes in the Docker image kind of format, which you can try and you can start implementing. So what you just need to do is you can integrate your existing Cucumber files, or you can use your Cucumber JSON, which gets generated, and you can plug it into Report Portal IO, and you can get the similar kind of reports generated in Report Portal Docker. So you can integrate this in your existing frameworks very easily if you want. Yep. Then benefits of AI/ML based testing. So I believe everyone would agree to it. There are many benefits, and it's anyways hot in the market. Plus, it gives multifold benefits to different industries and other products. So similarly in QA as well, there are multiple benefits. So it is more faster, so we can get option to test things early. It gives more release confidence, errors are lesser, widens the test scope, and the user friendly as well. So we can make things more efficient in the QA area with the AI/ML based kind of testing or tools. Then comes the building something from yourself if you want to build. So all the tools which I mentioned, those are some options. But if you want to learn, or if you want to build something from yourself, so I can suggest like machine learning algorithms or models can be divided into 3 categories: supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement algorithms. So supervised means where you are giving the data. So for example, if you're running your tests and you are with every failure after test execution, if you are suggesting that this particular test is related to this failure, let's say for the Report Portal option, then those are supervised option, where you are feeding the data, you are feeding the information for your models, for your machine learning models. So those are the supervised machine learning models or algorithms. Then comes the unsupervised algorithms, where you do not need to do much. Your algorithm will learn on its own with the failures and all, and it can classify it based on the learning, whatever it does. It is more related to data, where all the data which it captures, for example, as of today, there's a lot of data which Google captures for each search which we do. And based on their machine learning, they even suggest us some videos, or they suggest us some of the results based on location, etc. So if you are searching something from like being in UK or somewhere else, so based on all those inputs which they store in their cookies and all, they retrieve the data, and then they train their machine learning algorithms as a unsupervised kind of algorithm category. So they do not ask you to feed every information on daily basis, right? And then comes the reinforcement one, which is more on the which is not used as as much as the supervised and unsupervised one are used. So these are based on some mistakes. So for example, if you are having some robots which are being developed, and if they are doing some particular activities on daily basis, so it will check whether the task which is assigned to it, whether this is being done properly or not. So based on mistakes, it learns on its own with time. So it is generally done with some online gaming kind of bots, where you create some bots. So based on that, it works like that. So these are some of the libraries if anyone is interested. So if you want to start learning a bit of machine learning, you can either start studying or reading about like TensorFlow, PyTorch, or scikit-learn, or some other libraries like pandas, etc. So for example, if you want to do some conversational or neural networks kind of learning, where you want to do some speech recognition, etc., so those come into your deep learning. So there are some libraries or tools which you can use for that as well. And if you are just interested into like high-level machine learning, you can go with TensorFlow, you can go with PyTorch. So these are some of the good libraries you can start your machine learning algorithms and models. Then comes the AI in action. So I will show you now one example where you can see something very useful, and it can be easily implemented as well. And I would say it is a combination of AI and it's a combination of general API or day-to-day utilization. So I think we are just over time, 4 minutes. So I will quickly run this video for you all.
Welcome to Stefanini Jira integration. How can I help them be more efficient?
Show me the bugs.
Which project, please?
RAD.
It's over there.
Show me the blocks.
It's over there.
Okay, so this was one of the simple example which can be used on your day-to-day life, where you have your Alexa or your Google Home kind of like software or tool, and you can integrate it with your APIs which are provided by Jira, and you can get your daily latest report from Jira, what is happening, and you can discuss it in your sprint or Scrum ceremonies. So yeah, okay, that's it from my side. Thank you for your time and have a great day ahead. Thank you, Nithin.
That was great, Hemanshu. Thank you so much. I love the Alexa integration you showed at the end. I'm definitely going to try it out someday because it sounds pretty cool, right? So you can just call and you can see the dashboards and all those sort of things. That was really awesome. So I do have some questions for you, but we will take it up later during the Q&A. So see you in a while after we have the next speaker on stage. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Bye.
So that was an awesome session, right? So we had a bang, like power-packed start, and now we have our next speaker, who is Juan Felipe, and he will be talking about artificial intelligence is the future of QA. So Juan is an industrial engineer with 2 years of experience working with machine learning and artificial intelligence in the quality vertical at Amazon's global operations. So without further ado, let me add Juan. Hey, hi Juan, how are you doing?
Hi, hello all. How you doing?
I'm
Can
doing
you listen to
great.
me?
How about you? Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you. I'm doing fine, thank you.
Great. Are you excited?
Yeah, I'm quite excited. Yeah, listening to all those
Awesome.
amazing
So
speakers.
yeah, it was an awesome day. Let me
For
know
sure.
when you are ready to start. I will pin your screen.
Okay, let me share my screen real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Let's okay. Is it visible?
Yes, perfect. We can see the lovely picture
Sure.
of yours. Yeah. All right, take it away.
Thank you so much, Nithin. Well, first of all, I want to say hello to everyone. My name is Juan Felipe, as you can all see. I'm going to be talking about the AI and how it is going to be the future of QA, or it is actually the present of QA. First of all, I want to thank Lisa Brenes. She is a great woman that inspires me every day. She is actually the leader of Innovation Hub here at an important university in Costa Rica. She's a writer, she's a speaker of TEDx and many other platforms. So um, I get inspired from her to make this talk possible. So I want to say thanks first of all. I'm going to be talking about some topics related to AI. I know that you guys have heard many comments and many inputs from the past speakers about AI and the future and testing and all that. But I want to rewind a little bit and I want to go to the basics of AI. um, I want also to express how AI works for us, um, and how do we can program AI, which are the fundamentals of AI really. And it's very important for me, for you guys to understand that the future is really happening right now. We're experiencing plenty of things that were unimaginable a couple years ago, and having the opportunity to have this opportunity to be in this precise moment of the history, it's great for us, and it's a great tool also for our humanity. I'll be sharing a quick video. I made this video with an app called Synthesia, which is an AI application. You can replicate videos, uh, make like this a speech via AI. I just made a very short demo, and I want to share with you guys. It's quite a fun. So let's see if this works. So this little video was created with Synthesia, which is a great usual app. Usually people use this amazing app to create very long videos such as TEDx and other talks also. I just wanted to share a quick short introduction to this amazing tool, which is the actuality of AI and one of the main topics that AI is now leading to, which is the replication of the human interactions with people via the usage of AI really. Um, I divided this talk in three actual main topics. The first one is what is actually AI and what does really artificial intelligence means, right? So artificial intelligence is the new big word in the technology space, as everyone know and everyone has heard. It is highly common that nowadays everybody knows or have heard about AI. But it's truly a very deep topic, almost as infinite as the internet, I could say. AI is really what it's in our brain, and humans try to replicate our brain into computers. So, what's AI really? This question is a very deep question. So sometimes people think and have many diverse thoughts about AI, depending on the place you are. So, is it really that machines will overcome humans and they will eventually rule the world, as many people has thought, or is it just a tool implemented by and developed by humans through the usage of technology? So, well, what really is and what truly AI is or can be understood as a computer system with the ability to apply intelligence to any problem. So, basically, AI is a tool for us and a tool that we have created to solve our problems. Nowadays, we live in an industry which is very fast. Is 1,000 kilometers per hour, and it's very important for us to be solving problems. Um, from my previous experiences, and I forget to introduce myself. I'm sorry. I'm an industrial engineer. I have 2 years and a half working with Amazon under the quality vertical, exactly at the Gleb Operations Artificial Intelligence Department. Um, I have many peers around the globe, and one of the main things that I've discovered with this experience is that it's very important for humans to fail quickly. I'm also certified as a project management, certified in the Lean Six Sigma Green Belt, Scrum, Agile, and other many certifications that I do have right there. But I could say and resume all those main topics in one simple fact, and is problem solving. Uh, it's really important for us as engineers, as QA managers, as QA leads and QA specialists, testing specialists, and everything, programmers, coders, developers, etc. It's really important for us to solve problems. So what really AI is a great benefit for us is that AI help us to solve those problems quickly. As Hemanshu was mentioning before, um, nowadays or nowadays a simple test could run in maybe 1 minute, 2 minutes, or instantly. And a couple years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, a simple run of a test would last about days or weeks or a month eventually. So AI is a really great tool for us to solve those problems. And as I was mentioning, for us, it's very important to fail quickly. So basically, it's a tool for humans to impulse in an extremely manner the way we combine technology and the real world, like the metaverse, which is also the future of us. Um, with artificial intelligence, it's really important for us to know that AI is not going to be the actual future of us. The actual future of us will be the humans co-living with the AI. And we have been co-living with AI for a long time ago, but many of us didn't notice that. So if I would have to define what AI means to me, I would say that AI is a combination of engineering, technology, and humans, all in one single resumed fact. Um, Here are some examples. For example, science fiction and Hollywood have had contributed with the bias between implementation of robots that can take decisions, have opinion, and interact with the real world by creating movies with horrible endings for the humanity, like RoboCop, Terminator, iRobot, which are great movies for me. Since that moment, non-tech people, I'm sorry, think that the robots will rule the world eventually, which I think that is completely untrue since we create the robots. I mean, rabbits try to replicate us, and we code the rabbits with the information that we have gathered about the human body and the human thinking. For example, I have a great example here, and I know that many of you guys have heard about this. She is Sophia. Let me introduce you to Sophia. Sophia is the most advanced human-like robot ever created by Hanson Robotics. She is the world's first robot citizen and the first robot with the Innovation Ambassador for the United Nations Development Program. This is a fact provided by Hanson Robotics in 2022. And I know that many of you guys have heard about Sophia. Sophia is a human-like and the most advanced humans-like robot ever created. She even have like they reconstructed their face to be like a real human. She can establish conversations. She had feelings. She have thoughts. Um, she can do everything and get every piece of information in seconds. So this is a great tool and it's a great example, I'm sorry, of what humans have created with the AI. So as I was mentioning, she's a great example of that humans can use the AI to create what 50 years ago would be considered as almost as impossible. Sophia is a combination of many components that surround what really AI is. Um, let me see. There are different branches of AI. The first of them is the linguistic annotation. I'm going to be exposing only three, but there are more definitely. I'll be talking about the linguistic annotation, the data collection and the data annotation, data validation, and relevance. So these are like different branches that the companies around the globe use, and it's very common nowadays to see these branches in action. The first of all, we have the linguistic annotation, which is the tagging of language data in text or spoken form. For example, I don't know if you guys have noticed that now your iPhone, you take a picture of a written piece of information, and now your iPhone could select those precise piece of written information and copy into whatever place you want to paste it, or you can even look in internet for it. So this is all linguistic annotation. Linguistic annotation seeks to identify and flag grammatical, phonetic, and semantic linguistic elements with a body of text or audio recording. So eventually, linguistic annotation would help us to even being able to speak and write at the same time. We have done this many years ago in WhatsApp. in iMessage and different texting applications in which you could only basically talk and the phones write for you. This is linguistic annotation. So as I was mentioning previously, it's very important for us that now to know that we've been co-living with AI for the past 2 decades or more, but really humans did not notice the real implementation of AI and have a different thought. And maybe being able to speak at this amazing hub with amazing engineers, professionals, and people that most likely know about AI and IoT and technology. And so, but it is also important for us to not forget that we have been living with AI for many years ago, and that eventually it's already part of our lives. There is another branch called the data collection or data annotation, which businesses are now able to improve the way they operate from gathering all the data and processing it. The data collection and data annotation, as Hemanshu was mentioning previously, is really important for AI. AI couldn't be possible if we didn't have any data backed up or recompiled. Data is the key point for everything in AI. So without the usage and processing of data, AI wouldn't exist. Um, and lastly, we have the data validation and relevance, which improves the quality validation related to QA. Poor quality data not only impacts the historical data used to train the predictive model, but also the new data used by the model to make further decisions. So this is like a chain. The first and the first point of the chain is having the data. Um, that's why nowadays we have amazing cloud around the globe. For example, AWS. We have Apple has its own cloud, and so the capacity for us to storage that piece of information in the cloud is key to success when we're talking or related to artificial intelligence, right? So as I was mentioning, artificial intelligence is really a trend from the last couple of years till the date that will definitely change the way we live our lives. If you haven't noticed yet, the truth is that the humanity has been currently living with AI for decades, but we just didn't notice, as I was mentioning to you guys. So I will give you a brief example. There is Amazon's Alexa AI-powered virtual assistant that has over 40 million users in the US alone. Um, Also, Alexa has gained over 1,000 skills since its launch in 2014. So, and another really cool fact is that in the UK, iPhone users downloaded the Alexa app 91,000 times only in the month of February 2020. So this is kind of the impact that it has been taking over the last few years in the globe, right? So there is also a main important fact that is that at least 63% of the US citizens are familiar with the Amazon Alexa voice bot, right? And this is just as slightly brushstrokes of an example of AI in our daily basis, with just one example and excluding thousands of devices that people use every day for more years than they can imagine, right? However, to understand how really AI works and how could this revolutionary topic will help humanity on a daily basis, or even different industries, is very complex. I try to compare AI with the human brain. As much as scientists know about the human behave, thought, and the way they make decisions, the more AI will grow. So the human brain is a masterpiece, able to store trillions of information in our own cloud, the brain actually. The same thing happens with artificial intelligence and machine learning, which also machine learning, I'm sorry, is a branch of AI that allows machines to learn without being programmed, which basically adds a skill that makes systems that are smarter, autonomous, capable of identifying patterns and data to later convert them into predictions or algorithms, though. The machine learning is an open technique. I think that AI is composed by these three main topics: artificial intelligence, obviously, machine learning, and deep learning. Which, if you trying to catch the main object here is that we are always trying to replicate a human brain. So for us to understand how AI really works, we have to understand first how our brain works. So I kind of compare AI with little kids. When you have a little kid, the kid is always learning by iterations, new images, new forms, new shapes also, and yeah, it's basically the same thing. And we humans try to replicate all those storage and data storage in our brain into process it and to technology, which is the AI nowadays. So up to this point, we could say that AI is the ability to develop smart devices capable of taking human-like decisions trained by machine learning by memorizing algorithms. So that's why AI is so complete regarding technology implementation. However, it's also very important to remind population how through AI we try to replicate our own brain, right? The next topic will be the artificial intelligence in the QA. This is a more technical topic related to the hub that we are in, and really talking about QA. So let's talk about how the artificial intelligence in the QA and testing world. How do AI complement our or benefits testing or QA by its own? Is it really helpful or not? I think that my peers that have previously spoken, um, they have all shown us that the testing has been really ramped up in the last decade with the implementation of AI. Actually, there is a recent study that says that there is a projection that suggests that the global developer population is expected to increase from 24.5 millions in 2020 up to 28.7 millions in 2024. And this is a really great fact for us as humans because more and more testers will be engaged soon, and the number of tests also and softwares that launches will be increased with the eventually pass of the years. Here are some benefits of QA in AI. I'm sorry, which is the software testing, right? We're talking about how to implement this testing on AI in the testing world, in the QA world. How does this benefit? So there are like three main benefits that I recompiled. The first is expedited timelines, artificial and detecting errors. So we could manage, and as I was mentioning at the beginning of my talk, our main goal when we develop a new software, when we develop a new project, is to fail as soon as possible. With AI, we could program our software or our application, our project, uh, for failing or set it to failure as soon as possible, almost instantly. So this helps us to, first of all, know our growth opportunities or growth areas, and secondly, to change that area. The second main point is the well researched real release, which AI makes it possible for companies to determine what contributed to their success in the market. So AI is this big brain tool in which knows almost everything because everything nowadays has data backed up, and that's why AI is so intelligent. This is not because they can think and replicate a human way of thought, but because they have lots of information stored. And the third one is expand the role of testers, which is I think is the main point right here. And for the humanity, for us to be constantly evolving with the technology is great because we change the way we live our life, but we can also maintain the way we live our lives, but with better tools. And the new role of the testers will be directed to the business intelligence, neurolinguistic programming, for example, mentioning the linguistic annotations before, um, math optimization, and algorithmic analysis, which are the main key points that in the future eventually the tester will expand their knowledge in. Here there are like some changes related to the evolution of quality management methods. First of all, in the decade of the 1980s and the 1990s, we used the waterfall methodology and was part of the manual testing, right? Then we moved to the bulky automation tools, in which we experiment with different development approaches. Then we moved to more robust automation tools and open source for frameworks and coding, such as agile approaches, faster release cycles. And more about the scale, we introduced to DevOps and continuous testing, CI and CD. And the future, or from now on, or I think that we are actually experiencing it, is the autonomous testing, machine learning, and AI, which is a collaborative and a smart testing, which will help us to reduce the amount of waste that we are currently facing, or that we faced short years ago. So current continuous testing is a great usage of AI, also being denoted as one of the most developed stages of software testing using artificial intelligence. There are also some roadblocks using continuous testing, such as zero automation, absence of end-to-end requirements, visibility, and the high volume of tests. Um, we took advantage of the tool that we have now, that is AI, and we are running thousands of tests at a single time. So um, we're experiencing actually a high volume of tests, and these silhouetted automation a little bit. Therefore, it is necessary to solve this issue by implementing autonomous testing, or ensuring a zero-touch QA, which is basically AI doing all the work and humans only supervising or directing the QA process, right? We have another example here of the test automation trends. For example, we can see the implementation, low implementation, and emerging trends, which are autonomous systems, blockchain automation, AI platforms, lifecycle automation, RPA automation, intelligent automation, AL and ML based automation. And this is, the continuous testing, right? Here we can see like the low implementations, which will be the mobile automation or day one automation. So this is kind of shows how the testing world has been changed, or it's going to be changed eventually. And here are some features of AI-driven QA test tools. For example, we have the maximum code coverage in limited time, AI-enabled error identification, intelligent requirements gathering, faster decisions with AI, simplify explanatory testing, AI-powered visual UI, testing and monitoring, and lastly, reuse test cases. So there are plenty benefits of implementing AI in our testing nowadays. Help us to reduce costs, waste, and also it's a great tool for us to start testing our softwares, our applications, our projects, everything that we have currently working on. And also one benefit is that artificial intelligence is the future of business, right? Which is the last and third topic. Artificial intelligence, the future of the business. Here's a quote that says that the most effective adoption outcome requires a transition to a digitally enabled business model that adjusts to an organization's unique needs. That's when companies unlock AI's true potential. It can revolutionize how they conduct their business. This is a quote said by Preeti Astana, which is the director and head of global programs, innovations, and partnerships at Aon. And I think that's completely true. We have, as business, to bet in AI. We have to bet in technology. We have to bet in machine learning, in deep learning, in data storage, in clouds, because it's really the future and it's happening now. As I was mentioning, data is a key factor today, and the ability to collect and process data is advancing rapidly. I mean, faster than we even imagined. Giving business a chance to rebuild their strategies, to implement new strategies also, and to deliver results. That is the main point for business here. Businesses are really using AI in customer relationship management. I'm sorry, I'm going to share my screen really quick. There you go. There are some common uses of AI in business. For example, machine learning, deep learning, we currently are facing or experiencing. Cybersecurity, CRM or customer relationship management, internet and data research, and digital personal assistants, which I've talked previously, such as Alexa, Google Home, and other devices. Here are some cross-industry applications, for example, manufacturing, warehouse automation, sales, contact center, search, cybersecurity, IT, engineering design, business intelligence. There are lots. Really, you can see how big is the industry nowadays. And I think that there are thousands of companies left this chart. But definitely, business have to now move into what really AI is giving to us. And lastly, I just wanted to close this amazing talk by telling you guys that first of all, we need to understand the human brain, the human behavior, the human thoughts, and everything, and then we could transform that into a better usage of AI. AI is a great tool for us, but I think that that tool would not have to change the way we live our lives, but that tool could be a very great complement for us. Also, I'm giving away one free ticket for you guys to join the senior path on tomorrow's date. So all you need to do is enter my LinkedIn profile and share the last post, and you'll be participating to get the last ticket. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate your time. I hope you have a great day ahead.
Thank you so much, Juan. It was really amazing. I'm gonna definitely tweet humans co-living with AI shared by you. It was an awesome quote. And you, as you said, right? So future always evolve with the trends and technologies are evolving, right? So we need to adapt and we need to adjust. The amount of information you shared with all those statistics and everything was awesome. Yeah, really. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nithin.
I will see you in a while in our Q&A session. So I will pass it over to our next speaker now. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So yeah, a small reminder for everyone to ask your questions in our platform. And also, yeah, if you are watching through YouTube, just share your questions in the chat. Now it's time to have our last speaker for this block, Shyam Sunder. He will be talking about AI techniques to improve software testing. Shyam Sunder is PMP certified test delivery manager with a IT experience of 25 years. He has worked with various reputed organizations and he is a seasoned speaker, has spoken in various conferences, and he has done a lot of workshops as well. So without further ado, let me welcome Shyam. Hi, Shyam. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Hello, Nithin.
Thank you so much for coming here and sharing your knowledge with us.
Thanks. Yeah, it's my pleasure, Nithin.
So
I was a presenter in last year's conference also. So last year, 2 topics were presented by me. Okay.
Great.
Okay. Good.
Excited to see you again. Yeah,
Thanks.
let me know when
Yeah.
you are ready. I will pin your screen. Yeah.
Sure. Let me share my screen.
Sure.
Give me a second.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'm visible, Nithin? The screen.
Stream, yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Yeah.
Please,
Okay.
the stage is yours.
Yeah. Hello, audience. It's my pleasure to again present in this esteemed conference QA Summit. I was a presenter in last year's conference. There were 2 sessions by me in last year's, and I was very excited to come again and give a specific session on AI techniques in this year's conference. So my topic is AI techniques to improve the software testing. These are techniques where basically the inbuilt, let me go ahead with the topic, AI techniques to improve. So there were a couple of speakers who earlier than me and who were specifically speaking about AI. So I will not go into the gist of AI, but still I would like to give a quick recapitulation or brief on what is AI about. And basically, what is this buzzword all about? Everybody is saying AI, AI, AI for the last 2 to 3 years. If I ask somebody, is it something artificial intelligence? They might say it's like a planning and diagnosis tool. Is it that something, people? I will like to ask you, audience. And if I go somewhere else, they say AI is different than software engineering. Software engineering is basically consisting of testing, development. And if I ask somebody as a third person, can we club both of this? They might say no. Probably that might be the institution or perception of that specific person. So from this slide, you can see a couple of people have a perception that this is artificial intelligence is something different because it encapsulates planning and diagnosis, and software engineering is something different, which is encapsulating development testing. But can't we combine everything like testing, planning, diagnosis as as a common platform? That is all AI is about. Artificial intelligence is the new buzzword spreading its wings in every significant industry. It enables the computers to perform the tasks that would have called for intellect and input in an ancient scenario. Software engineers and testers, it is just not everybody is imbibing AI techniques to solve the most software challenges. And the introduction of artificial intelligence will help overcome those testing and QA challenges. It is helping everybody in all the gamuts of software industry. But my topic is specifically on the AI, artificial intelligence, introduction of artificial intelligence to help overcome the testing and QA challenges. And this presentation is mostly about the inbuilt techniques which are there in AI tech, in artificial intelligence. So it is kind of artificial intelligence is kind of a black box. What is inside that artificial intelligence? There are a lot of algorithms, macros, and all those things. That is what this presentation is all about. Actually, nobody dwells into those internal black box concepts. Testing you think is important, and there are quite a few software development paradigms, and all of them recognize the importance of testing. And I have been part of testing community or testing world for last 22 years. Testing is very important. When I initially started my IT career, testing was given just 2 to 3% of time. Everything 98 7 95% time was spent in development, analysis, requirements gathering. That was 22 years back, 22 23 years back. Nowadays almost 25 to 30% or 40%, somewhere almost 50% time or effort is given on testing. And there are various types of testing. If you have ventured into I have ventured into all areas of testing: black box, unit testing, functional, performance, non, all those gamuts. You think programmer writes the programs and tester runs the test, follows a test plan. Can they be equal? Maybe, or may not be. Then how do you handle a bug? What is a bug actually? Bugs are nothing but a defects which a developer might have written and a tester finds it. Sometimes a programmer also finds as part of the unit testing in the initial stages. When a testing team is finding bugs or defects, they are prioritized based upon the different severities. But how are they diagnosed? What is the root cause of that bug? What led to that defect or bug? Are they being dealt into detail? Some bugs are simple to diagnose, but some are very complex. You don't know what is causing them. But eventually bugs are fixed. Hopefully, that is the end goal. You get 100 defects, you think or you plan in such a way that all 100 defects are fixed. And you hope all the 100 defects are fixed because your code or the developer code needs to be bug free. But sometimes you find debugging or finding the root cause is pretty much hard because the developer needs to reproduce the bug. Sometimes reproducing correctly a bug is very simple, they think. Or sometimes the defect or the bug which has been found may be inaccurate. And bugs may occur in only special cases, maybe due to some special data, special environment, special mechanism is there. So it becomes difficult to basically reproduce sometimes. That's the way the concept of where AI comes into picture. You run a test suite, find a defect, but sometimes where the diagnosis on the right side, which is fixing the diagnosis and fixing the bug, it becomes complicated. So AI will be helping out in identifying what led to that defect so that you can plan more better tests, fix the bug, and give an error-free code, which is out of the market. So this concept or whatever I'm showing in the earlier slide, test, design, and plan. Test, diagnose, and plan. That's a TDP concept which is being shown here. Biddle box, which is the green box, is called as a TDP box, where artificial intelligence is coming into picture. So tester runs a set of plan tests. Tester finds a bug. AI generates a possible diagnosis, and if there's only one candidate, pass it to the programmer. Else AI passes it to the specific candidates. So in the earlier slides, I mentioned about diagnosis. What is that diagnosis? Finding the reason of a problem given the observed symptoms. It can be the requirement, basically knowledge of the diagnosis system, or can be given by experts or learned by the AI techniques. There are a couple of key concepts of AI techniques, which the black box AI concept I'm saying, okay? What is internal to that black box or AI? That is what I'm trying to explain from the next couple of slides. And these four slides, these four key concepts are MBD, which is the model-based diagnosis, entropy, high probability, and low cost. It might be a bouncer to you right now, but let me go into details of what are these specific techniques about. In the MBD technique, given a model how the system works, it infers what went wrong. Couple of flowcharts, couple of if conditions. What if the engine doesn't start? There are lot of permutation combination built into this model-based diagnosis to infer what has to be treated if it follows this path or that path actually. Where all is the model-based diagnosis applied? Printers, vehicles, robotics, spacecraft. These are just four pictures which are shown, but in most of the equipments, tasks, activities which we see in our day-to-day world, MBD is being applied. You will not realize it, you will not, because it is invisible to you. Software is difficult to model actually. You need to code how the software should behave. You come up with the specific requirements. That requirements involves capturing those requirements and turning it into a working model. It requires you to code. And that's what you need to code how the software or the requirement should behave. So sometimes you find it that specifications or specs are complicated to model. So static code analysis ignores those runtime characteristics or parameters like polymorphism, instrumentation, lot of concepts, lot of languages which have those runtime parameters or runtime concepts. Those static code analysis misses those or ignores those actually. So Zolter had given the idea of the MBD concept in way back in 2011. He constructed a model from the observations, and those observations should include the execution traces. Functions visited during those executions and observed outcome may be a bug or no bug. That were the observations from Zolter's analysis. Weaken model can be like OK function. Different functions were written based upon the weaker model. And execution matrix which Zolter created is a key component in Zolter is the execution matrix. It is built from the observed execution traces. For example, one bug can be F1 to F5 to F6. I'm just taking the example from the keyboard of your laptop or desktop. Under observation will be a bug F2 to F5. And the third observation might be F2 to F6 to F2 to F7. And based upon these observations, based upon this path, there can be different probability. It can be a 1 or 0. And the combination of 1 or 0 may result in a bug. That is what this execution matrix or Zolter's model comes up with a picture. The diagnosis can be a hitting set of conflicts. I'm going bit scientific, bit technical, because that is what this whole session is about. The black box concept of AI, what is internal to those are explained in detail in these slides. And I have been part and parcel of these internal analysis studies in some of the key projects which I did in the last 6 years actually. In diagnosis, in every bug, what we're trying to find is trace at least one function which is faulty. It can be F1 to F6. F1 to F5, the path can be F1, F5, F6. Is any of these paths faulty? It can be F2 to F5 also. Or it can be conflict, where F1, where if it's like a AND condition. In the earlier observation, it's OR condition. In the conflicts, it's like an AND condition. And the possible diagnosis can be F5 to F1 to F6. That last line, which is mentioned in this slide. The software diagnosis with Zolter analysis is bug report, give it to that Zolter function or software Zolter mechanism, which is MBD, come up with a set of candidate diagnosis, And once the set of candidate diagnoses are extrapolated or extracted, prioritize those diagnoses. So what will happen is, the more you come up with the possible candidates, the more you come up with the prioritization. It might be that you might have to plan more tests. You report a bug as many times as possible so that it can fit to the AI engine. Right now, this AI engine, this is Zoltar engine, which I'm saying. Come up with a set of possible diagnoses and suggest new tests to prune as many candidates as possible. In the earlier slide, you're planning more tests, so you're coming with a set of possible diagnoses. In this slide, you're coming with a single diagnosis. It's a combination. The more you plan, the more possible diagnoses you will have come into picture. So the objective is to plan a sequence of tests to find the best diagnosis with minimal tester actions. This emphasis which is given. Plan the test in such a way to find the best diagnosis with minimal tester actions. So that is the, so planning is very important in this. So like I explained earlier in the concept, the 4 key concepts of this AI techniques will be high probability, low cost, MBD, as well as entropy. So this, in the high probability, you're trying to come up with a probability to check the most probable function. So probability analysis comes into picture in this specific highest probability arena. So like if you see the black spots, they are the all the white circles, they're all probable functions, but the black ones are the ones which are the most probable, and that has been highlighted in the black color actually in this specific slide. In the lowest cost, consider only the functions which has a probability between 0 to 1 and test the closest function from this set. Here you are trying to establish the probability with the lowest cost involved. In the previous slide, it can be highest cost, but here it is, we are trying to establish the probability with the lowest cost. And those are highlighted in the yellow and the orange colors actually. So those are the lowest probability cost functions. In the entropy, it's like a combination actually. Here a test set of components where there will be a pass failure ratio, like alpha will pass and assuming alpha will not pass, and something like a combination mid between pass and fail. So probability of alpha will pass will be the probability of candidates in the plus range. So we are choosing this, we're choosing the probability test with the lowest entropy, which might be a combination of pass fail and a combination of pass fail, to achieve the highest information gains. So in this specific slide, whatever is shown as the or blue color, that is the entropy ones which are being highlighted actually. So I have explained about highest probability, lowest cost, and the entropy based. Planning under uncertainty. Here you don't know, the outcome of test is unknown. So but we'd like to minimize the expected cost. So it is called as the MDP, or which is called also called as the Markov decision process. And it takes into factors 4 parameters: states, actions, transitions, and the reward. States might be the set of performed tests and their outcomes. Actions might be the possible tests. Try to plan as many tests as possible. Transition can be a combination of entropy, which I was mentioning earlier, and the reward can be the cost of the performed test. It can be a low cost or the high cost. And the current solver uses myopic sampling, basically so using a sampling to come up with this formulation, which is called as the Markov decision process. In the preliminary experimental results, you're finding that there's a synthetic code and a setup is created to generate a random call graphs with 300 nodes. It generates a 15 random initial test, and you run the diagnosis with a probability in such a way that the probability is greater than 0.9 is found. And you run the test on 100 instances so as to arrive at a probabilistic figure. So run as many tests as possible. 100 is the number which has been taken for this specific analysis. Based upon the 4 parameters or 4 techniques: MDP, LC, entropy, and HP. It has been observed, and this is a practical finding based upon my analysis for in the initial 1 or 2 years when I was doing this analysis, 2015 to 2016. We have found, and most of the tools in which are prevalent in AI, that MDP tool is the considered the most effective probabilistic tools. HP and entropy are not so good and perform worse than the LC and MDP sometimes, but MDP considers cost and probability to outperform the others in most of the scenarios. Preliminary experimental results are based, and the units which we use in this techniques or AI techniques is called as N units. A real code is known as is a well-known testing framework for C sharp actually, and generated call graphs with 302 nodes. Same concept. You run the diagnosis when till the probability is greater than 0.9. And preliminary experimental results here also, if you see the table, similar results. And MDP, Markov distribution process, which considers the cost and probability, outperforms all the others, whether it is LC or entropy or HP. It outperforms all the others. Result has been the test and diagnosis plan or the TDP paradigm, that AI diagnosis observed bug with MBT algorithm. AI plans further tests to find the correct diagnosis, and it empowers the tester using the AI. The bug diagnosis done by tester plus AI is something significantly higher, and that is what is all the plus point or benefits from this concept, key concept. Integrating the AI-based system, there are quite a few vendors in open market which offer AI solutions for testing. But you'll have to arrive at a solution or choose a system based upon your understanding or your requirement. The system will have an API to communicate with your existing application and ask your development team or vendor to do the integration. So whatever techniques I mentioned, those are inbuilt in most of the AI prevalent tools or AI-based systems. Which AI system you need for your specific product, you'll have to do analysis. You can't randomly apply any AI tool to your product. I did analysis of almost 6 AI tools to come up with a conclusion what specific tools will be applicable or relevant for me or which will run into my product. So it involves integration of various tools as depicted in the next slide actually. So AI test engine, it is a combination. It has to synchronize with your configuration management tools, server logs, source code, developer, QA testers. You can't blindly put any AI engine to your product or your requirements. So it has to integrate with all these components actually. If if I'm speaking something wrong, just feel free to interrupt me or raise the flag. Okay. So integrating the AI-based systems depends upon the configuration management tools, build tools, database systems, test automation tools if they are being used in a project or product, reporting tools, it can be Power BI, Tableau, in test management tools, ALM or Jira, whatever. So come up with AI-based tool which will be integrating with all these specific subsystems which are relevant for your product or project to come up with a dashboard. The analytics generated with the AI tool is significant. You get the various data phase. It then gives critical predictive analysis driven at the real time to the testing teams across the project lifecycle. They can be what are the specific analytics generated? Asset analytics, staff analytics. Asset analytics is capturing the various metrics around analytics based upon for individual assets. And staff analytics, distribution of the capabilities based upon the specific skills, resourcing, what is the skill set required, or what is the progress needed for the workforce transformation initiatives. There are other specific analytics like customer analytics for customer feedback, maybe in the CRM tool, which Joan was speaking earlier. Delivery analytics for any specific delivery challenges in your testing projects. You can do the delivery analytics. Right sizing solutions. You might have a product with a lot of solutions or systems. Whether you need all the system, you can do analysis from that perspective. You might be able to prune couple of application solutions which are redundant or might not be required. And predictive analysis, providing the predictive views for all key dimensions so that you can come up with the accurate forecasting and estimation for the future. For example, 2023 planning, I've already started doing it for my current project, and I have a visibility. I know what should be a team size, what should be a product, or what should be tools and techniques and processes which I should be using next year for my current projects and requirements. So benefits of using AI testing is it can give you early completion of software testing lifecycle, better coverage. Maybe there are a lot of tools for testing coverage, but introduction of AI will effectively lead to a better coverage. It will help in getting the quality software with less time and effort, and it will help in creation of the reusable prediction models. It will also help in integrating the source control systems, build servers, environmental systems, which are separate components and you need specific skill sets to do all this in-depth analysis, which might be a different area or gamut of application itself. So like it is being shown in the right side, you do the selection of tests, execution reporting, environment provisioning. All this can be encapsulated by using AI in the testing arena. Like I mentioned, I have pretty much used the AI testing tools from these 6 product vendors, like Apply Tools, Sauce Labs, Retest, Test.ai, Test.im, and Eggplant. For my specific projects or requirements, only Eggplant was specifically successful because it had environmental issues and some key components driven by data. There were different modules. Some modules was, or most of the tools which has been shown here were okay to be used in my project, but from the integration perspective, only Eggplant was being used. It might be my perception because that specific product had Eggplant as the favor, but in your project it might be Apply Tools, or in your product it might be Retest. So you need to identify, do an analysis, run a POC on your applications or product before arriving at a conclusion which AI testing tool will be specifically suited for your requirements. Okay. 2 case studies which I want to mention is I ran initially to arrive at identification of my tool is I did a case study, did a POC on 2 specific areas. One is the feasibility management application, and I will not dwell much more into this, but all the 6 products, all the 6 AI testing tools were run through this application. Everything was successful here. So I couldn't arrive which might be the best suited application. This is a specifically healthcare implementation case study. Similarly, I ran my those AI testing tools on this specific scenarios for a healthcare implementation or hospital implementation. And only Eggplant came out successfully, and that was because of Eggplant's integration with that specific hospital management system. Others had some little bit of issues or ran into errors when the execution was being done. So that enabled me to arrive at a conclusion that Eggplant AI testing tool is suitable for my application or need. And post that, I have been using Eggplant for almost 5 years actually. Conclusion is, with the amalgamation of AI in test creation, execution, and data analysis, testers can permanently do away with the need to update the test cases manually, continually, and identify the controls, spot the links between the defects and components in a far more effective manner. So the more you start imbibing that concept, the more you start getting into the groove of things, the more you start doing the analysis, you will find that it has got a great future actually. Some of the feedback, which, because I have been an advocate, I have been usage of AI techniques for last almost 5 years, the feedback has been, wherever I have used it, is, dear Shyam and team, this has been genuinely incredible work, and something, the return on investment or the time to find or diagnose some issues which could have taken time immemorial, based upon this implementation, usage has been significantly good actually. So recommendation from my side definitely is, let's use AI in testing as much as possible. I know I gave some scientific techniques, which is like a black hole for almost all the AI usage world or something. But the more you try to understand the nuances, what is involved in those areas or inbuilt into the AI tools, you understand the power of AI actually. That's all from my side, Nithin, and I'm open for the
Thank
Q&A
you.
session.
Thank you, Shyam. Thank you so
and
much.
I hope I was within the time only. Yeah.
Yeah, it was right on time. It was right on time.
Yeah.
Okay, it was really great because we rarely talk about the nuts and bolts behind the system, right? So you really went to the nut and bolts and you explained with the POC how you approach. So it was really nicely structured. Thank you so much for that. So let me invite the previous speakers so that we can run the Q&A. So Juan is here, and Hemanshu is also here. Hi Hemanshu, are you able to hear us? Because I couldn't see you on stage. Yes, perfect. Hi. Look to see you. Good to see you both back again. So yeah, without further delay, maybe we can start the Q&A. We do have a few questions. So let me start with one for Juan. Do you test the AI before using AI for tests? And how do you do this?
All right, this is a tricky question. How do you test the AI before using AI for test?
Yes.
Basically,
This question for sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Nithin, is it question for Juan or anyone else?
I think that
We can go with all of you guys. Maybe we start with Juan first this time. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, Juan. Yeah, please go ahead.
okay. So I think that the main point here is to implement or use the nowadays testing apps that currently support the AI functions. There are plenty. I think that you mentioned previously mentioned some of the testing applications that currently works and eventually had the opportunity to use the AI tools. So I think that do you test the AI before using the AI for test? I would rather say than you could use the test implement with the AI to test eventually AI. Basically, yes, and this could be done by the usage of new testing tools that support AI functions or that are linked with AI results.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Juan. Hemanshu, do you like to add on something on top of that?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I would say like yes, definitely for the AI models, etc., which we build. So those are also like products on its own. And just like when we build any functionality in Java or anything else, we write unit test. Similarly, if we are building something in AI as a product, which can be used for QAs, so we definitely need to test those AI models as well to identify that those models are giving us the right outcome or not. Those testing can be done in different fashions. For example, if you are writing any models or if you are creating any AI models, you can definitely write some unit tests. Most of the AI models or algorithms are written in Python. So you can write your PyTests in Python and all, so that to check that whatever expectations you have, your models are behaving correctly or not. Otherwise, if your models are not correct, then whatever classifications or categorizations you expect your models to do, that will not happen. So yes, definitely quality is needed in all those AI products as well. Yeah.
Totally agree with that. Tools also need testing. Yeah. How about you, Shyam?
No, yeah, I agree to whatever Himanshu and Joan has been saying. Basically, you need to come up with a conclusion, like based upon the scientific analysis. You need to do some little bit of prognosis actually and diagnosis actually. You can't just blindly go into that world and start. If that was the world, that was the testing 20 years back or 10 years back actually. So unless you do that prognosis and identify what is the inbuilt or black hole or what is the nuances inside that, you'll understand it more actually. So how do you do that? That's all the AI about actually.
That's an awesome answer. So since we touched the tools over here, I have something for the of you. So we saw a lot of AI tools from these presentations you shared, right? So I was wondering what all are the criteria or the right strategies testers can have when they are evaluating or AI tools. So do you have any pointers which we can take away while considering AI-driven tools? Maybe Himanshu, you can go first.
Yeah, sure. So definitely, yeah, like there are many, like most of the tools which are there in market, they are all mostly paid tools. So if your business and if your project allows you to do that, you can go ahead with those paid tools. So the only reason is like because this is the start of that market overall. So currently things are more into the paid kind of tools. Something similar when testing started. So earlier QTP was the main key tool, like I believe 20 years ago, which was a paid tool. But with time, other open source tools came into market, like Cypress, WebDriver.io, Selenium, etc. And then now it is very easy to build your own frameworks on those open source tools. So as of today, I think the options are limited. But if you want to build something on your own, then there are different libraries like TensorFlow, Spark, etc., which you can use. And even there are different other free Git repos, which are provided by some good companies like Google, Meta, or Amazon, etc., who provide some learning model. So you can start things from there. You can start first learning Python, and then you can build something on your own. Report portal is one of the tool which is free of cost. It comes in Docker images. So if anyone wants to start something from scratch, they can definitely try it and use it in their projects as free. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for the recommendations, Hemanshu. Maybe Juan, do you have anything to add on?
Yeah, I think that what Hemanshu was previously mentioning was the correct answer. AI testing is in a baby steps nowadays, and we're definitely most likely to look into new open sources eventually in the future. But I think that it would happen the same scenario as for testing applications or open sources. So for the beginning was paid only, but with the eventually past the years, there were new pricing open sources too.
Nice. How about you, Shyam? Do you
Yeah,
have a set
like
of criteria for you because you shared a POC concept with us, right?
I agree with Joan and Himanshu. There are a lot of open source tools right now, but when I started with my analysis, it was like the paid world actually then. And when the POCs which I also did was mostly the paid tools. And specifically, once I identified specific tool for my project, I have been with that specific vendor only. I am getting yearly rebates, so and my organization is able to invest in that specific AI tool. So we are continuing with this. But I've started exploring the open source tools, and that is an area where we need to really start imbibing. You can't just you need to see what are the ways, what is the AI world about actually. But but I'm using the paid one, like whatever Himanshu and Juan said actually. So
Yeah, it really depends on the project needs and the
absolutely.
requirements, like you mentioned. Yeah.
And I've been using for 6 years now, and yearly I get the rebate from that vendor, and the organization is okay. So we are continuing with the same vendor right now. From that, that's all. Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
So let's move on to the next question. So there is always a mindset shift required to embrace change, and AI and ML is indeed a change which is coming, right? So, and we need to unlearn few things we already learned during this transformation. So for you, what has to be unlearned to move forward with this rise? Who want to go first this time?
I can pick that, and then Juan and Shyam can also pitch in. So yeah, so there is always a need of learn and unlearn, and I always say like for a successful project, there is there is always something we know: intelligent quotient (IQ). Then we call about EQ, which is emotional quotient. So for any successful project or any organization, we need AQ as well, which is adaptability quotient. So if you are learning new things and unlearning past things or past technologies, only then you can successfully embrace the new technologies or tools. So for this as well, that is very much needed. Some of the examples which I can suggest is like because AI, ML, and all, they are more efficient on some specific languages like R, Python, etc. While most of the, especially QAs or developers, they come from Java background or JavaScript background in some cases. So they have to, for example, they had to learn Python. In my experience, they had to learn some new tools like Flask, etc. And based on that, they were able to, even I was able to implement some of the things with this AI ML models. So yes, learning and unlearning is very important, because not every past solution can work today. Not every solution which we are using as of today will be there for future as well. So yeah, that's my viewpoint.
Yeah, that's indeed a right one, because we need to adapt as well with the technologies. Joan and Shyam,
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So for like Nithin said, Himanshu said, probably he mentioned about the technical aspects. In the process area also, there are a lot of things which can be learned and learned. Root cause analysis, fishbone techniques, which we used to spend a lot of time. Based upon these AI techniques, you implement it, you come up with those techniques. you leave out aside those things in the past actually, and try to embrace new concepts of analysis, root cause, and fishbone actually. So that is something which I've imbibed, which I've unlearned and unlearned in my journey with AI implementation. Definitely.
Yeah, I think also that's a key point right there. I think that unlearning is not the correct word for me. I'll say that it's more like eventually be more agile and adapt to what is currently going on in the market right now. So it's really important for us to remind what we have learned the past of the years, because at the end of the day it's experience, and eventually when we came up with a roadblock in the future, we would know the different outcomes we had past few years ago, right? So I think that it is adapting what we have learned till the date to what we continuously are learning, right? So it's like kind of mixing everything that we have learned, but definitely there are some things that can be changed, such as Hemanshu was mentioning, the AI, the AQ, I'm sorry, and the EQ, which I think that is really important nowadays. Having in hand that the AI has the capability of uh, have thought, feelings, and other diverse different topics related to AI too. That we're not being like inclusive with all that part, right?
That's a perfect answer. EQ and the thought process, because you shared about Sophia. I remember from your talk,
Yeah.
because you shared about Sophia and you mentioned about all these during that time. So maybe we move to the next question. As a developer, what can I do to help QA to implement these kind of solutions? Maybe Joan, you wanna take this up?
For sure. What could I do to help QA to implement these kind of solutions? I think that the first thing you need to be doing is joining these hubs, definitely. uh, gathering as much as information as you could, uh, or as it is possible, is the road to success. As just as AI, as much as information you can storage, and the more you learn and the more you capacity and have certifications and learn on the diverse topics, these all sums and add up to what you're doing. Relating QA, I think that being on the top of the market and being on the latest news and the latest softwares is really useful, but not sometimes, because as the example that we're exposing right here, that Shyam was exposing, that he has been working with the same tool for 6 years now, and definitely has delivered results, and that's why he keeps using that same tool. So the main point right here is to adapt what is better for you and for your project and for your company.
That's the perfect answer, because we need to consider the project requirements and the company requirements and adapt in a way that we could fit everything in. That's,
of course,
love that answer of yours, Joan. Does any of you have anything to add on top of that? Otherwise we can move to the next question, because I can see a pretty much of list of questions here and we have shorter time to cover all those.
Yeah, let's move to the next one. Yeah. And I feel for the other questions we can go one by one with one
yes
person if the questions are long.
Perfect. So maybe Hemanshu, do you see any solution focused on testing from a business point of view supported by AI?
Do you see any solution focused on testing from business standpoint? Yeah, there are many solutions. Like for example, visual UI testing. So if anyone is doing any testing where they want to compare their application before and after release, and they are more on the front end kind of application, so they can use some tools like coded UI, where they can compare their application before and after release. This kind of testing also helps if anyone is interested from the business standpoint to do accessibility testing. So because there are some visually impaired customers who cannot see all the different colors or pixels, etc. So if anyone has those kind of needs, they can do this. AI ML from the business needs standpoint. And there are many other examples as well, like implementing some reporting kind of tool, which everyone needs to do. So if you are doing any execution, we need to do analysis. So report portal is one of the tool which anyone can use from the business standpoint, so that their non-technical stakeholders can use it. Plus, for example, the Alexa integration, which I showed in the demo or the PPT time, that is one of the business kind of use case, which all the TPMs or the product owners, business analyst, or your Scrum Master, they can utilize on day-to-day basis, where they can integrate their Alexa, etc. with their Jira. They can use their APIs, and they can, that could be one of the AI supported solution, which is used on day-to-day basis. Yeah.
So the example you shared, the Alexa one, was really a practical one, because stakeholders no need to know the technical aspects of what happens behind. They only need data, which is presented in a nice way, right? So report portal, yeah, I have tried it once in my project also. It's really cool. So maybe we go to the next one. Do the tools you all mentioned work with the UI of the software, or do they test the code? Or is it possible to analyze the automation framework for flows? I think it's referring to all of you. Maybe we can go around the table.
I can give my example. The tools which I've used, actually, they are working mainly with the UI of the software. They are not testing the code, actually. Software functionality and analyzing the frameworks inbuilt into that products, actually. Testing the code, they have separate products, like what Hemanshu said. But for my needs, I've worked on areas where they are mainly testing the functionality and the automation framework. That is the gist of my answer.
Okay. How about you, Juan?
Yeah, I will take that. What was mentioned previously also is that in the beginning of the questions, that you need to test everything, also the testing calibration tools for automation. So definitely, I think that is it possible to analyze the automation frameworks for flows, but definitely you need to test that this current softwares are actually useful for your project or a specific implementation or usage.
Thank you. Hemanshu, if I'm not wrong, I remember you sharing about unit testing tools which can leverage AI capabilities. So do you like to add on that?
Yeah, so Spidering AI is one of the tool where you can write your unit test, which scroll through your code, and it can identify some of the unit tests on their own. So your developers or your QAs do not need to write those tests. So it is one of the option we can go. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So the next one is more towards mobile testing. Can we use AI with integration with some other tools for mobile testing? Who want to go first?
I haven't used AI in my mobile. I haven't used it with AI mobile integration, so probably I will not be in a position to answer this, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that with mobile testing, I haven't experienced that much in mobile testing, but I think that we could definitely integrate, or there is actually an integration with AI in the mobile testing. But further than that, I think that the mobility of the AI for the testing would lead us to the agile, or to be more agile at the time of the running the actual test. But in my position, I haven't been related with the mobile testing at the moment, so I think that I wouldn't be the exact POC for that specific question.
Maybe I can also shed some lights over mobile testing, because I'm coming from mobile testing domain since few years. So yeah, absolutely, like Joan mentioned, we can integrate AI concepts into mobile testing as well, because tools like cloud providers like BrowserStack, Source Labs, and all, they do have a comparison feature for all the automated runs which we execute. So that comparison report is actually generated with the help of AI. And in my previous talk, I actually mentioned a tool called Aptim, which runs performance test along with functional test. So it leverages AI capabilities to actually compare two test sessions. So you will get the difference between a previous release and the current release. So you can see the performance, how the performance of the app varies throughout the releases. And if you fall a drop in your performance, so you can easily identify. So your AI will predict, okay, this is the level of discrepancy you have. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. Hemanshu, do you have anything to add on that from your experience?
Yeah, from mobile testing side, I think there are some cloud partners like Browser Stack or Perfecto, etc. So they also provide some AI-enabled tooling. I believe Percy AIO or something is one of the tool which is supported by one of the cloud vendor like either SauceLab or Browser Stack. So that can be used where we can check some of the element locator more easily. Similarly, Perfecto also provides some element locator options these days. So earlier it was purely manual, but now they give some option over there which can be used. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. So we have another one, say how AI and ML can help testers to perform user-centric testing, say for usability or user experience, for example. So can AI ML testing tools help us or provide us support to perform user-centric testing? Have you been like experienced it in the past, or you have any experience having those tools, working on those tools?
Specifically on the
Anyone?
usability and user experience, yes, definitely. I have worked on that actually for my products. So yes, it can perform the user centric and usability testing. And it has to be customized to basically the tools. You'll have to customize it or configure it in such a way that they can perform this testing. So all the tools like Hemanshu and Juan, earlier people have session people speakers have said, you'll have to do a lot of configuration, customization. You identify what is the requirement and then go ahead with that. Don't blindly say this tool will be implementable for this product.
Totally agree with that.
Yeah, I agree too.
Because most of the time we say yes to everything and implement tools without seeing the problem, actual problem behind it.
Yeah, it's a jargon actually. It can AI can be used, but there are a lot of backend things, configurations. Unless you do that properly, you will not be able to implement it also. And you might spend 3 months, 4 months just on configuring that specific tool if you haven't done the robust analysis from your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe we move to a next question. I can combine this with another one from the list we have. So in many organizations, QA means testing. So what are your thoughts on it? And how can AI help or assist in terms of QA? And I'm just adding one more. How do you think QA can bring value with the advent of AI?
All right, I think I'll go first. First of all, I think that there are plenty of ways in which we could implement AI in the QA. For example, the automation of failure, for example, as I was mentioning previously in my talk, is very important for us to fail as soon as possible. With the implementation of AI, the tools are now capable of identifying that mistake and correcting it at the same time. So I think that one of the advantages of implementing the AI in the QA is that we will eventually prevent those failures or acquire those failures faster, so we could be like moving or redirecting our scope or the way we're doing things. So I think that definitely one of the benefits is automation, and not so automation, but also time and wastes. I think that the main purpose of AI in QA is to reduce the amount of waste that we have in time, movement, etc., etc. And iterations, as I'm sorry, as Shyam was previously talking, that would take us like 3 or 4 months developing a code. With AI systems, we could review that code in seconds, right? And identify it if it is like correctly scripted down, or or not. So I think that that's the main benefit of implementing the AI in QA.
Great answer. How about Hemanshu and Shyam?
Yeah, I would chime with whatever Juan said. So yeah, no more extra comments on that. Thank you.
Same thing.
Okay,
Echo.
thank
Echo.
you.
Whatever, Johan, Himanshu.
Thank you so much. So I think this one I will redirect to Shyam, because you shared about the nuts and bolts about the concepts MBD and all, right? So what about the data structure DS algorithms or data science algorithms, if I'm getting it correct, and concept like recursion, trees, graphs in automation? Do we really need that?
Based upon the analysis which we have been doing in the techniques which I showed, like entropy, LC, high probability, or MBD, not all things will be required, but probabilistic analysis based upon the recursion or tree graphs you might have to come up. The more the data points are there, the more robust your tool will be, because you are putting those data points into this tools actually to come up with an analysis. Like I mentioned, the more your data points and the more trees, graphs, it will be good for you actually, but not all the concepts will be required. But yes, they will be these are key concepts which will be required from that specific analytical perspective. And like I mentioned, MBD, if you start uh, inputting those data points to your specific analytical tool, you will find, or you will come to know that, or you will realize that MBD is the most efficient AI analytical tool actually from that perspective. And this is based upon my experience. I did that analysis for 9 months and then came up with these findings. If you spend more time, maybe you might data points might change, or your output might change. But MBD has been the most realistic one, or which has been showing most good outputs.
The learner in me is actually curious, Shyam. So when you started exploring this MBD and all those concepts, do you have any specific resources which you refer to? Which one would you recommend for newbies?
I had a lot of textbooks, or I did a lot of googling when I started with my analysis actually, and those I can just, it's just not one or two. There are multiple assets or inputs or multiple text which I took the help from actually.
Yeah.
So I can
It would
share.
be
Nithin, I will share it with you actually with all those things. Actually.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe you can share in the chat also, so that our audience can also fetch it up.
Definitely. Sure.
And I guess we are slightly out of time, but I feel like this question, with this question, we can end this up. So after these three talks, I am leaving with an impression that there is still some ground to be covered between AI as a science and general testing. So do you all agree?
Yeah, I think because AI itself is a in an evolving period, and every industry, every domain or product is doing experiments with it. So similar goes with the QA domain as well. So yeah, I think there is a lot to learn on it. There from the models or from the use cases standpoint, that is something which needs to be identified first, and then secondly, to make things to make these models work more efficiently, we need precise data as well, because all the reports, whatever, if you are planning to classify or categorize, all those things needs data. And that is the reason, although AI ML started or coined in 1950s, but they are still they are coming into market in 2022 or 2010 kind of time. So the only reason was the right amount of data and the correct data. So if you do not have correct data, your AI ML cannot give you the right results. So it is still an experiment phase for every industry, and for QA as well. I think it will take time to actually give more results or robust results.
Yeah. Great. Again, I remember, Juan, you mentioned AI. You actually referred AI to a kid, right? Maybe you could add on something from your viewpoint on this question. I guess you are on mute. We cannot hear you.
I'm sorry. I think that there is a lot of ground to be covered related. Well, when we're talking about AI, the main key point here is that AI is like having, as was mentioning, thousands and trillions and millions and billions of information storage in one same cloud or in one same brain. So I think that comparing to a kid is like every day we have new information, every day we have new data, and new things came up from one morning to another. So I think that the ability of being able or constantly learning via the machine learning and the deep learning and all the learning branches of AI, I think that the main key point here is to for us to keep on learning with the AI systems as well, because there is where the gap is, where the AI model
Mhm.
or the AI businesses start to learn more and more and more and faster than us, and we keep in the same path and we didn't keep on learning. So I think that definitely this is the main key point, and that's why there are lots of ground to be covered, because for us humans it's more difficult to stretch all that amount of data in one single head. So um, I think that this is like the main challenge.
And
Thank you
I
so much,
completely
Joan.
echo with
Yeah,
Himanshu
Shyam.
and John, actually, whatever they said. And depending upon if you get accustomed to whatever you have been doing with that specific product and tool, you will not understand the nuances, and you will lose that learning ability actually from that perspective. And depending upon the product, depending upon the environment, depending upon the changes, you will have to explore more areas actually. So you can't stick to there's a vast ocean of AI tools, techniques, processes. So you will need to know when to swim to which shore, and that is what is all about it is about actually.
Yeah, when and which, that really matters. With
Correct.
that, I really don't want to end this, and we have a lot of questions pending, but we are running out of time, so I have to stop it. Maybe the audience, if you have any further questions, you can directly reach out to our awesome speakers here in their social media channels, and you can also post the questions in our Geekle Slack workspace. Thank you so much, Joan, Himanshu, and Shyam. It was a fabulous experience hosting you three. Thank you so much, Geekle, also. See you again sometime soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yeah.
See you. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye bye. Yeah.
Okay, we're back. We're back from our short break, and I'm very excited to announce the next speaker. But before that, I still gotta mention. So yeah, in the mornings, if some of you are watching, I pretty hope so. You're still there from the very intro part. My colleague Paul mentioned that we have a Node.js where we'll be discussing something regarding to testing. And so yeah, here it is. So we actually just like properly announced that I saw lots of emails sending. So yeah, check this out. One of the first events we have next year is a global summit for Node.js. Like we all know that there is a lots of testings that's done with Node.js. So definitely go check that out. So events.geekle.js/Node.js2, and the link will be in the chat. And the promo code QA Flash also works with this event. Okay, and so I'm gonna also post this link in the chat later. Okay, so without any further adu, let me introduce our next speaker. I'm very stoked to see him back with us again. So we had Nithin, who was advisory board member at SQI, and now we have CEO of SQI. We have Jonas here with us. Welcome back to the QA Global Summit.
Hey Nick, nice to be here. It's always a pleasure, like joining the QA Global Summit. Second time this year, I guess.
Yeah, awesome. So you will be talking about no-code automation.
Yeah, right. So we are gonna look a bit deeper into the hype trend no-code automation and if it's really a jack of all trades, like a lot of tools promise. And I have I hope some interesting facts to share. So
okay, awesome. So without any further ado, the stage is yours. Let me display your slides and you're good to go. Good luck.
All right, thank you. So yeah, welcome everyone to my talk about no-code automation. For all of you who don't know me, I'm Jonas, CEO of SQI, and we are a young startup in Karlsruhe. Where Karlsruhe is, it's in Baden-Württemberg in Germany. Not sure if you all know it. We started 2 years ago with the company, and basically the founders are Dominic and myself. Right now we have more than 16 team members. As Nick said, Nithin is one of our advisors. We serve customers and users in more than 40 countries right now. And I think we have a quite interesting story because we started as a no-code automation tool and slowly developed ourselves into a developer-focused automation tool and are now kind of merging the no-code way together with the code way. And during that time, I spoke to almost like 300 test engineers And every time I spoke to a test engineer, I asked him the question, what do you think about the no-code trend? How do you feel about it? And yeah, today I want to share my learnings and the answers I got. I'm pretty sure that everyone feels the same way in what I present today, but I think overall there are some nice facts which I can share with you. So why even bother about no code right now? I mean, it's one of the most trendy words right now, I would think, and I was actually super surprised when I Googled about no code in Google Trends, and I found this. So basically 5 years ago, no one even cared about no code. But in the last few years, interesting enough, it started in early 2020 when there was really a trend rising, and now it's exponentially growing. It was also to start with COVID, maybe with the trend to digitization, always more people, developer were rarely available, and then a lot of people started to look further into no-code solutions. Maybe there's a correlation. I'm not sure about that. But I think it's quite interesting that we have this kind of trend right now, and where this trend is leading and what the tools actually promise. I also Googled this definition of no code. So because I think we have to clear some facts about it, because just in the name no code automation or no code, it just states that it's not code. I found this definition, I just read it out. So it's no code automation allows both technical and non-technical users to automate processes through graphical user interfaces instead of doing some code or whatever, where the UI usually consists of drag and drop boxes, that whatever. So I marked 3 main points here, which I want to talk through a bit. I don't agree with all of the 3 points being valid for no-code automation, actually, and I will tell you shortly why, but maybe go through them. So especially 2 I don't like. The first one, you may even know it. UI usually consists of drag and drop boxes. I don't think that's particularly true for no-code solutions. Maybe it was 5 years ago where it was a valid way to show without code some flows, but I feel like drag and drop is just a feature for implementing stuff. I don't really think it has anything to do with no code per se in today's world. And the other one is through graphical user interfaces. So we will shortly see that for no-code solutions, not always there are graphical user interfaces involved. For example, with all the natural language models appearing, I think there are more and more no-code solutions actually just using voice or rather text inputs, pure text inputs in plain English, and then translating them into some actions instead of having a deep graphical user interface where you put down processes. But what I really like and what often people miss is the sentence allows both technical and non-technical users to automate processes. Why do I like that? Because often no code has this trend to be just like a thing for, oh, you can't code, you must do something no code. I don't think that's true. No code, the real reason no code exists is to make our lives easier. And if you do have a technical background or not, does not matter in that context. I even think that no code really shines when you have a technical background, because then it just accelerates your processes. All right, but now let's have a look into the actual tools. What do they promise? And I've researched a few no-code tools. I think I know almost all of them, but there are so many. I put down here 4, and they have different kind of claims. The first one is manual testers automate tests 15 times faster, spending 99.5% less time on maintenance. And here you see it, create stable tests in plain English. Maybe there's a GUI to put this text in there, but it's no drag and drop or so, it's just plain English. The next one is move fast without breaking things, get the speed of automation and the intelligence of humans in only unified QA platform that anyone can use. Blah, 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 release with quality quickly and so on. What else do we have? Automated web testing. Blah, blah, blah. I commented out the name, is an advanced no-code, low-code testing tool that is highly preferred by agile teams for preventing flaky tests and eventually speeding up development velocity. And the last one, unlock a new mindset for test automation. Test automation, it's faster, easier, and scales across your entire team and tech stack. Built on a completely visual platform that you just need eyes to understand. So what they all have in common, if you read through them, they all promise a few things, like speed up development process, better maintainability, so no more flaky tests. Not sure about that statement though. And basically anyone can use it. So no developers needed, testers can do it, every tester can do it without automation or like coding experience. And to see if those promises come true, I want to further dig a bit deeper into the actual approach the tools use to build no-code solutions. Because no-code has to build on some coded basis. It's just the new abstraction layer, as Bas mentioned in his Monosy blog posts. And there are 4 approaches I want to show. The first one is actually the first one which was out there. It was record and replay and record and replaying coordinates. What sounds kind of great in a demo is like a nightmare for maintenance. So what you do here is basically you click through the whole application and then record the position, X and Y coordinates of your mouse clicks and your actions, and then just replay those actions again. A huge problem is if you change resolutions, if you change the underlying elements, then you have to re-record every time. It's only good for static applications, basically. Then there was another thing with selector recording. Basically, instead of like recording coordinates, now you record selectors, like XPath selectors, CSS selectors. One huge flaw those tools have, you don't really have access in the no-code tool of what kind of selectors are recorded. So this means they could be recording XPath selectors or anyway, like some kind of selectors which are changed frequently. You don't really have that much access to it because you're limited by the application or the GUI you get from the no-code provider. Another approach are relational descriptions. I do like that approach. What's that? Instead of saying, okay, this is the specific selector, you further define a relation to some other elements, which makes it kind of more stable. For example, here, and that you could say, if you want to type in the text field, you would say type into the text field below the text James, or the first one below James, or type in the text field above the password text field or something like that, which gives you like an additional layer of security or improved stability, which is quite helpful. And the last approach a lot of tools are using is OpenCV, kind of AI object detection and pixel matching. What's happening there is instead of selecting recording selectors, because this tends to be flaky because you don't have access to what kind of selectors, you don't write the automation IDs for the no-code tool, you just crop out the elements visually. For example, this login button here, and then you look for that specific login button visually by moving it through pixel matching through the user interface, or using some kind of AI enhanced object detection to find the elements, which makes it more stable, but you have the drawback that the element has to look like that element on the screen all the time. If you change like the color or the text in it, there's also like a bit of a drawback in there. Yeah, and those are basically all the approaches the current no-code automation tools are built on top of it. And if you talk to test engineers, most of the time when they try out no-code tools, the first few steps are great, but with maintenance, due to the effects of what I just mentioned, to like selectors, no access to what selectors are recorded, record and replay, absolute nightmare. Relational description is actually quite fine, and pixel matching can be flaky sometimes. Because of that, and you don't have the ability to access all that, a lot of test engineers tell me, or like more senior test engineers tell me, that they like to move away from those no-code automation tools. Yeah. So why also, like, there are a few more limitations I want to talk about. Like, this is the approach, but why is it actually also so hard with those selector recording, for example, and with those images? Why does those approaches exist in such a variety? That's basically due to the fact of the tech limitations of the applications underneath, where you have to know which tech limitations your application has before choosing the actual no-code tool or the tool you want to use in your automation product. For example, if you don't know what Shadow DOM is a subtree of DOM elements. DOM is the structure of your HTML page, the document object model. And for example, XPath selectors don't work there. You have to use like other selectors. If your no-code tool doesn't support or only records XPath selector because it's the most easy selector available, you can record all the selectors, but when you replay this, all the Shadow DOM elements will fail. And it's kind of hard to know in advance if that's the case or not. And you would have to wait for the support or for the roadmap of the tool to start supporting Shadow DOM elements. Same is the thing with iframes. Iframes, the difference between Shadow DOM is that instead of it's a subtree, you embed another full document within an HTML document, which means XPath selectors and CS selectors kind of work, but only if you move into the iframe before starting to use the selectors. Same thing with Shadow DOM. Your tool has to support the actual selection method before you use that. And the last UI element, basically, which is a nightmare with no-code automation tools, is canvas elements. Canvas elements are basically rendered elements in front ends. So you render a graphic into a 2D plane, and there no XPath selectors and CSS selectors work. So you have to use the coordinates or AI. Could be a use case for visual regression though. So you have to know if that's supported by your no-code tool as well. So I told before that we were building a no-code tool ourselves with AI and then switched to a developer tool. And I just showed you all the tech limitations you have with like the no-code stuff. But there was another reason why we chose, like, that was one of the reasons, but we were not really into the selector problem because we used like other methods. But there's another reason why I think no-code automation tools did not make the cut in the first place at our tool. And I'd like to tell the story a bit more. So what we do is, like, we use AI object recognition for all finding the elements. It's all good. You resolve the selector problems there. But while talking to our users with the product, we got those questions all the time. Like, for whatever reasons they wanted to implement loops, they asked in demos, okay, how do I replay tests all the time? Can I set variables? What about if conditions? What happens if that states? Can I configure test data somewhere in there? Can I import it? What integrations do you have? What's with the user management? What's with all of that? Valid questions, but I'd like to ask the question like back, if we like build a no-code automation tool which supports variables, if conditions, and loops, I have to state the question if we aren't just building another programming language in the first place. And we told ourselves that the real reason for no-code is to make things simpler and easier, and not to build another programming language. If you would try to build another programming language within a GUI, your programming language will not be good. I can promise you that. Maybe there are ways to do it like in a good way, but I feel like no-code has its certain plus points where it shines. But if you want to do all of that, you should stick to classic test automation. All right, so, but is it all bad? The question. So no, as I mentioned, no code can provide a real value. There is a use case for it. So please have that in mind if you choose your no-code automation tool or sit in a demo and think, oh, that sounds really cool because the claim is super cool on the website. It does provide tons of value if you consider 3 main points from my perspective. The first one, do not expect it to be a check of all trades. You should not think of it that it solves all your problems. The best way to implement a no-code tool is actually when you have the experience to do everything coded, but just think, okay, that's too much work to implement everything. Maybe the no-code tool can handle some configurations in an easy way. Second point, it is made to support your testing and not to replace your testers. So there is this kind of misconception around there somewhere that the tools which are coming up, which AI support, are replacing testers or so, and that we don't need testers anymore. It's like completely false. Tools are always made to support your testing, and even also no-code tools are supporting your testing, and they can shine in some areas, but need to be aware that you still need testers. And last but not least, know your requirements and evaluate on its limitations before buying the tool. So don't go out there, think the claim is nice, implement a tool, and then recognize, okay, I got tons of Shadow DOM, or my application is a Maps application, and the tool doesn't even provide the support for that. And you can check on that really good, like if you also check on the roadmap of your tool, see where it's heading, what will be implemented in the future, what did they implement, talk to the people building the tool, get the demo, try it out, see if there's a free version. I'm a fan of a product-led growth like approach where you just can try out a lot of things for free. It's okay to pay for things, but you should be able to get a glance of if your requirements are met. And stating all that, I put down a no-code timeline, which I basically put down all the expectations we had, like starting with record and replay, early 2000s, 1990s, until today with the AI-based solutions. We heard a lot about that today. And the future, we also heard about a lot of autonomous testing and what it may be bringing. So I think we started with record and replay, sounds really great. Yay, it can do everything, expectations super high. Then we hit rock bottom with super flaky, super high maintenance. Then AI came along. Everything, okay, no code challenges will be solved whatsoever. Everything is great. Kind of say today, maybe, after hearing all of the AI talks. Kind of true also, like AI can really leverage your testing, but you have to know, and all the other speakers also mentioned that there are some limitations, and you have to know that, and your expectations are not too high on that. And then in the future, there will be autonomous testing and all that kind of stuff, but same goes for that. The expectations are probably higher than what it actually delivers in the near future. But overall, if you put down the line on the rock bottoms, I would say no-code automation provides value and the usefulness is rising, just not in a way we have our expectations set. So yeah, I think we are slowly rising there and we're getting there, and there will be more useful use cases for no-code, but it just takes time and you have to know your requirements and the limitations of it, and then you're good to go to implement it for some use cases. For example, if you're just starting out with automation in a small project, maybe a startup, first automation cases, not really that many workflows, UI automation, first UI automation overall, you can use the no-code tool, no worries. Super easy to set up. You don't need the resources to hire a test engineer. But if you're an enterprise-grade company and you have a team of test engineers, have the resources, you serve tons of thousands of users or whatsoever, and you have like a lot of requirements, custom-made stuff and integrations, you should think of not using no-code maybe. You can evaluate on it, but I think probably it's better to just use test engineers and get a proper setup in place. So, but it's up to you. Just be aware of its limitations and then you're good to go. All right, so I want to give a short outlook as well. I think we still have lots of time, actually. So I want to give a short outlook of AI, also what we are working on. So we heard a lot about AI, but in the last talks I was missing one point where it's actually useful. I think I missed it, maybe it was there, sure. That AI can also be useful for object detection. If you think on the left image, it's object recognition, like similar, like in the self-driving cars. You all know these bounding boxes in the videos around your faces, and you can recognize if it's a pedestrian or it's a stop sign or whatever. You can also train user interface elements to the same neural network, to the same AI, and they will tell you what it thinks it is. So it can be if it thinks it's a text box, or it's a text field, or just text with OCR already used very broadly, if it's a button, a link, or whatever. And then you basically go around the challenge with the selectors, and that's also what we are doing at AskUI. So we are trying to build a tool which leverages that, so we don't have to do selectors anymore. If you implement them in a no-code manner, or for like a SDK, or like for in a coded solution, it really doesn't matter, because in the end, no-code is still, as I mentioned, an abstraction layer. So that's a way to leverage, or maybe be more useful using AI moving forward. And another thing I wanted to give an outlook with is 2 more research topics. In the beginning, I talked about that in the no-code definition, there was like a description that it's leveraging user interfaces and drag and drop boxes and that kind of stuff. I want to show some examples that's not the case, and I think in the future that, like, there will be shown that's not needed. One of this is visual question answering. I always have this slide, by the way, in my talks. Is basically you train a model on understanding what's on the image, and then answering a question to it. So, for example, in this here, the image on the left side, if you ask a question to the model, is the girl walking the bike? The model will say no here, because it recognizes through object detection the bike and the girl, and they are separate to each other. So the relation is not met, so the answer would be no. And on the right side, you see the relation between the 2 detected objects is very close. So they know, okay, walking means close relation. So the answer is yes. And how can you now use that for artificial intelligence? Not for artificial intelligence, for testing. You can think of, like, in e-commerce testing, are there only shoes visible? Is the button accessible? Or something like that. Asking questions about UI elements, which are then found and the relations are checked for, and you just ask questions like, what's the quality of the product or of the application, and you get basic yes or no answers, which is not like input through drag and drop boxes, but everyone would agree, basically, I think, that this is also no code. And the other thing is GPT-3. Basically, what's here mentioned is help people, like the idea is that you have like a natural language input, like come up with startup ideas, was here the input, and then the model brings something out of it. There's also with text to image right now, with stable diffusion and all those language models. But here, for example, with the startup idea, the model came up with help people draw up plans for the tree mom, and then helps them find contractors to build it, which seems like a valid startup idea, I would say. Kind of weird, but like valid. And if you think about it in the future, like those models, if they are trained on, for example, just think of like having a model trained on all test cases which are out there, and having the combination to how the applications look like in the context. You could ask questions like come up with all the test cases for my application, for example. I'm not sure what's coming out of there. I know from one research project which tried to do that, train a language model on like creating test cases, and you can't really expect that it's like creating all the test cases, but it actually came up with a few test cases which the testers did not came up with, and it helped them build like a more valid testing strategy for their product by adding stuff they did not know before or did not have in thought before. Yeah, and that's basically the end of my talk. I would jump quickly into like how we leveraged no-code automation versus code automation if we have the time for it. I think we have 1 or 2 more minutes, right?
Yes, just 1 minute. Yeah.
1 more minute. Okay, so maybe I could show it. So basically what we tried in the beginning, which we moved away from, is like having no code like this. Open something in browser, click on button, allow cookies.
Can you enlarge this just a little bit, and it's just a bit small, a bit hard to see.
Like that, if you put down steps in natural language, which is a kind of DSL, but the limiting factor here is actually like they were asking, okay, what with loops, variables, and all that kind of stuff. And that's why the tag is the same. We just came up with a SDK where you just use those commands as a Fluent API. And that's, yeah, my learning basically with no-code automation and all that kind of like talking to a lot of people and what I think about it. Make up your own thoughts about it. I hope I just provided some value in those. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Like, yeah, our manual testing is definitely not as dead as some people say that. And yeah, we always got heated conversation. I remember on that first event in 2021, we had very heated conversation about automation versus manual, that we needed to intervene as the moderators. Like, yeah, people stop. Like, this is like on the harassment territory. Like, no, don't go there. But yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I will see you in the Q&A session.
All right.
And yeah, we'll have already some questions going. Right. Thank you. See you in an hour. Yeah. Bye. All right. Yeah. So now we're still on the topic of no code. And by the way, our platform, if you're watching this from Geekle dashboard, that also is built on a platform. And just as Jonas said, like, it's not a jack of all trades. We are talking about different stuff. Definitely, we're not testing here, but yeah, this is definitely. We also saw that, but yeah. So the next session we have by Jenna, Charlton, and they are product owner at Functionize. So the next topic that we have is leveraging low and no code automation to enable teams. So Jenna, welcome to the stage.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, so I guess we're ready to start your presentation. So can you please share your slides and you're good to go.
Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and. All right, so folks, I'm doing something a little different. If you can see, PowerPoint now does live captioning. So I'm gone ahead and turned these on. I hope it helps some folks. It certainly helps me when I watch a talk. Because I have an audio processing disorder. So in any case, something new to try today. So I'm Jenna Charlton, also known as They Wrestle Test on Twitter. And this is leveraging low and no code automation to enable teams. Just a little bit about me. Been in testing for a long time. I say over a decade because I've kind of lost track, but it's definitely over a decade at this point. I am a product leader at Functionize. We are what I call low code and high code test automation solution. We are AI based. I'm not here to sell you anything, but I do kind of have to give the shout out because it's part of my job. My pronouns are they and them. I am a cat parent. I always share that when I do something virtual because there's about an 80% chance one of them will show up. There's only 2 of them. I love pro wrestling. I love punk rock. Outside of testing, I'm really into accessibility, and that matters a lot to me, partly because I'm ADHD and have an audio processing disorder, and therefore accessibility is for me, but also because it's all about doing the right thing, and that matters to me. Also, because of what today is, for those of you who follow baseball, I live in Cleveland, Ohio. My beloved Guardians are playing in the 5th game of the series. It is the go home game today against the Yankees. Had to wear my Guardians gear had to rep them for a minute. So thanks for indulging me. All right, so let's talk about what we see are as the most common current challenges in test automation for teams. Oftentimes we're in the situation where we're in a time crunch. Sprints are not long and we've got kind of what I call the agile accordion where, we've got 2 weeks and then, the business folks take some time, speaking for myself here as, somebody who now kind of represents the business along with testing. So, the business folks have taken some time and then the devs have taken some time. And now we went from all the way down here. We had all this time to like here. And we've got way less time, sometimes just a day or two, to complete the sprint and have us ready to actually ship code. And because of that, we find ourselves in a time crunch. So we don't have a lot of time for making decisions. We don't have a lot of time for research. Cost is currently a challenge. It's a challenge for everybody. And as the economy shifts, companies become less willing to spend money on tools and things like that. So cost is always a challenge. There's often a skill gap challenge. Let's be honest, automation requires specific skills. I do not like to say that automation requires being technical. Let me be really upfront. I do not like the way we define technical. Technical does not mean code. Technical means that you have technical expertise in some sort of area, meaning testers who focus in manual. I love manual testing. It is where my heart is. Testers who focus in manual have technical skills in the technical job of manual testing. That means you understand test design techniques. You know how to do exploratory testing. You may know how to code. You may understand code to do pull requests, but your choice is to work in manual. And even if you don't know or understand code, you still have a fundamental understanding of software and you have a fundamental understanding of the technical skill of testing. Developers have technical skills in the technical discipline of writing code. Business folks have technical skills in business folks who are like business analysts and product owners have technical skills in the kind of discipline and art of writing requirements and stories. So that skill gap is there, that while we all have technical skills, we don't always have the right technical skill. And then there's this other issue, which is decision paralysis. This is something we all tend to fall into. There are an unbelievable amount of options. There are so many options when it comes to automation, both from the perspective of like traditional automation using Selenium or Cypress, where we're actually writing code, to no and low code solutions like Functionize, like Apply tools, like Catalan, like all of those others. It's an endless list of choices, and that oftentimes results in decision paralysis where we just don't know which way to go. So those are the current challenges that we tend to see. When we think about potential solutions, there's a couple of choices. We can do nothing. We can just act as if everything's okay and continue the way we're moving. That means sticking with manual or sticking with the solution we have that may or may not wind up paying dividends. We can start an automation project, or we can look at a low or no code solution. Now, when we think about all of these options, there are choices. If we do nothing, we've got the benefit that it's comfortable, feels safe, it's easy. We can just, stick with what we're doing, and change is hard. So we're okay if we do nothing. We're really not okay, but it'll feel okay. We can start an automation project and do traditional test automation. This is a long-term scalable solution that upskills the team through training. If you have the right folks on the team to train, there are long-term solutions there. When we think about traditional test automation, like Selenium, like Cypress, like Playwright, like all of those. And then we've got the low and no code solutions that kind of long-term scalable solutions, because they are. They tend to upskill the team organically. You do need to develop some DevOps skills and stuff to use these tools. It's not an immediate plug and play. There are some things you have to do. So all of these have potential upsides, but there's downsides too. If we do nothing, eventually there's going to be some failure for a number of reasons. One, manual regression testing, from my perspective, is the worst. And I don't mean the worst as far as quality. I mean the worst as far as I hate doing it. When I was a tester, doing manual regression cycles made me want to cry. It wasn't interesting. It wasn't exciting. There was very little new to learn about my application from manual regression cycles. So oftentimes both testers are unhappy, and there's a tendency that we see some failures. And those failures come from the fact that we're human, and humans make mistakes, and humans miss things. That's part of being a person. It's part of the human experience. So if we do nothing, there's a chance it's going to lead to some failure. When we think about a traditional automation project, it takes time, money, skills, and maintenance. There's a lot of work that goes into it. It is not a once and done solution. It is an ongoing process, an ongoing project. And then when we think about the downsides related to low and no code, there are potential technological limitations. There is no perfect tool. No tool solves the problem for everybody. So you may run into some technical challenges that you can't overcome. There is a cost involved. There's a cost involved in traditional automation as well. It just feels a little bit different. But there is a cost there. There's also a cost with low code and the no code solutions. Downsides kind of everywhere, upsides everywhere as well. And we have to balance what works for us and what feels like the right solution for us. So when we think about kind of right solutions, I'm not going to talk about doing nothing, because let's be honest, who needs to talk about doing nothing? We kind of know what happens there. I'm not going to talk about traditional test automation. There is definitely a place for it. It's not my space that I work in. I work in this space. But also, we're here specifically to talk about low and no code. So this is what we're going to focus on. When we think about why we go with a solution like this, oftentimes there's a couple of reasons. One, there's this idea of speed to launch. Most of these tools will help you get started. They're going to provide you some training. They're going to provide some hand-holding. They're going to help you kind of kick off the project, and they're going to support you as you continue to use it. I said these tools have a cost involved. Some of them are really expensive, but oftentimes we find that the cost of buying one of these tools and using it actually winds up being more affordable than a traditional test automation project. And there's a couple of reasons. One, when we think about the cost of one of these tools, it's oftentimes less than what you would wind up spending on a traditional automation project, as far as the staff, the servers needed, the environment maintenance, all of that kind of stuff. We wind up spending less money by going with one of these solutions. But of course, that's dependent on the organization. It's dependent on the strategy. The other big thing here is that these tools tend to bridge a gap. And this gap is the gap between how we're doing our testing and the way we're doing it manually, and kind of the solution to automation. So we eliminate the gap that we don't have the right skill. We also bridge the gap between taking all of that really important business expertise and all of that really important technical knowledge around testing, because let's again reinforce the fact that testing is a technical discipline. It requires technical skills and knowledge in the art and craft of testing. So it takes all of that expertise and it helps us bridge the gap to getting this moving. Additionally, many of these tools, you can get your business folks involved. Get a business analyst recording tests. Now you've bridged the gap that you take all of that great business knowledge and you get some automation going off of it. And you may have to support them some as they do it, but little by little, they're going to learn more, and you're going to be able to really move to a very BDD-like environment where business folks are recording tests. Testers are responsible for doing more complex testing, and the developers are churning out code, and you've got this automation tool that's doing the rest for you. So let's talk for a minute about kind of where we came from. And I want to talk about this because most of the low and no code tools use some sort of test recorder. It's kind of the common way to go. There's a billion different reasons for it. One of the most simple reasons is just it is very simple to get started by using a recorder. Every single one of these tools that I've mentioned and that I'll talk about later have some sort of test recorder in them. So how we started is Selenium record and playback. And I feel like I'm dating myself a bit because I think there's some folks out there who don't remember these days, that they've gotten too far back. I'm worried that one day I'm going to show this and somebody's going to look at it and go, I don't know. I don't remember that. Where did that come from? But this is a screenshot from like the really early days Selenium record and playback tool, where literally you just recorded a test and it played it back through the browser. Now, for those of you who don't remember these days, this was really brittle. It was really flaky. Every time something really minor on your UI changed, you had to go back and re-record the test. There was no ability to do like data management in here. There was no ability to handle for the pesticide paradox and create variations in the test and use different data sets and different workflows and things like that. It just played back exactly as it recorded. So this is where we started. And this is kind of how it's going. And I use this slide instead of showing you like a recorder, which I could show you one from Functionize, but I say this is how it's going because this is kind of the diversity of tools. And like I said, there are more tools than this out there. I discover a new one every day, but these are kind of the most commonly talked about, the biggest ones out there right now. And they all work a little bit differently and they all do things a little bit differently. But we came from this idea of record and playback through Selenium. And now we're moving to this kind of new school set of tools. So when we look at these new tools that are out there, we've got three categories. So we've got what I'm calling the AI-driven category. And I say this is the AI-driven category because this is the set of tools that kind of advertise and market based on being AI. They have at least some AI element selection. For some of these tools, Functionize, for example, you can do self-healing where the neural network recognizes that something has changed and says, hey, I noticed this thing changed. You want to update your test? So there's some of that kind of stuff built in. And not every one of these AI-driven tools does it, but some of them do. Then we've got these kind of selector-driven tools. Now, keep in mind, I should have updated this slide. I forgot that some of these folks have made some changes. Some of them are slowly working their way into the AI space. Some of them will probably stay selector driven. It's important to keep in mind that not every tool that says that it's AI based really is. They might use AI as a fallback and instead use like an XPath selector or a JS selector or something like that. Some of them even generate their own selector IDs. So there's all sorts of different ways that these work. But we've got the AI driven, we've got the selector driven, both of these working off of some sort of test recorder, just like the old school record and playback days. And then we've got tools that are kind of doing visual validation. And really, I just put Applitools down there by themselves because as far as I know, they're the only folks that are doing exclusively visual validation. And Applitools, I love you folks. If I got this wrong and you're doing more than that now, please, please, please come yell at me. I will take it. But as far as I know, they're still doing primarily visual validation. And they use a test recorder as well. But unlike the selector-driven tools, they are working based on validating what the AI sees in a lot of really interesting ways. I actually think they're doing very cool stuff. By the way, speaking of Applitools, shout out to Andy. I love the folks over there. So from my perspective, the future is AI. And I want to be really upfront about something. I believe very strongly in the ethical AI movement. So when I say the future is AI, I mean that the future of test automation, regardless of whether it is kind of this low or no code option or even traditional test automation, AI is going to become a central part of everyone's test automation solution from a bunch of different perspectives. I do not believe that the future is AI in general. I believe really strongly that we need to choose the right spaces to apply AI. So when I say the future is AI, put an asterisk next to that. I am not saying for everything. And when I say the future is AI, there's still a but there besides the but that I already gave you. And this but is that AI will never replace the testers. For me, test automation is a partner and a tool and something that supports the testing that I do. So when I think about test automation in general, and especially when I think about AI-based test automation, it is the future of regression testing. It's the future of repetitive, what I consider to be low impact, but high value testing. And when I say low impact, what I mean is that it's your testers thinking and feeling and rationalizing and making decisions and making connections between the relationship between stories and the way parts of your application work together, and bridging the gap between business understanding and test knowledge that still brings the high impact, finding the really important defects. But AI-based automation, when we think about regression, is going to free up your testers to do all of that really important work. So while it is low impact, it's not going to find the flashy bugs. It is going to find the bugs that the humans often miss because we get bored doing regression cycles. And I'm speaking for myself here. I have definitely missed some bugs because I was bored doing a manual regression cycle. So what are our big benefits here? When we think about AI-based automation, well, we've got image comparison, what we tend to call computer vision. I think everybody really calls it computer vision, where it can look at an image and it say, oh yeah, that image is the same as this other image. That's cool. I think this is good. This passes. So we've got image comparison. Really, really nice benefit. Great thing to take off of the people and move on to AI. Also helps a little bit with accessibility because it can recognize, hey, this image is different. And by the way, there's a problem with the colors. So there's all sorts of extra things we can get here. Quick caveat, AI-based testing will never replace meaningful accessibility testing. I don't believe in using AI to try and replace accessibility testers or use AI overlays. Not going to get into that because I'll take all of my time talking about it. But quick caveat there, AI is beneficial here. It doesn't replace the meaningful work. AI can do things like self-healing. It can say, hey, I think this thing changed, and ask you, did this change? Do you want me to update your test? You say yes, test updates. So we've got that there as well. And we can reduce test maintenance. And part of reducing test maintenance here is the fact that AI can do some self-healing and say, hey, there's an issue here. Did this change? Let me tell me whether to update this test for you. So I want to talk for a minute about all of the stuff that your team is doing and why this matters. Because everything that I've talked about, everything that I've mentioned, yes, I care about quality software. But what I really care about more than quality software is taking care of the humans that build software. So it matters to me that your team's workload is lightened by bringing in automation. It matters to me that your testers are now able to do more meaningful work because we've brought in automation. So I want to be clear, I care about quality software. I care about enabling people to build and test quality software even more. So when we think about what your team is doing, they're doing things like analysis, and somehow this slide got squished. But they're doing things like analysis. They're analyzing the requirements. They're looking at the stories. They're looking at the relationships between them. They might be doing some risk assessment, things like that. Your team is doing test design, and hopefully they're using all of those fantastic test design techniques and test behaviors, and they're designing exploratory testing, and they're designing meaningful pairwise tests. And they're thinking about all of the different ways that we can kind of vary our testing to get to different defects that have been hidden by not using certain data sets or not looking at certain workflows. They're doing test execution. both from the perspective of exploratory testing, and there's going to be some manual testing. It can't ever all be automated. They're probably doing in-sprint testing and things like that. They're doing reporting. It's mainly your leads that are doing reporting. They're doing regression cycles. They are planning for testing. They're thinking about the work that's coming next. They are sitting in planning sessions and pointing stories. If you're doing Scrum, they're in the endless list of meetings that need to be had. And they're also dealing with this thing at the end that we call test debt. And test debt is really what starts to weigh your team down. Now, you've probably all heard of tech debt, right? Tech debt is when we've got unfinished work, we've got MVP that we haven't followed up on, we've got defects that we've been carrying behind us. And what winds up happening, both from the perspective of test debt and tech debt, is that one day that bill comes due. If you'll indulge me for a minute, everybody talks about money when they talk about like test and tech debt, but I want to put it in a really specific perspective, especially when it comes to automation. When we think about tech and test debt, I like to kind of equate it to taking out a balance transfer on your credit card. So you got a $10,000 credit limit, no balance on it. And you say, you know what? I'm going to take out 10 grand. I'm going to take out 10 grand. I'm going to put it in a CD. I'm going to make some money on it. And during those 6 months that it's at 0%, you can make that payment. It's no problem at all because it's 0%. So no interest is building. I think, what is it? 3.5% of your balance is your monthly payment. You're like, okay, cool. I can do this. We're all right. But then the 6 months ends and you totally forgot that the 6 month was coming to an end. And now the interest starts to apply. And you say, boy, this was manageable when it was at 0%. It's not manageable now that it's 19.9%. And that bill came due. And not only did it come due, it came due all at once. The same thing happens with your tech debt, and the same thing happens with your test debt. And test debt is even worse for a very specific reason. It's kind of like a snowball. For those of you who have ever like put together a snowball and then started rolling it down a hill, for me, like living where it snows, that's how we made a snowman, because it was way, way easier than trying to like build up all the snow. So you'd make a little ball and you push it down the hill. And as that snowball is rolling downhill, you're running after it. So let's say you're running after it and you're keeping space. You're okay. You know, it's getting ahead of you, but you're all right for now. But then you stop and that snowball keeps going. So not only does that snowball of automation get further and further away from you while you're stopped, it's also picking up more snow. It's getting bigger and bigger and bigger as it rolls down that hill. And now, not only is it too far for you to catch up, it's also too big for you to lift. And this is when teams get into big trouble. This is what test debt really is when we can no longer even play catch up. We can't even get to a point where we can stop the ballooning of the amount of work that hasn't been addressed because we've been pulled into other things. So this is what these kind of low and no code automation tools help with the most. So the kinds of things that are test debt, things like unaddressed defects in your framework, things like testability issues in your code that you haven't addressed. So you can't test it with automation because for whatever reason, the traditional tools aren't working. You can't test it manually. You have to test it through some sort of technical solution. And you don't have time to deal with it. Unmaintained issues with version control. You're not maintaining for version control. You're not maintaining the versions of your tests. You're not tracking whether tests have been updated in, a reasonable amount of time. So you have tests that might be 9, 10 months old, a year old that you haven't maintained and you don't know you haven't maintained. There's automation that's lagging. I talked about the snowball. Your libraries may be out of date. You may have, you haven't done risk analysis because you've been too busy. So you've got this test debt hanging out there of risk analysis that hasn't been done and addressed and maintained. And the two that I think are most important are missing the relationship between stories because you're too busy. So you've missed that in your analysis work, two stories are in conflict with each other, but you missed it. That's where the really big surprise defects show up, is those relationship between stories that aren't addressed. And and an inattention to traceability. This makes me old school. I'm going to accept it. Traceability is one of the most important things that we as testers can maintain. It's really, really important that we understand the relationship between the tests that we build and the stories that we built them for. And in the case of the way I ran testing, also the risks associated with those stories. So I had not just bidirectional traceability between the test and the story, but also tridirectional, where I had a relationship between the test, the story, and the risk that I associated to it. So these are the big, big things that we think about when we think about test debt. This is the bill that eventually comes due. This is the bill that comes back and bites us, that we get surprised by. So that's really all I've got for you today. I am happy to answer any questions you've got. I think we are about to do a Q&A sessions as well. And feel free, by the way, to reach out to me either on Twitter or LinkedIn if you'd like to learn a little bit more about any of this or about the other things I talk about, because I talk about a bunch of other things as well. Or if you want to learn a little bit about Functionize, I can point you in the right direction. Because I did see in the chat, there were a couple of people asking questions about tools for like web and mobile testing. I can help point you in the right direction because we're the solution for a lot of companies, but we're not the solution for everyone. But I happen to know quite a bit about a lot of them. So happy to help in any way I can. And please, please, please feel free to add any questions in the chat as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the presentation. Yeah, we are collecting questions. We have a Q&A session in 30 minutes from now.
Okay.
So thank you very much for the presentation. Definitely lots of thoughts, lots of stuff to process. And yeah, we'll see you in 30 minutes.
See y'all in a little bit. Bye-bye.
Okay, take care. Bye. Right, so we have a last speaker of the next block of the block, and we have one more after this one. Yeah, it's been a long day. But yeah, now we're going to talk a little bit about blockchain. We have Craig Risi, who's a QA architect at Ripple. So let's welcome Craig to
Hi, Nick. Thank you so much.
Hi, happy to see you here today with us.
Yeah, it's good to be here as well. Thanks so much for having me.
Okay, so what have you prepared for us today?
I'm going to just get my slides and then we'll get going.
Okay, so let's not hesitate and start. Okay. Well, I'll let you share your slides and you're good to go.
Okay. Great. Okay, thanks so much. Great. So yeah, today I'm going to be talking about testing in the blockchain, and I think really just about why I think it's something that we should focus on. I know this is kind of a beginner class, and I think to many people they hear the words blockchain and they get confused about what is it really about, where's this technology going, why do I need to know it, and I think specifically then for testers on the call today, why do you need to know about it, and how do you go about actually testing this software should you ever go and be encountered the software. So hopefully I will be able to unpack some of those things for you today and make blockchain a bit of an easier conversation for everyone. And I think particularly then, be able to, if you ever face with this technology, be able to test it appropriately. A little bit about me, just before I continue on. My name is Craig Risi. I am a QA architect at a company called REPL, where it's really my job to be able to work with different clients and look at how we design our applications, and then look at how do they design their software to be of better quality and to be more testable, and then design the appropriate test automation frameworks around that as well. And then I also have my own board game company as well, so Risky Games, where I design my own board games and I publish them as well. So if you're into board games and you want to have some different type of fun, you're welcome to go to that website and check out what I've done there as well. But yeah, just back to the topic, what I'm hoping to cover today is really to, I think, help you understand what blockchain is. I am aware that not many people have a good understanding of blockchain technology, so I really want to be able to help you make sense of what it is about a little bit better. I give you some use cases for blockchain and why we actually have this technology and why it's such an important technology within the global industry, and why so many countries and companies are trying to focus on it, because it really is offers a lot of really important benefits, to the technology world. Then I'm going to unpack a little bit about how we can then approach testing blockchain technology and actually have a look at the technology and how do we actually go about writing tests for it. And then maybe leave us with some questions at the end on, whether blockchain will actually spark a data revolution, and, hopefully leave you thinking a little bit about the, not just the technology and what it's about, but, what it can actually do to shake up the industry too as well. But before I go any further, I want to talk about the elephant in the room, and I think that's firstly Bitcoin, and something like NFT. So most times when I'm speaking with people around blockchain and blockchain technology, everyone automatically jumps to Bitcoin. Oh, great, Bitcoin. So should I invest in Bitcoin or not? And I want to put it right out there that blockchain is not Bitcoin, and it's not NFTs. And I fully am aware that Bitcoin gets a bit of a bad rep, whether it's got to do with its very cyclical up and down nature on the stock markets, and whether people should invest in it, and whether it's going to make you money or it's going to crash. It has a bit of a bad rep around what it's doing to the environment because of all this processing that's taking place, and it takes up a lot of processing power to be able to work with Bitcoin. And then also things like NFTs, where we see people making an NFT of almost everything, and making ridiculous sort of trying to put like ridiculous amounts of money towards NFTs and trying to sell and resell things online, and it almost gets to a point where it's almost like farcical in nature. And the reason I wanted to just mention that is, these are probably common things that people have heard of that use blockchain technology, but blockchain technology is so much more than these things. And I want to just set that out very clearly at the beginning, that if you've come in thinking blockchain equals Bitcoin, hopefully you're going to have a completely different view set and realize that Bitcoin is probably even a poor implementation of what blockchain can really offer us as a society. And there's really so much more that we can gain out of this technology that's worth exploring. So what is blockchain, or the blockchain as they like to call it? Well, how I like to generally think about it is more of a distributed ledger. So if there are those around you who understand what ledger is, essentially it's a record of any sort of transaction. If you go to a retail store, you'll get a till slip that's your proof of I bought these things and I paid these things so much for it. It could be a sort of writing down some sort of financial transaction in a book, or with and then just keeping track of it. And that's essentially all blockchain is. It's really a digital record of a transaction of some nature that's taken place. But it keeps track of certain sort of information, and it's very secure in that not everyone can view the specifics of the people behind it, but everyone can view that the transactions happened. So just like you get a till slip, it's got what you bought, it's got the amounts, but people don't know who you are. It's kind of like that. You'd have this till slip. It's like a digital till slip that's going through for every single transaction that you're doing, whatever it might be. But instead of it just being in one place, it then gets distributed to multiple places, and it gets copied all around the world. So it's not just proof that this transaction happened in one place. It's proof that this transaction occurred, and there's thousands of records that are now stored to verify that this transaction occurred at that location. And that's really what blockchain is. And if I can unpack it a little bit more, if we were thinking about it this way, essentially a transaction is requested. And like I said, a transaction can be anything. We typically think of it as a form of cryptocurrency. It's most commonly thought of as a form of cryptocurrency. Bitcoin, buying Bitcoin, I'm buying something and it's keeping a digital record of it. But it can be any form of interaction that you're doing online. You could use Bitcoin to be able to keep track of every single website that you visited, and every single time you hit a new URL, you're creating a new transaction, and it can write that to some sort of blockchain somewhere. So that's really how what I mean by transaction when I say transaction is requested. So once you start that and you now requesting that transaction, it then takes and it then creates a block, and that transaction or that block really represents the transaction you've created. So you can have multiple blocks, hence the phrase blockchain. And what it does is it just puts that block onto your chain and say, okay, this transaction happened, this transaction happened. So you can be one individual, and everything that you're doing, it's now keeping a record of every little thing that you're trying to track through this particular blockchain, and it keeps a record of it and a record of it and a record of it. So it adds a block to this thing. And then what it does is every time it adds a block, it then sends it to every node in the network. And I'll explain some of the architectures around what a node is, just now, but I think it's important just that you can at least understand this is how the process works. And so, yeah, it then distributes that around the world wherever there is a node that's connected to that particular network. They now get proof that this block happened. They would validate that transaction. So there's an element of processing and and security sort of crypto analysis that needs to go in to be able to verify that this transaction happens. So you don't want to just put like some sort of fake transaction through your blockchain network, and now all of a sudden, there's this record of this fake transaction happening, taking place. There needs to be some sort of, security measures in place that can verify that this transaction actually happened. And there's a lot of sort of, cryptography that goes in to be able to encrypt the message, decrypt the message, and only people that are on that particular network and are privy to the communication in that network would be able to interpret this data. Then from there, that block is then added to the existing blockchain, and then your transaction is essentially complete. And I've put a step out there, so I've gone from 4, 5, and 6, and I've skipped out 5 where it's nodes receive a reward for the proof of work, and that's typically because how you would typically make money out of the data mining or just like Bitcoin mining is while you're doing all this processing and you're doing all this validation work, you're getting a portion of that proof of work. So as you've proved that we've done this work and we've put in all these complex algorithms that take a lot of process to be able to deliver it, we're now getting some sort of remuneration back for doing this work. And so there's an incentive for me to be on this particular network. You don't need to have that as part of blockchain. And a lot of the modern blockchain sort of approaches are removing proof of work from how they work, but it is something that was traditionally part of Bitcoin and part of the early sort of foundations of blockchain, and what's helped it to grow between all these different validators. But it's not something that's essential. So I kind of not numbered that, but I have put it there because I think it's important to at least understand that it's a part of how blockchains can work, but doesn't have to necessarily be there. And I've mentioned nodes, and so what are different types of nodes? Well, a node is essentially any device that's connected to the blockchain network. It can be a validator node, which is basically a device that can both initiate and receive transactions and validate them as well. And so this can typically be anything. So basically, if you're basically any device connected to this particular network, this blockchain network, can always initiate and receive. So whether you're a validator or member, you can either initiate or receive. The difference is that your member nodes can only initiate and receive transactions. They can't actually validate that the transaction happens, whereas that's where your validator nodes come in. And depending on the type of algorithms involved in your particular blockchain network, you'll either have fairly powerful computers being able to do this validation, or as we're getting more optimized, you'll eventually be able to get any sort of device being able to do that validation, whether it be a cell phone, smart watch, your smart fridge. We'll eventually be able to get to the point where it can also validate those nodes and keep a record of this transaction happened. And so that's what a node is, and that's how nodes work within a blockchain network. But one thing I guess I haven't mentioned, but I think it's worth mentioning now, is that the idea of this distributed ledger is to keep things very secure. And so that's one of the reasons why we want to distribute this ledger. Why do we need to do this? Why do we need to have some form of distributed ledger? It's to be able to keep things very, very secure. So you want to have a financial record of your transaction taking place. And by distributing it, it really ensures that even if a part of the internet goes down or someone's trying to hack 1 or 2 connections, that record is still stored in other locations. And so they can't just simply go and add a communication message to this to this blockchain network and be able to process something. They need to be on an actual member node. But even if they were to somehow compromise a node on that network, then they would need to literally compromise 51% of all the nodes on the network to be able to override that transaction, and that makes it a lot safer than typically you and your bank, where your bank is one entity and you're one entity, and if someone compromises your bank, you have a problem. If that record is stored around the world, and like with many blockchain networks, there's tens of thousands, 100,000 different sort of nodes on the network constantly validating things, that's going to require a lot of effort to be able to hack and compromise. And so that's one of the reasons why we do it. And the reason why I wanted to say all that is to kind of set the expectation of the architecture of blockchain. And I think this is important, I think particularly for testers to understand that when we're testing blockchain systems, we're never testing in isolation. And it probably applies to all software systems, but you're never testing something in isolation. A blockchain application is not just an application that's using blockchain technology. There's a wider variety of things that you've got to be aware of that really impact how your blockchain is going to be tested, how it's going to work. And at the bottom of that is your hardware infrastructure, virtual machines, containers, services, messaging. Really the hardware that is processing all your nodes. Your nodes are sitting on some form of hardware, a virtual machine, a container, an actual server, and that's going to form a part of the architecture that you're going to be aware of. But then also the messaging that takes place, how these things are going to communicate with each other. If some country goes down, if some pathway between your nodes goes down, there needs to be another sort of route to be able to then connect to, and there should always be more different layers to be able to connect to each other, so that should one communication stream go down and you lose 15% of your nodes, your others can still operate. And so it's important to understand that there's that hardware infrastructure layer that you might not always get involved in if you're working with preset existing blockchain networks, but it's important to understand that they're there, and how your particular application will use them, because that does affect how you would test on your particular application. Then you get your data layer, which I think is very important. That's things like your digital signatures, your hash, those cryptography algorithms that are solving different things that like basically are trying to verify that this transaction is real, and how your data needs to look. That's all very important. So you want to be able to be very clear on how your data needs to look, both when it's coming in and when it's coming out, and all the different algorithms that are taking place while this thing's getting processed. A very important layer that you get heavily involved in when it comes to testing. There's your network layer, which is essentially your peer-to-peer, your communication. Like I said, sometimes things go down. You've got to be able to, still have some way of being able to redirect traffic elsewhere. And so that becomes another important aspect of blockchain technologies, and also the like testing of it, that if you're going to be working with some sort of new blockchain system, you want to be able to make sure that you have very high sort of availability across your network, that when one system goes down, you can always reroute and redirect traffic all over the place to the rest of your nodes. Then there's the consensus layer. Those are things like your proof of work, your proof of state, basically proving that the validation has taken place. It's very important that you understand that, and that the algorithms around that are well tested and well understood. And then at the top, you get your actual application and presentation layer. So those are typically the things that you will see if you're using some sort of application. That you'd actually see the app. That's when you'd actually be able to utilize your smart contracts, and your smart contract really just dictates the terms of the contract that make up your particular block on this chain. All of that is kind of controlled at an application and presentation layer, which is very important. But why blockchain? So we've had a look a little bit about what blockchain is, a little bit about the architecture, but now why? Why do we need this? What's the benefit of having this distributed ledger? And I think it really solves a lot of problems when we start to understand the real benefit it gives us. And I think that the benefit that blockchain gives us is, firstly, it gives us security. It gives us a much better sense of security, because it's so much more difficult to compromise at rest. When it comes to data, if you've written your data to a blockchain network, you can generally know that it's safe. and it's secure now that once it's written to the blockchain network, which is very important. There are some security gaps, which I'll get into a little bit later, but it's important to understand that it's still very secure. One of the most secure forms of data storage that we have. But then there's also a lot of benefits that it gives us around privacy, because it keeps a record of things. It keeps, it can keep you private of who you are, but then still keep the records of everything you've done there so that everyone can see. And what that really gives you is, verification of the fact that something happened. So the fact that everyone can see that this transaction happened, but they don't know who you are, at least gives proof that this happened. They don't need to know who you are, and it keeps that completely secret. So there's a lot of privacy that you get from it. And we can use this to solve a lot of things. I think some of the obvious things might be things around, sort of biometrics and keeping things personalized to you. But then there's things like, let's take, for instance, verifying software downloads. Many of us have probably tried to download something off the internet, and how can we really trust that what we are downloading from the internet is really going to work, and that's from a safe and secure source? Well, if you were to keep a blockchain of a particular sort of piece of software, you'd be able to see every little thing that it's been to. You can see, well, this was created by this company, and then it moved on to this server, and then from there it moved on to this server. From there it was transferred onto this server, and now I'm downloading it onto my machine. So everywhere where this particular file moves, it would write a new block into its chain, and you'd be able to go and see a full history of where this comes from, which is quite useful if you want to download software, because you can really be able to trust its source. It can be used to mitigate DDoS attacks, because again, they can't overwhelm one location to get access to a system. We're not talking about a distributed system that's like distributed around the world. They can't focus on that one, that's like one area that could come down. They'd have to focus on the entire global internet. If your blockchain network is making use of a full-scale global internet, to really be able to stop something from happening. So it really helps with that. There's things about just verifying the sources, so your computer hardware provenance, knowing, being able to track all the components in a computer, where they were manufactured, where they were installed, where this happened, and it can. I'm using things around, computer hardware, but you can even use it in a retail store. If you were to be able to get something, and a farmer were to be able to, create some sort of blockchain network for their produce, you'd be able to see which farm it came from. Every, when it gets handed over to the truck, block gets added, we hand over the truck, went to this retailer, got processed in this way, was used in this particular food things, and now you're buying something else, but you've got an entire record of every single farm where your food came from. There's a lot of really cool things that we can do with this. And I think that's important to understand, that there is a really lot of good ideas, but a lot of it all centered around security and privacy. And so if you understand those important things, you can understand why it's so crucial today. I think particularly when privacy and security are key things for us to consider going through. This is just an example of some of the things that are already in motion around the world, and some of the solutions that we already seen being developed by different sort of companies. I've mentioned things already around the common things around sort of money. So we think of the blockchain, the cryptocurrency things, and it can be used. I think commerce is one of those key things, being able to use it as a way of being able to like transfer a form of money between things. But then there's the other side of things, like with smart contracts. If this is something that's a full ledger of everything that you've done, things like your digital rights, who actually who actually owns the proper rights to something, any sort of contract you go into can really become a blockchain on its own, and that can be something that's there for everyone to see. This transaction happened. We've got a record of it. It's online. It's distributed around the world. They won't know who you are, but you'll know, and you'll be able to verify who you are should anything need to happen on that. And should any change be made to a contract, they won't be able to just be made without you being notified. As you are a node on that network, any changes to anything would need to come via you for approval and acceptance before it would be able to be accepted. If you were the person who initiated that, it's going to have to come through to you. So you also can't just get into a contract and then the details of that contract changed. They would need to communicate that back to you. Would need to approve it before it then goes back that way. So again, another great benefit of that. There's things like being able to vote, being able to do digital voting, which I think is going to be a big sort of game changer when it comes to the world of democracy, where we've seen a lot of countries do some form of digital votings and utilizing, some sort of e-voting system. But then there's always that concern about, but how do we trust it? How do we trust that our system hasn't been hacked? How do we know that we can trust these counts that have now gone into this computer system, and now it hasn't been tampered with in some way? If everything was on a blockchain, those votes would be open to everyone. They won't, again, it would hide who you are, but the evidence of that vote taking place is there. So they'd be able to easily be able to see who voted for what. You'd be able to easily see, as people are voting, who they're going for. It's very open. You wouldn't need to worry about, well, are they counting it right? Is there fraud? It would be very open for the world to see. And I think that's great. And we can solve a lot of problems if we utilize that. And then another big area that we've seen things is in something like healthcare, where a lot of people are going to hospitals and doctors, and they're either have medical insurance or they don't, but there is no record of what's going on with this person. And so you might go to a doctor who's got a record of your family history and your personal history, but then you need to go to some other doctor or some other hospital, and they don't know who you are, and so they don't know how to treat you because they don't have those records somewhere. And it might be kept by your particular medical insurance or doctors. But if you had put this on a blockchain, every person who would then have access to this blockchain, that new hospital, that new doctor that you're going to, would be able to then access your data records with your permission and see that history and be able to then inform you accurately, because they now understand your history better. You wouldn't have to need to re-explain it. They wouldn't have to take some risks, because let's say, for instance, you're something life-threatening is happening, and they don't know what you might be allergic to. But if you have that information on the blockchain, and they can literally go and then verify this person is this patient number, blah, 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 they'll be able to then see, well, this person's actually allergic to these things, and they'll be able to treat you accordingly. So really useful stuff. And then there's also things like crowdfunding. I'm not going to go to all of these, but I'm focusing on specific things where we've seen a lot of development in the global industries around. And crowdfunding is another big one, where, let's say, for instance, you want to give money to a charity organization or to a political party, but how do you know that they're really using the money for what you say they would? That there's no fraud or corruption taking place. Again, if all of this was on a blockchain network, every record would be kept up to date. So if you were to give them 100 Rand, that 100 Rand would get put in something. The moment something happens with that $100, euros, whatever it is that you've given them, it would then be written into the blockchain, and you would be able to view that as a member of that node, and you'd actually be able to see where that money is getting utilized, every little transaction that's taking place. So again, it can solve a lot of problems and bring trust to the crowdfunding world, which I think is great. And these are slides which I'm happy to share with everyone, but there's really 50 plus real world use cases going on around the world where we're solving really important problems. And I'd really encourage you, to have a look at the slides, and just go able to see exciting things that are happening in the world because of blockchain technology. But we're here to want to know how to test blockchain technology. So, if you were to come to an organization and now you've been told, we want you to, test this, this blockchain application, what do you do? And I think this is, the things that you need to focus on. I think firstly, functionality. What's the functionality of your particular application and your blockchain-based solution? What is it that you need to do? Why is it that you need to use the blockchain? What is the blockchain actually doing for this application? Really understanding that, and then being able to test the functionality of what that entails. So if you know that you're taking something and it's in some form of cryptocurrency, how it processes money, all the rules behind those transactions become a part of that. So you want to know that if I'm buying so much cryptocurrency, and what are the rules behind it? What does the contract look like? All of that's very important and forms part of that functionality. The APIs, everything kind of works in APIs in the blockchain world. So it's very important to understand that, yes, there's a lot of applications where you might have a mobile app, that's interacting with something on the blockchain network, but there's always APIs speaking to each other in the background. So API testing becomes very important. So be aware of what's going on with the APIs and understand the different APIs in play within a blockchain application, both the APIs that speak to the blockchain network itself and the APIs that communicate to the application. You need to make sure that that's tested. Load becomes incredibly important. You might think, well, it's a distributed system. Why do we need to worry about load if there's no sort of big servers that are taking strain through all of this? If something is inefficient, and if you were to take an inefficient algorithm that's processing and now split it around 10,000, 100,000 different nodes, just imagine how slow that would be. So it becomes very important with your load and being able to handle load and being able to process things in a very quick manner. You want to be able to have contracts and code that can really process the request quickly and accurately and then move on. Otherwise, it's going to take a really long time for everything to get processed. And it just, while it might not seem high risk because it's very distributed, what it does is, it just multiplies errors because everything is so distributed. So if you have a really inefficient algorithm, it's inefficient everywhere. And so that creates a lot of problems. So it's important to focus on your load and performance. Obviously, you want to test your individual nodes. And that's why I said that like hardware layer becomes so important. What type of software is needed to be able to run a particular node? What type of hardware is needed to run this particular node? How does this node work and communicate? Being able to understand each individual part of that node. And then lastly, automation, I think, becomes very key. And I think automation is probably key in most applications that we're testing today, but very key when it comes to blockchain technology, because we need to be able to make changes quickly, within a blockchain network. And again, it's just remembering that when you're making an update to your blockchain software, it doesn't just impact what you're doing, it can impact other nodes on the network as well. And so the best way to be able to do this accurately and quickly is through automation. So automation becomes very heavy when it comes to blockchain testing. And it goes without saying that security is probably the most important focus. And that's why I put it on a separate slide, because security is the number one thing you want to be aware of. Now, yes, blockchain technology is very secure, but and I mentioned this earlier, it's very secure when your data is at rest. What that means is that once that transaction has taken place and it's been verified by all the respective nodes, it becomes very secure. You can't just hack onto a node and be able to figure out this information. You can't just compromise that. You'd have to compromise every node on the network. Where security is very crucial, and when you do read things around some form of blockchain hacking that has taken place, is typically gone when the data is being transferred. Either on the application itself, there was some vulnerability in the application where a hacker was able to utilize something, or when that initial request was made, they were able to interpret the message in some way before sending it on. And so that's really important to understand, that while it's very secure from a data at rest perspective, there is still a lot of risk at an application layer when you're actually interacting with your initial sort of node communication. And so that's something you want to get right. And so you definitely need to focus on security when it comes to blockchain networks. Mocking also becomes very important. Now, there are some, blockchain networks where you can, build some sort of test environment, that is somewhat similar to production, but you can never get a fully production sort of blockchain network, because you're going to probably want to test a small sample set with just a few sort of nodes communicating with each other, and now you're going to set it into this big open world where there's now thousands of different sort of things processing. You need to be aware of a lot of other things going on, and now you're part of this big global network where there might be other applications also processing their own separate blockchain networks on the same nodes. And so there's a lot of variability that can take place. And so what you want to do to be able to make your testing as secure as possible is to be, is to use mocking. You're unlikely to be able to get a fully pre-prod environment that's exactly like prod-like when it comes to the blockchain network. Very difficult to get right. I know Ethereum's got some sort of network, and I know Bitcoin, they've built some sort of network that's kind of similar, and as close to their production as possible, but it's never exactly the same. And so what you want to do from a testing perspective is rely on mocks, knowing all the different sort of dependencies that you have, what sort of feedback or like information would I get from a node when it initiates the transaction? What does that smart contract look like? What are the terms of those smart contracts? What I need to be aware of, and sending that on. And then what does it look like when I send it on to the network? What sort of communication do I get back? And is there any sort of other sort of communication that I need to have with other parts of my network or my terminals? And being able to then mock that communication. Think of all the different APIs that you might need to communicate with. How do you authenticate? How do you verify, and process your smart contract? Might use a different API, and so making sure that you fully mock your testing around all those APIs so that you can really have good, solid test automation. You want to have as high coverage as possible. You don't want to have a 50% code coverage on your unit test and you have 100%. You want to be able to automate everything so that every time you're updating your code, you know it's secure, you know it's going to work with the rest of the network. And in order to do that, you need to mock heavily. And so it's important to build a lot of mocking in place and rather have a lot of redundancies in your mocks than try and do this quickly. It takes a long time to build mocks, but it helps you to get it done right. There's a lot of frameworks that can help you. So that's the nice thing about a lot of the technology that we're getting today is that there is a lot of things that are out there that you can can help you with this. There's things like Ethereum Tester, Populous, Truffle, Drizzle, Waffle, Ganache is one which I like to use that can help you to be able to set up blockchain networks on your machine and also help you to be able to build test frameworks around them. And so that's important as well. So there are frameworks that help with this, that make it a lot easier, and I think it's important to just understand that. And using these frameworks, you can do something like this. Here's an example of a contract setup. If you wanted to set up something here and you wanted to now using Truffle set up some sort of Comcast video rental where you want to keep track of something, this would be an example of how you'd be able to start setting up a contract. You would instantiate a contract. You would be able to, by utilizing this particular framework, it already knows what to expect and all the different things that are relevant within a particular blockchain network, and you would put it there and what it needs to do, and sort of it's got a value there at at the bottom there, which is kind of a mathematical equation, kind of just some sort of way we're able to validate that. This is a very simple solution, but it's just giving you an indication of this is how you can go about wanting to set up and instantiate a contract. A little bit more around that as well, and this is, by the way, all these examples are using a language called Solidity. Solidity it's really sort of like a JavaScript type based language. So if you're familiar with JavaScript, a lot of this should make sense to you. But it's really a language designed around blockchain networks. So a lot of blockchain networks are programmed using Solidity as a language. And so here's another sort of contract that's been now set up, utilizing a bank, where we're now going through, and you can see that some sort of bank thing's been set up, where it's set up an integer of 256 characters, which is really just again trying to, the more you make it, the more secure it gets, the more calculations need to do to be able to process that message. And then things like what you want to do if you wanted to deposit money, withdraw money, you're setting up the rules for your contract. If I deposit money, what needs to happen, what sort of information needs to be processed to be able to allow me to do this. And say same from a withdrawal, if I want to get a balance, what needs to happen. So you can set up all the rules for your contract within that. The mocking, like I said, is very important. And so you want to then sort of mock your things. And so you would kind of, every little thing that you need to now interact with, you would want to write mocks around, and you would put those mocks in place. So if you're expecting to be able to check something to see if you are rich already, and it should say that you're rich already if there's a if there's a certain amount of money left in your bank account, you can test for that and test, well, if I'm going to put this money in, am I getting the right sort of response out? And so again, you don't want to do this in a live production network, because once something's written into blockchain, it's it's immutable. It's there. There's a record of its history. You're not going to be able to delete that very easily. And so that's why you want to do it before you get there. You want to get there before it becomes this big immutable problem. You want to be able to mock it. And so you put all of those things and you build that into your mocks. And then, you need to now do your testing. And here's an example of how a test script would work. So this is one, for instance, where we're looking at the Am I Rich Already, where we've now taken our mocks and we're now going to push push values through based on the amount of value we're pushing through. And this particular example is using the Ethereum network. So you'll see, that the mock providers, it's using Waffle, and it's using, a flavor of chai that's built around the Ethereum platform, where they use Ether really as its currency. And so you'll see there, for instance, it passes Ether through to the value. It's actually passing an amount, and you can set up that amount that you want it to pass, and then verify and validate. I'm expecting this value to now be false or true based on the value that I'm putting in there, and it can now return that value. And by being able to do that, you can then validate that this is taking place. And so if you understand the different rules of your contract quite well, it's important to break them down to be as simple as possible. Then it becomes a lot easier to be able to then implement and put in the right values and be able to automate around that quite easily and effectively. But in closing, I just want to say that I really believe that a big reason why we need to focus on blockchain technology is it really can open up a data revolution. I've mentioned already about the fact that it's distributed. So instead of having big data centers around the world, where companies are storing everything in one big massive data centers, databases, which require incredible processing and a lot of heavy server speed, you can now be able to do this distributed. So it's no longer you writing data that sits and now the company owns that data. This will be data that you will be able to own, because you'll be able to have a say in being the like initiator node. You'll now have a say in every validation transaction that now happens with the data. You now have that record of the data. It's something that you own, and it's not sitting somewhere. It can be distributed. It can really get us to start rethinking about the way that we do data. We won't need to have big databases and data centers anymore. We can have data stored in different locations all around the world, and it doesn't have to all, we can have different node networks that we're communicating on, and for different sort of things, and we can be keeping data all over the place as opposed to one location. And I really think if we start thinking about that and what opportunities that opens up, it can really spark a data revolution in the way that we utilize software. Software is so data driven. Everything we do these days is so data driven, and if blockchain can spark a change within that sort of data processing, I think it opens up a lot of opportunities for us in the global industry. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited about blockchain network, and why I think we should be focusing on it more and more as software developers and software testers. But yeah, it was a very quick overview of blockchain networks, but hopefully this has given you a bit more of an insight in what blockchain is, and specifically then how to approach it if you were to ever get into the testing space. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions later.
Okay, thank you very much for this introduction. Definitely, it should get more people into the topic, and definitely, I'm sure lots of people will look more into it after your session. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
without further ado, let's start the Q&A session. We have Jonas back here with us, and we have Jenna. So you were like 2 versus 1, overtaking the no-code topic, and we have lots of questions with no-code. So let's start with those. So there was a question about the first question that we got about SQI for you, Jonas. So how does SQI tool compares to Selenium, IDE, Apteam, etc.?
Yep. So the main difference is basically that we don't use selectors. So the approach is we never look into the code or code selectors at any time. What we do record is like only the visual appearance. So for example, we write click on the blue button, and then how we look at it is like just take a screenshot and identify that there's a button with the color blue, or at least like the machine learning model that thinks that there's a button. And we use that information for getting the coordinates and then moving the real mouse there and performing real actions. Like we never look at any selectors, automation IDs, or anything else.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, Jenna, question for you. So you mentioned ADHD. So how can it impact software use, and how should we as a QAs take that into account when analyzing our product? Thanks.
Yeah, so there's a lot of ways that it can impact. I want to say first, when you talk to one neurodiverse person, you have talked to one neurodiverse person. So we are all different. And we all have different needs and requirements. But there's a couple of things. So one, really, really busy, like web pages, apps with a lot going on are overwhelming. It can be very, very hard to identify the steps that I need to follow and the workflow. Also, and this is just a best practice in general, when things are inconsistent. So I'm actually getting my master's in experience design. So I think a lot about what we call affordances. And one of the big mistakes that people make with affordance is changing things in expected patterns of behavior. So if your next button is usually on the bottom right hand of the screen, and then all of a sudden going through maybe a multi-page form, it moves up to the top and it says continue. It's going to take me 4 or 5 minutes of staring at that page to figure out where it went. Now, that's partly because I'm ADHD and I'm wired differently, but also a lot of people who aren't neurodiverse are going to find that that's an issue. So minimizing the noise, both visually and audio, keeping things consistent, and following just really good best practices in things like material design help to ensure that people are successful. One other thing, and this is something that I advocate even for my own app that we're working on, is having things like dark mode available, because bright white screens can be really overstimulating. And that's both for people who are ADHD and people who are on the autism spectrum. So dark mode is a huge help for a lot of us.
Okay, thank you. So I definitely agree that like this definitely will help. Like, could help not only people with disorders but everyone else out there. So just easier to use in any apps. All right, so let's get for a bit on the topic of back on the topic of blockchain. So Craig, the question for you. If data and always stays in blockchain over time, it will collect a lot of garbage, obsolete data. How it will affect performance and cost efficiency?
So yeah, I think it can be that issue where obviously there is going to be the potential for a lot of sort of garbage, obsolete data coming in, and I think that's where we need to do the job right before we write something to the node. You don't want to have that garbage data sitting around, so you want to try and make sure that what you write within your contract is as simple as possible, and that there is times when you can change a contract over time, and then all of a sudden you now need to start adding things to this data that you need to save onto this blockchain. That does happen. That definitely does affect the performance and cost efficiency of it. But that's how with every little thing that you do, you've got to be able to performance test it and take it very seriously. So even if you're making a sort of like a minor code change, you want to be able to process how long does it take for me to be able to send something from one node to another? How long will it take for me to be able to process this particular contract on my own local machine, and then be able to do performance testing at every little aspect? And I think if you can do that, then you can try and keep things optimized. And what you don't want to do is introduce something to your blockchain network that is not optimized, that's slow, because then it will have a massive effect on your data. And it's not just when there's garbage or obsolete data in play, just the fact that everywhere around it is now going to have this inefficient data, this inefficient algorithm that you're now processing. It's going to slow you down. So you want to take that and do all of that work before you even write it to your node. And that's the risk that blockchain network testing comes with. It's that you've got to get it right before you go to production. And so you really want to test it extensively before that mistake can happen.
All right, thank you. Yeah, definitely is a big responsibility writing something that cannot be changed after you deployed it. Yeah. Okay, so there was a question that Jonas, you probably asked in YouTube chat, but I wanted, if that was you, but I still wanted to get back because there was like 2 people asking separately. So which but this is generally a question that basically for all 3 of you, or at least for also for Jenna. So which no-code optimization tools do you recommend for web testing, for mobile, for desktop? And there was one other person asking about mobile testing tools.
Yeah. I think it depends really on what really you have as a requirement. As I mentioned, I think there's Test Rigger out there, which was one of the tools I had a claim in there for mainly web and I think mobile they support. There are other ones like Tricentis Tosca, more on the enterprise grade side, Eggplant more on the enterprise grade side. Pre-flight maybe for smaller applications. Those are all really good tools. Yeah, I think you can also check on our website. I think we have a blog post somewhere, or we have a cheat sheet about that somewhere. I'm not sure. But if you need more information, you can just hit me up. But also, like, happy to hear the answers from the others.
So from my perspective, again, just like you said, it depends. And it depends on a lot of things. It depends on the complexity of your application. It depends on the security requirements you have. It depends on the size of your organization and your organizational needs. I'm always going to recommend Functionize, both because, I work there, but also because I do believe in what we're doing. But being honest, we're a little on the pricey side, and I don't think our price is unreasonable, but it does lend itself more to enterprise. So if you're enterprise, high security, a lot of complexity, need flexibility to cross lots and lots of different platforms, we're probably the right thing for you. If you are really focused on things like computer vision and you just need to make sure that visually your app is correct, you might want to go with something like Applitools, which has plugins to all sorts of other automation frameworks. You can plug into your existing Selenium framework, your existing Cypress framework. So I hate saying it, but really the answer is it depends. And that's why the best thing that you can do is sit down with somebody who really knows about these platforms, sit down with somebody like me, sit down with someone like Jonas and say, hey, let me show you my app. And can you make a recommendation based on it? And I agree with Jonas. Never buy something sight unseen. Not every tool offers a free trial just globally. Some of them you do have to sign up and then you talk to somebody. And as long as they say, yeah, I believe that you're not a competitor to me, you're not, looking just to exploit my code, I'll give you a free trial. So you got to reach out and say, hey, I want to give it a shot. They'll give you anywhere between 2 weeks and some of them will give it to you forever. But, try and see and experiment. And the best thing you can do, by the way, besides just hey, what do people recommend, is to develop your own success criteria and write down your use case and say, this is my use case. This is just like buying a house. These are my must-haves. These are my nice-to-haves. This is the success criteria I'm measuring against, and try things and see where they fall on your must-have, nice-to-have, and success criteria list.
Yeah, so definitely as individual as was the answer for the previous question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Everybody hates they say it depends, but I'm very context driven. And
so you mentioned Applitools, so that was a question. Do Applitools also have test capabilities for backend testing?
I don't believe they do, but they have some really nice plugins to help you connect with other tools that do have backend. When you're looking to do both backend and front end with a low code solution, you're going to start looking at things like Functionize, Mabel, Test. I don't know about what Test Rigger does at backend. I haven't looked at it enough. You're going to be looking at Testum, those kinds of tools. So Applitools, as far as I know, for low code and no code, is primarily front end. Again, I'm so sorry, Applitools, if I'm wrong. Please, please, please send me an email if I'm wrong, Andy or Pam or any of you that I love over there, so that I can update myself.
Okay, thank you. So, Craig, so the question about the tools to use. So, what kind of tools can you recommend? Maybe like no code, just general tools for testing or just in general testing blockchain.
So yeah, I'm not aware of any sort of no-code tools that exist, but there is sort of things. There's an Ethereum tester, which is quite useful if you want to be able to test on the Ethereum network. They've actually developed their own sort of testing tool around it that helps with that. So any sort of blockchain network that's kind of built around the open source Ethereum platform, and you can essentially go and create your own sort of blockchain network. You don't need to use a global blockchain network. There's nothing stopping you from having your own team, be able to create your like mini network to be able to test on, and then you can utilize something like that where it will actually, set up a blockchain network for you and then behave like a blockchain network. There's things like Truffle and Ganache, which allow you to also again host and mimic a blockchain network on your own local machine or on a small set of interconnected machines, so that you can do some testing, and mimic some of the behavior of what you would expect on a blockchain network without needing to put your code out there into production. So there's definitely a lot of tools, and I think there's going to be just more that are going to be coming through. I mean, this is obviously, still the foundation phase of the technology. I think in 5-10 years time, we're going to see a lot of tools that are going to really be able to, plug into blockchain a little bit better, and then, allow us to test it even more.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, definitely there's a lot of simulation and trying to the processes that's connected to blockchain they need to account for and test it. Okay, so now we have some longer questions. So this was probably asked when Jonas was presenting. So we have 13K automated test scripts. How these tools will have us if we need to rewrite all of the scripts and then start new ones. What will be the cost of it, and will this kind of case will bring value?
Well, that's a difficult question. So if you have 13K automated test scripts, so there are different ways to tackle it. Like you can create them from scratch, I would say, like record and replay. I know a few tools. I'm not sure. Maybe Jenna, you can help if Functionize does that. There are some importers, I think, or like some mappers, which you can import test cases from like different test frameworks and then import them into no-code tools, which help out. I think you have to redo a bit of that, but it at least helps you to get started and have like a basic set of it. And then you can organize them using the structure in the tool. I would say that's the best way to choose a tool which helps you with importing. And some companies do provide a service which help you to import those test cases for you, which you have like to pay for it or something. I think, but you have to check with the tool.
Yeah, there are options, and it depends on how those test cases are written. Are they Selenium tests? Are they Cypress tests? Are they something else? But there's a couple of things here. Okay, you have 13,000 tests. Do all 13,000 of those tests bring value? So really, before saying how much does it cost to import 13,000 tests, prune them. Test your tests. Are they providing value? Are they worthwhile? Are they still valid? I was a test lead. I inherited a project, and this team said, we have 25,000 tests. Like, that's okay. That's a lot of tests. And then they're like, and they all pass. And I'm like, my heart stopped. And I'm like, they what? Like, I expect tests to fail. Please let me see tests fail sometimes. They should fail. So we had those tests pruned. There were a couple of people on the bench, and they spent a week running each of those tests manually versus running it in automation. We dropped like 6,000 of those tests that didn't exist in the app anymore. The behavior had changed. They didn't work. So first, prune your tests. Make sure that those tests are delivering value. Then talk to the tool vendors. We have a quick start service that we call it, that we can help you move those tests into the app. I'm sure that other tools have options as well. But really, before you even consider spending the money, spend the time to make sure that they're valuable tests.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure that's very valuable suggestion for everyone. Okay, so more long questions. So we have a long developing product for over 3 years, huge, and requires a lot of involvement to finish regression and release. How AI and no-code tools will be beneficial for us, even though we have automation in huge numbers, and we will need to rewrite them all to continue to release every 3 months? And that was a question. To not mention the number of manual test cases that are waiting for the automation. So I can show you the first part if needed, but yeah.
Yeah, so for who is the question? I guess for me, maybe. I'm not sure.
I think it was asked a bit later for Jenna, but it's, yeah.
Jenna, go ahead.
Okay. 30 years is a legacy product. So you let me be upfront. If we are talking about a desktop app, your options get shorter and shorter. That list goes from here to here. But there are definitely tools that'll do it. Same thing I said with the last question. Make sure that those tests are still delivering value. Drop that list of tests if you can. AI-based low-code and no-code tools will be helpful because it's just quicker and easier to build a test. Honestly, you should be onboarded and ready to do a significant amount of your regression within 3 months. That being said, it sounds like you've got some catch up to do, and it sounds like you've got a legacy product. So will it be valuable? Yes. Will it take time and money? Absolutely. And is it dependent on what this legacy application is? 100%.
Okay, so Jonas, did you want to add something to this question?
I think I totally agree with Jenna here. So nothing really to add, like really look into your automation strategy and your testing strategy overall. Maybe rethink it.
Okay, thank you. So let me go with the question. So Craig, is blockchain is a very large retail of body technologies, how to start working and not to think? So I hope that's a relevant question.
So in blockchain, a very large I'm not 100% sure where the person is trying to go to, but I think what they're trying to just say is that there is a lot of different underlying technologies that are taking place within blockchain. And what you don't want to do is, I guess, too overwhelmed with the information that you're getting. And so I think it's important to just focus on the basics of the contract that you're working with. So, understand the importance of the application. What are the rules around the contract? And don't get too caught up in some of the like underlying sort of details. Yes, there is a lot, and it is important to think about that, but start off the simple. Start off at something that you can understand. Start off at a contract level, understanding your contract, how it works. What constitutes a valid contract versus an invalid contract. What are the parameters that you might need to be aware of that are worth testing, and focusing on those things so that you can understand it at a very simple level, and then from there you can start going into the more sort of detailed levels and how it will then need to communicate with different types of nodes and different types of hardware that it might need to operate with, and different sort of other sort of safety and security mechanisms that are in place, to be able to make your blockchain network work.
Okay, thank you so much. And yes, so the last long question that I have here. So I work with very small projects. Manual testing is always our go-to method. We can write test cases, but they are written for each project. We keep QA as part of the dev cycle. So testers get to do feature testing, sprint review, integration, and regression. What advice do you have for a project like this? Is AI and automation test possible in this scenario? And I think that was asked when Jonas's talk. Jonas
all right, interesting question. So I think there are special tools for smaller projects out there, which provide like just a very simple structure, also in no code, where you can just record some tests. And I would suggest like automating what you have to like regression tests at least, so the testers can focus more on exploratory testing and do maybe more of the kind of other stuff. And AI and automation can help for sure. AI especially depends on what you're leveraging AI for. Is it like, are you automating a Flutter application, for example? Then maybe AI object detection can help. Other than that, making tests more stable. But it really depends on what you're looking for. But I think there are smaller tools out there which can be beneficial in a huge way, actually, also for smaller, short projects. Yes.
Okay, thank you for giving your suggestion for this. So, okay, so let's go with this question. Which server app software do you recommend me to learn to put my automated scripts on and create an automated pipeline, like, for example, Jenkins?
So kind of depends on what your goals are. You could certainly use Jenkins. You could use Circle CI. You could use, another tool. This is one of those questions, though, where it's kind of like, well, what's your favorite, coding language? Well, I mean, I can tell you my favorite, but my favorite might not be your favorite. So you could think about Jenkins. You could think about Circle CI. You could think about some of the other tools. But first, you probably want to identify what are your goals in doing this. Like, is there Is there a group of companies that you're looking to try and get hired by? You know, you want to work for Microsoft. Look at what tools Microsoft is using. You want to work for Apple. Look at what tools Apple is using. So your tech stack is dependent on your goals more than kind of what a favorite tool is. I don't know. What do you think, Jonas?
Again, I agree. It depends on what you have available, like in your company, and then what kind of automation scripts are you building? Are you using TypeScript for that? Are you using Java for that? What kind of tools are you using? And what kind of pipelines then makes sense depends on that. Yeah.
Well, I see a trend, but that's why people are asking for these tips and suggestions. Yeah. Okay, so there's the next question. What is the best AI no-code tool for a scaled agile delivery process practicing Scrum?
Question for me.
It was just asked during this Q&A session. So. Yeah, for anyone.
I hate to say it, but okay, so we're pretty much stating Scrum. Actually, I think the most agile tools are Tosca. I think maybe Tosca can be leveraged from Transcendis or Test Rigger. Test Rigger is also great. Functionize probably has also integrations. It's also leverageable using Scrum. I think most of the modern or almost all no-code tools actually fit really well into agile methodologies.
Yeah, I agree. This isn't like the days when Agile was really just getting started. You know, we're not talking 15, 20 years ago anymore. Scrum and Agile practices are such a common behavior, or, you know, Scrum-ish, you know, Agile-ish are such common methodologies that I can't really think of a tool that you couldn't fit into your practices. The biggest thing is identifying the tool that fits within your tool chain. Lots and lots of tools have limitations as far as what tools they integrate with. So, you know, ensure that it fits into your tool chain and then try it. I always, like, whenever we work with a customer at Functionize who's looking to bring in a new tool, so really a prospect more than a customer, they're going to try a couple of things. Like, they're going to try a bunch of different tools. They're going to experiment with a bunch of different options, and they're going to find what works best for them. Buying a tool is just like Agile practices. You experiment and then you refine, and you experiment and then you refine, and you'll find the right one after you do that. But there isn't something that's specifically built for Scrum, as far as I know.
Okay, thank you. And we have a few more questions about no code. So, is no code useful for NLP AI products? Do you have anything?
I don't think there's. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut anybody off. I don't think it's possible to do NLP without no code. That's kind of its foundation, because it's natural language processing. So I can't really think of a way to do NLP without using no code. And NLP is AI at its heart. So, yeah. I don't know. What do you think, Jonas?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the question is referring to. Is it testing of NLP itself, maybe?
That's yeah.
If that's the case, I'm not aware of a product which tests like NLP models right now. I'm not that deep in the space, but yeah. Other than that, NLP is basically a part of no code. As I mentioned, like, it's a way to input stuff and then just process it.
If you know what, I apologize, I didn't mean to cut you off. If you're actually asking about NLP as in like testing chatbots and things like that, whoever this is, message me on either Twitter or LinkedIn. There is a tool, and I cannot remember the name of it. I have to look it up. But there is actually something. It's a really small, I want to say maybe called Bespoke. But there is something meant for like chatbot and that kind of bot testing. I just have to find it again. It's like somewhere in my like list of random stuff. So message me and I'll send it to you if that's what you're looking for.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, definitely. So this This is what you should do. Okay. This is the last question, by the way. Can your no low code flows be included in continuous integration, continuous deployment?
Sure. I mean, yes, absolutely. That it should be.
Richard.
Just like every other test, just like all other testing, should absolutely be included in your pipeline. I think every tool has integrations with pipelines.
Yeah,
exactly. That was straightforward, and this is a good thing for our last question.
Nice quick answer.
Yeah. Okay. So we are a bit over time, but we'll have a very short break before the next block. Thank you all so much for joining today. We're so happy to have this Q&A and all three of you with your session. I'm looking forward to seeing our future events. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you all. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye. Okay, and we will have a 2 minutes break. So I'm gonna just show what kind of session we have remaining. We have 4 more sessions, and we have amazing moderators from California joining very, very soon. So yeah, stay tuned.
Hey everybody, this is Mike, the moderator. How is everybody doing? Oh my gosh, this has been the super coolest QA summit in the world. Wait, it is with the world, right? Anyway, how's everybody doing, man? Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to be here. I'm out here in California enjoying the sun. I don't know where you are, but it's sunny out there. Anyway, I'm going to bring in my first guest here. His name is Joel. Hey, Joel, how's it going, man? You're on, I think you're on mute.
Of course I was muted.
Dude, that happens to me every time too.
Yeah, I hate
Oh my
it.
gosh.
But in any case, I was about to say that we don't have sun, man. It's almost 9 p.m. here in Israel. But these only make it more global, man. As you were saying.
Yeah, I know. I love this global thing because it's so super cool because we bring like the smartest people on the planet together,
And
including you, of course, right?
No.
So, so tell us what you got for us today. What are you going to talk about? I'm so excited.
I actually want to take it from one of the last questions. I think that people are asking if they should add the codeless or not code
Yeah, I
into their
saw that
pipeline
too.
testing, and I think it was Jenna that answered like everything needs to go into the pipeline, and that's what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about the fact that yes, we want to have everything together, but it's not as easy as it seems. And there are quite a lot of pitfalls and quite a lot of things to take into account. And basically, I want to talk about an approach that we came up with the hard way after basically making all the mistakes in the book. And
it's always the hard way, right? But it's always the most beneficial and rewarding. Hey, I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to let you start talking, and I'm going to share your slides. And guess what? I'm going to get off the stage. Have a good one, man. Have a good time.
Thanks, Mike. And hello, everyone. And thanks for joining. My name is Joel, and I'm going to be talking during the next 30 minutes about something called test process orchestration. Little bit about me. Why should you waste your time, spend your time listening to me? Well, I've been doing testing for a long time. I've been doing testing.
Oh, hey Joel, I think something went wrong and you're muted now. Hey Joel, can you hear me? Yeah, you're okay. So probably he doesn't hear us. Oh, yeah, Joel.
The system told me that you were not listening to me. So can someone nod their heads and tell me if you're listening to me right now?
Yeah. We weren't hearing you for a moment, but now we hear you.
Hopefully you can. Let me check. 1 second. Okay, hopefully you can hear me now, right?
Yeah,
just checking.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks, Nick. In any case, so I've been doing testing for quite a lot of time. I worked at a company called PractiTest. It's a company that I co-founded with a couple of friends, where we generate we are selling or creating a test management system, and I'm the chief solution architect. And I like doing a lot of things for the community. I'm part of the AST of the Association of Software Testing Board. We have CAST coming up. State of testing report that we run with La Lead from Tea with testers, as well as the online test comp that is coming also later in November. And again, trying to work as much as I can with the community. 2 words about PractiTest. And again, if you have a QA management system, cool, you may want to just check it out. If you don't have a QA management system, or the one that you have is not good enough, take a look into it, because what we're trying to do, and it's very much along the lines of what we're talking today, we understand that testing is bigger than manual testing. Testing is bigger than only automation. And so we're trying to combine everything in order to provide visibility into your process. And again, manage everything in one place. But let's talk about what we came here to talk about. And I think that one thing that it's important to understand is that when we talk about manual versus automated testing, we're talking here about different things. And especially when you're talking with people who are not testers, maybe developers, R&D managers, maybe people from your team who heard about testing but don't understand about testing, they try to see manual testing as a thoroughbred, a horse that can run very, very fast, and they compare it to automation, where they see that it's basically a race car that you will be doing the race, but it will be done faster. Maybe it will hang on longer than that. And we understand today that this is not the case, and it couldn't be farther from the truth. If you try to understand how manual testing and automation actually fits together, then I tend to look at it as combining the elite commando teams of manual testing, doing the exploratory testing or the regular manual testing, looking for the specific bugs and validations that has to be done very, very specifically and tactically in a sense, versus the whole ecosystem that we live with that allows us to achieve stability and release product faster. So it's basically saying, hey, we have a commando team of people doing manual work, and we have a lot of infrastructure helping us to work better. And just as you cannot win a war with only one of these, you cannot achieve high quality products by implementing only one of them. But if this is the case, then we start running into issues. One of the things that we need to understand is that testing today, especially if you're running Agile, even more so if you're running DevOps, where everyone is working together to achieve quality, I tend to look at it as a testing puzzle, where you can start by understanding that you have a piece that will cover your manual spectrum. And you have another piece that will cover your automated spectrum. It doesn't really matter the size of them, but you see that they don't really match one another, and there will be some lines that don't really go, and obviously there will be some overlap, but not all the time that there will be overlap. But this is far from over, especially if we look into automated as functional automated testing. Why? Because, well, you know what? We also have unit tests, and this is thousands or tens of thousands of test cases being written and run by our developers, that many times us as testers would make that mistake of not taking them into account. We may have integration testing. If we have our CI system or environment that we're taking multiple products and working them together, and we're also not counting them into account. And if you're delivering a product to specific customers, then your end users might be running user acceptance testing. And again, when we look into the testing puzzle, because we're so busy looking only into the manual and automated testing parts, we don't look at all the parts of the puzzle. And what's happening today is that, especially if we're working more and more with SaaS products, with hosted products, then the puzzle doesn't end up in there, because we will need to have some deployment testing for the deployment process that we're running. We'll be running monitoring, so we're doing testing in production, understanding something's happening in the system. Obviously, there will be customer feedback. The most common of those will be bugs that might be reported from the field. And you can go as far as calibrating NPS, or Net Promoter Score, scores quarterly or monthly, whenever you're running it, in order to try to understand what's the overall status of the quality of your product. Okay, so the testing puzzle, it's more than manual. It's more than manual function automated. And I think that many of us make the mistake of not looking into the whole puzzle in here in order to take care of everything that we have in here. So if that wasn't enough, we also have another issue, and that is the issue of test clustering. Now, to give you a graphical example of what I mean by test clustering, this is something that we see all the time in nature. Let's say for a second that these are my manual test cases that I'm running. And in the whole page was my application, then usually test case cluster in some areas. So I might have some here, some there, some over there as well. Let's say that I also have some API testing that I'm running using some API platform. So again, it's covering a little bit more of the picture, maybe not covering everything. If I have, let's say, some functional automation, or let's say some unit tests that I'm running here, you can see how you're adding more into the picture. Some of them, again, as you see here, for example, we have a lot of clustering in one area, but we have other areas that are very empty, and so on and so forth. If you add your unit test or your integration test and even your functional regression testing, the way that if you were to graphically analyze the coverage of your testing, usually it looks like something like this, where you have areas that your tests are covering over and over and over again. And this comes on some areas that are not covered at all. And one of the problems is that because we don't have a way of envisioning all of them together and basically seeing what are the overlaps, because we don't treat them in an organized manner, then we end up having what is called some blind spots, or some bold stuff, like I want to call it many times. These are bold spots in the area, and some places where we're over testing because we could have done with only 2 of the testing areas that we have in here. That is something that happens for test clustering. And so there are many, many issues that happen when you start working with all of your testing areas, and many places where you can actually do optimization. And this is what we want to talk about. Now, let's talk about the challenges of managing manual and automatic testing. And I think that the first question that we need to ask ourselves is there a difference between manual and automatic testing? And hopefully by now, you understand that actually there's quite a lot of differences. Okay, it's very, very different. We're talking here about extremely different things. In what sense? To go over this very, very quickly and concentrate on the process itself. First of all, we're talking about different entities in their nature. Okay, automatic test cases are usually deeper and more specific. We will go over specific functions and create different data and run them multiple times, where manual tests are less specific, less defined, but more extensive. It's easier for me to tell someone, hey, go ahead and review the login functionality than to go and add the specific input-output scenarios that you go in there. So that's why they're different entities in their nature. Not only that, but even when we talk about manual test cases, we're talking about different type of test cases. We have scripted, exploratory, it can be a new functional test, it can be a regression test that is totally scripted. And the same goes with automation. As we saw before, there are plenty of different automation test types. We have functional GUI automation, API testing, performance, unit testing, integration testing, whatever you want to call it. And each of these different tests will be testing different things in different ways. So it's not enough to call it testing or manual testing versus automatic testing, because we still have many of those to work with. One of the biggest challenges that we have is the scale, both on the tests and on the runs. When we talk about automatic testing, basically we have many more. How many more? Orders of magnitude more. If your project will have something like, I don't know, 100 test cases, manual test cases for that scripts, you may have anywhere in the vicinity from 10,000 to 50,000 unit tests in there. Okay, so if one manual test fails, is it the same as one unit test? Well, it really depends, right? Which test are we talking about, on which step, on which area? Obviously, also, there's always a lot more runs for automation than runs for manual testing. Why? Because, well, automatic tests, if we're talking about CI, you're going to be running it multiple times a day. If you're talking about nightly builds, you're going to be running it once a day at least. Whereas manual tests, usually you run them based on cycles, and you don't run the same test more than once or twice on a cycle. And a cycle might be, again, anywhere between, if you're working on sprints, a week, and you don't run it every week. If you're talking about more regression approaches, then you might be running a test every month or so. So you don't have even the number of runs. So, hey, is this test failing once? Is it failing multiple times? That will also become one of those questions. So we have different scales of runs in here. We also have different timelines, as I was saying before. An automatic test, even if it's a functional automatic test that is very, very complex, will run in a matter of minutes. Maybe, I'm exaggerating here, hours. Where manual test sets, the smaller ones will take you an hour or two, 3, 4. Some test sets might take you days to run. So again, we have here different timelines for the results and when people will be showing them. And I think that one of the biggest things that we need to understand is that at the end of the day, both with manual as well as with automatic, it's not true only to look at an automatic, especially when you have multiple teams working. Every team will create the tests they need. Usually we don't have guidelines, not for creating or coordinated or sharing test cases between different sub-organizations. No one really knows what is running or when or what doesn't run. Usually we know what run. We obviously know what fails, but we didn't know if we have other things to run. And if we're looking at an organization that is trying to share information between the different teams, it's very, very hard to reuse test cases and integrate them. Okay? Why? Because as you see, we have a lot of different things that don't really match together easily. Okay? And we need to work very, very hard on that. Now, I think that we need to understand more than anything else that the objective of the different type of testing is different in nature. Where manual testing, we're looking more into evaluating and discovering issues or functionality or even understanding if this is what the customer will want. Where automation, in the most parts, again, there are obviously exceptions, is more about achieving stability and certification, where I mean by certification that you have one environment and you want to make sure that it's working the same in all the environments that you have, okay? But still, we need to have both of these aspects in order to provide that answer of what does it mean to have quality in your product. So with this in mind, we need to understand that we need to have a different approach. We need to have an approach that, first of all, will look into what do we want to achieve with all of our testing. And again, remember, we're talking here about the whole puzzle. Okay, what questions do we want to answer? What information are our stakeholders looking for? And only once that is clear, we need to look into how do we make it happen? How do we add all the different parts together? Which ones are needed? Which ones are not needed? What scope is needed for each one of them? If I need to choose between different parts, how do I want to prioritize? And one of the biggest mistakes that we have is that we don't sit and think about that upfront. So we need to stop looking into each one of our tools in vacuum or on what contribution they're giving on themselves, and start looking at the composition of all the tools, of how can I take the part that each one of them is bringing in order to generate bigger value. And that is what we're calling this approach, test orchestration. Because again, I'm a fan of music, as you might notice from guitars and stuff that you can see here. When you go to listen to an orchestra, if the orchestra works very, very nice, and if the conductor is working very, very nice, then you don't necessarily understand which of the instruments are giving you that sensation or providing you that vibration at any single time, because all of them together are giving you way more than each of them would give you apart. And this is what we need to start achieving, okay? How do we do that? And this is only an introduction. Again, I have been doing the last couple of months some workshops on this. It's a half day or whole day workshop on how to achieve that. But I do want to give you a flavor of what we have in here so that you can start working on that. And again, we call this the test orchestration process. And it's basically formed of some steps that will help you to come up with that approach, with that value that I'm talking about. So the first step is basically to define the purpose and the scope of the overall testing process. And again, I'm not going here into the definition of quality. Is the product fit for use? Yeah, that's important, but run the NPS and get a score. Again, if you're going to get in the 20 or a 30, you're in good shape. If you're getting a minus 20, then you're in bad shape. We're not talking about that. Ask your stakeholders, hey, you're paying me. What do you need from me? It might be that we're releasing many bugs into the product, and so we need to find them earlier, or it might be that it's taking us too much time to deliver. We need to increase the cadence. So understand what is the purpose and the scope of your testing process. And this is something that will change over time, but it has to be clear every single time. For me, I think that once a quarter, once every 2 quarters, to ask that question and to seek that answer. Where does it hurt? How can testing help you? It's very, very important in here. And again, look for gaps and try to understand where can you contribute, okay, in your organization. Once you actually have that, then you need to look into, okay, so people want us to release faster. What contribution can I give from each one of my different testing inputs? And again, I'm oversimplifying here. We're talking about manual versus automatic, but it's not only that. It's about, okay, maybe we need to implement more exploratory tests. Maybe we need to improve our manual scripts. Maybe we need to add unit tests or integration tests, or maybe we need to look for tools that will help us to do more browser certification or device certification. But understand, out of the whole purpose of the scope of your purpose, what is easier to be achieved using manual approaches and what is easier to be approached with automation. And again, I remember a question that I was asked a couple weeks ago, and it was like, hey, if at the end of the day automation is faster and you can run multiple times, then I think that at the end, if we can plan, then let's do everything automatic. And that is where I came with an example. And again, there are plenty, but an example that I like bringing up is we had a team that the problem was that whenever a new user story was being released from development to testing or to be tested, again, we were assuming that it would be tested in a couple hours and then released because we're working DevOps. What happened was that there were always 3 or 4 cycles, and it took us 3 to 4 days in order to release that user story that we were expecting to release in a couple of hours. And when we looked into that, it was not a matter of having more automation to catch the bugs earlier. It was about teaching our developers how to test manually better. Okay, so this was a place where what we did with our developers was to teach them how do we test manually. Where do we go into that? We started doing informal testing processes, and that was something that was achieved better by working manually than automatically. Okay, but understand what parts of the solution are better fit manually on how or automatically on how. Once we agree on that, then we need to break this down into tasks. Just like you have a large product that you want to release and you have a product management team or a product owner that will break it into smaller user stories, we have to do the same. Why? Because we don't have unlimited time. We don't have limited resources, and we need to basically do chunks of improvements that we can start working with in parallel. So we break it down into tasks, and once we have it, then as a team, as testing team, with a development team, then we need to agree on the priorities and the timelines for those tasks to work with. Why? Because some of them we will be able to do faster. Some of them we'll need to push for later. Some of these are infrastructure tasks, like we will see in a couple of minutes. Some of them are long-range tasks. So understand what you have in here. And this is only the master planning. Now, a lot of people, when they look into this, they say, hey guys, we're working agile and I don't really have time to stop and do all this planning. We're in the middle of the project. And my answer always is why? Why can't you take 30 minutes, a couple hours to go over this process quickly? You don't need to do this a long range analysis of everything that is going on, but try to understand, if you're flying blind, how can you basically zero in on where you want to go at. I think that you don't need to look at this as a monumental project. You can actually say, I'm going to start small and start working on the smallest value that I can actually provide. But it's important to do this type of master planning once in a while, because if we're in the heat of things, if we're in the middle of the process and we don't need to think about, then we end up working only on the urgent stuff and not on the important stuff. But this is only the first part, master planning part. Now we talk about how do we implement, okay? And here we're going to be talking about the ongoing coordination. How can we make sure that everyone's working together and that all the pieces are fitting? So I think that the first thing that we need to have is good communication and coordination across the different teams. Sometimes by teams, we have different agile teams working together. So how can we make sure that we're all working on the same repository? We understand the tests that we have, stuff like that. Sometimes within the team, that means let's work with our developers better. Sometimes it is with our DevOps team. If we're working on a development team and we have an operations team, how can we do it? But let's make sure that across different teams, we have a coordination of processes where if I create a test in my team, I will be able to share it with other people based on a process that we can all communicate. Once we have a communication process, then we need to have a single reporting and visibility framework. Now, this sounds strange, but when we looked into projects that managed to implement orchestration correctly or easily versus those that actually had issues with them, this was the single most important point of failure. The thing that we understand is, or it took us a while to understand, or we think we understand at this point, is that at the end of the day, everything just funnels down into the reporting engine that you're doing. And again, it can be Excel, spreadsheets with Excel that you put in there. It can be PowerPoints that you have in there. It can be a system like Practitest or any of our competitors in there. But if you have multiple reporting systems and visibility systems, then it's very, very hard to coordinate stuff. Okay, and this was, let's say, the one of the biggest selling points of orchestration to organizations, where you say, hey, you're running a lot of tests today, but everyone's reporting on their own isolated system, and there's no way of having a one single point of visibility. So I do recommend look for one reporting framework or platform. Again, it can be anyone you want, but make sure that everything is funneling down into that. How do you funnel down? First of all, you need to have the data in there, but then you also need to normalize it, as I was mentioning. Sometimes you have differences of scale between test cases that you have plenty versus those that you have small. How can you actually make sure that you normalize between the results that you have in there? And again, once you have that deployment process, then you start integrating different tools into that framework and make sure that you have everything manual versus automatic already in there. One way to do it is simple. Make sure that you have visibility, let's say a report, or if you're back to working in offices, have a large monitor where that reporting framework will be there. And make sure that publicize it. Let's say, hey guys, these are quality dashboard. And if someone is working on testing, let's say unit test or integration test on their own, and they don't see it on the reporting framework, they will start asking how come it's not there, or what do they need to do in order to put it there. And people will start integrating their own test case into the system, even asking you to help you on that. Okay, but it's important to funnel everything into the visibility framework that you're going to be using. Now, once you have, let's say you did the planning, you have the tools and the processing there. Now it's about broadcasting value, because one of the things that we realized, and again, I run the state of testing report and survey for a number of years now. And when we were looking into the data, some of the things that people were saying is that they're very good at testing the software, but very bad at selling their testing or communicating their testing. So I think that we need to look into how can we broadcast the value of our teams to more and more parts of the organization. And this is something that I think it's important. It's simpler to do it based on this orchestrating approach, especially because you started the process by understanding what was needed, what value was actually needed from here. So first of all, you need to provide all of those results as part of an integrated quality dashboard. Okay, you need to teach your team that all that information is going to come as part of one quality dashboard. That first of all, it's going to be simple for them to look into it, even if they need to understand how to work once or twice at the beginning. They will have it in front of them. It should be graphical. It should be simple to understand. If there are issues, the issues should jump to you very, very quickly. But it's going to be something that everyone can actually relate to that. Other than that, you need to make sure that you generate business value that is important for your main stakeholders. And this is not trivial. Who are your main stakeholders? Are we talking about the sales team? Are we talking about the vice president of R&D? Are we talking about the CTO? Maybe we're talking for the director of quality. What value do they need? And how can we actually provide it as part of that quality dashboard? Meaning it's both about the information being there, not to have too much information that the important stuff is going to be flushed, and also how do we make sure that it appears and everyone is able to get it. And the solution of how can we make sure that everyone's able to get the information that they want is also by reusing the same information in multiple channels in order to get better diffusion. What do we mean by that? Have that dashboard. It's okay to have the same dashboard and send it via email once every second day or so. And you can then bring the same graphs into your status meeting and talk about them. I've read studies that says that for some people, especially if you're very, very busy, it takes you 2 to 3 times to see the information in order for it to sink in. So don't be afraid of reusing that information in multiple channels, because sometimes it's actually needed. And once you start doing it correctly, then people are used to those channels and are going to be able to digest that information better. Okay, so these are the 10 steps for the orchestration. I can share them with you later on, but there are some caveats to this. There are some things that we need to take into account. First of all, we're talking here about process and having a centralized process. That centralized process should not interfere with the innovation and with trying new stuff. Okay, we're not saying that in order for specific teams to try new tools or to try new methods, it needs to go through the centralized team. No. You want to make sure that you're still allowing people to try new stuff within their teams, and if needed, use a center of quality approach, center of excellence approach in order to pass that information to other teams. You don't want to interfere with innovation. Another thing that it's important to notice, and I think that Deran Kingsborough is also talking in these sessions. I actually talked with him quite a lot some years ago, that a very big problem with, especially around automation, is that people don't refactor and don't clean up their tests enough. So if you have any framework and you're always feeding it more test cases, at the end of the day, it explodes with a lot of test cases that are redundant, not needed. Maybe they're failing and you need to run them. So use at least some of your time on refactoring. And as I mentioned before, make sure that you have that integrated testing framework and communication framework as part of your enabling priorities and not as a side cost. Why? Because unless you make it a priority, you're not going to be having it on your project. Okay, so just as your CI platform is a must, no one will run without, I don't know, Jenkins or Circle or something like that. Make sure that integrated testing framework is also a must. Now, finally, because we're almost out of time, I'm looking here at my clock, I have about 2 minutes. I want you to take into account a couple of things. First of all, it used to be the case that we were all looking for one monumental tool to work with and only one vendor to work with that. I think that is done. Because we're working with multiple technologies, one of the things that we're seeing is that the average company works with anywhere between 4 and 8 different automation frameworks, automation platforms that they're using. So there's no such thing as one-stop shop. You need to go for best of breed. Also within automation and manual testing, it's important. Second thing is that if you want to have a healthy process, it has to be built on constant visibility and transparency. Do not wait for the end in order to provide stuff. Make sure that anything that you're adding to your quality pipeline actually goes into your reporting so that you have constant visibility and transparency. And I think that the most important thing that we need to remember, and maybe this was the first point where we always start by asking, where can we contribute, is to remember that testing has to provide value to your system. Okay, you're not testing for the sake of testing. We're not on the days that you tested because there's budget for testing. If testing is not needed, if testing is not going to be providing any value, then don't test. Okay, or test the stuff that should be providing value. Okay, and I think that this is maybe the last thing, but also the most important thing to remember. And with that, and given the fact that we're exactly where I should be stopping, I'm going to thank you very much for listening. And again, if you have any questions, you can just pop me an email here. I don't answer quickly, but I try to answer all my emails. And again, I'll be happy to share all this with everyone. Mike,
thank you, Joel.
I'm done right where you should.
Dude, I really like the fact that you were managing your time. That was awesome. You were so great, and I really enjoyed your talk. I've jotted down some questions, but I can't ask them now. Sorry. But we have a Q&A block coming up, right? And then we can definitely get in some questions. If we see some questions popping in, I'll drop them in there also. And then we'll go ahead and answer them at that time. Any parting words before you decide to go away?
I just want to remind everyone that we're here to provide value, and our value is not only with the testing. There's a lot of different teams doing testing right now, and our responsibility as test engineers, managers, whatever you're going to be doing, is to capture that information and reuse it and provide it to everyone else in coordination, though.
I appreciate it, man. That was really good information for everybody out there. I gotta let you go. Sorry, because I gotta get on.
All good, man.
Speaker. Woo, you too, bro. And I'll see you in a bit, man. Have a good one. Go get something to eat. Okay, bye. All right, everybody. Looks like we're gonna continue on, and I'm gonna bring in Wim. Come on in, man. How's it going?
Yeah, fine. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah. Oh, evening for you. Well, it's out here in sunny. I'm in sunny California.
It's 8 o'clock in the evening. It's dark outside, but
Dark and
I'm
nice.
ready.
Is it
Yeah.
nice outside? How's the weather anyway? Is it good?
The weather is fine in Belgium. Yeah, it's fine.
Oh, cool. All right, man. What are you going to talk to us about today? I'm super excited, man. I just love these QA summits, and you guys are so amazing speakers. What do you got for us?
I will talk about subjective reporting as an alternative to report our metrics to the business.
You know, I saw your title on there and I said, oh, this is going to be a good one, because that really is an issue. Yeah, you know, and I'm sure you got some really cool slides. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in your slides and I am going to leave, and you got it, man, for 30 minutes. Have a good one.
Okay, thank you. Dear testing friends around the globe, welcome in my session. And I will talk about subjective reporting. And let me explain why I choose this topic to bring on this summit, because it's based on one of my own frustration as test coordinator, test manager. And maybe you have often the same feelings. You prepare everything. You're asked to report about the status, to go to a go-no-go meeting. You put all your effort in it, and at the end of the meeting, either you are completely ignored, either they listen to you, but in the end they decide, okay, whatever you presented, we just continue, we just go to production, or we go just to a next phase. And in the beginning, when I had this experience, I thought, okay, yeah, those guys of the business, they don't understand us as testers, they don't know what we are doing. But I had the same experience project after project, and sometimes at different customers. And in that moment, I thought, okay, maybe it's not always, I cannot always blame being the business as don't be knowledgeable about testing, but maybe it's something that I have to change. Maybe me as a test coordinator, test manager, I have to think about the way I report my metrics to the business. And that's why I want to bring and to share my thoughts about it. But let me start first with one of my favorite paintings. It's, by the way, it's by a Belgian painter, René Magritte. And normally in a non-site conference, I always ask, okay, what do you see on this picture? And do you like the picture? And then and maybe you may add it in the comment, do you like the picture? Why do you like it? And if you would ask what time of the day is it in the picture? Is it night? Is it evening? Or maybe is it just it's just around noon because you see the blue sky? And in the end, what when I do this on site, I see different opinions from people, and that is about subjectivity. And subjectivity means that everyone looks from his own personal beliefs, his own feelings to something. And especially with art, it's very subjective. One can like this painting very much, while another can say, okay, I don't like this at all. And subjectivity, it's feelings rather than facts. And if we talk about subjectivity and testing, then that's like cursing in the church. If you take any book about methodology, about testing, then the goal and one of responsibility as a tester is to be objective, to provide the customer, your stakeholders, all the information upon which can take their decisions, but at least the information should be objective based on facts. So in this very small example, here you see 3 kind of degrees, and it's sure if I have a score of 60, 60%, then I have a degree B. So no discussion at all. It's very clear. It's objective. And going further on this, if we translate that to the way we we gather data about our metrics, then then we are often in what I call the metrics-oriented thinking. We try to give an insight in our testing process from two different angles. One angle is how effective are we with testing, and another angle is how efficient are we, because there are several ways how we can do testing, but we want to bring in that insight. And of course, like you see here, the orange curve, the ideal curve, of course, with the being as efficient as possible and effective as possible, normally that will bring us to be the most productive with testing, because of course we are limited in resources, time, and budget. So we have to be as effective and efficient as possible. And that in each of these this quadrant, that are just some examples of typical metrics we are collecting as test manager, as test coordinator. But with all these metrics, then we think, or we may believe, that we have done our job and have been objective. But the question is there really something as the objective truth? Can we ensure, can we say 100% that based on the metrics I've collected, based on all the data, this is complete objective truth? Well, I don't believe that there is that this exists, the objective truth. And why not? First of all, we have to deal with cognitive biases. And biases, that's a kind of patterns, deviations from rational thinking. So even in some way, indirectly, if we are not aware, we are biased in all different kind of matters, which will finally lead to the fact that we are creating a kind of subjective reality while we still thinking that we are objective. Now, what kind of cognitive biases do we have in testings, and are we confronted with? For example, the first one, and I will just give only some examples because you have plenty more of them, is the negativity bias. And the negative bias is always the one where the bad experiences have more weightage. I remember a project where we had this kind of meetings with a business, and we had done a very good job in testing. So we have executed a lot of test cases, but of course we found some defects. Some defects were open, and the fact that we have done a tremendous job of testing, the business was just remembering, okay, we have still open defects. And especially in the next release, I have a colleague in my team, and he was complaining. He said, "Yeah, but we had to test again the same module, and for sure we will have again, we will have a lot of defects in that module." Because he was a little bit biased by his previous experience and the fact that the business was just focusing on that specific module, on the fact that there are still some defects open in, and he was just already thinking ahead, okay, next release, we had to test the same module, it will be exactly the same. Another one is the bandwagon effect. And it's about that our own beliefs that we are influencing indirectly people. And other project, I worked with a developer, and every time that he deployed a version of the application, there were quite a lot of bugs that I found, and and at one hand it was a little bit funny because I knew after a while, okay, I need to take more time because we need to test more, and we will find more bugs when I will call him Jack, when Jack will deploy this his stuff. And the funny thing was that okay, project ended, and we were working in a tester in a centralized team. And some months further, a colleague of mine, he was starting on a project, and at noon he was telling about his project, and he said, by the way, I'm working with a developer. Yeah, his name is Jack. And he said, oh, are you working with Jack? Oh, watch out, because then be prepared that you will have a lot of work, that you will find a lot of defects. And that's exactly an example of the bandwagon effect. And a last example of how we are biased in testing is the unintentional blindness, and it's missing very obvious things. Can happen in different ways, especially if you have to do a lot of regression testing in a manual way. After certain cycles, then you are doing it in a kind of automated pilot way, and you are not really looking anymore to the details. And we had a project where we had to test a mobile app used by technical field engineers. And we did all the tests. For us, it was all fine. And then we released the app, and the app came immediately back. And we were a little bit surprised. And then we say, okay, what happened? Did we miss something not working? No. From functional point of view, everything was working. But from a usability point of view, the field technicians, they said, hey guys, how did you thought about the fact that we have to use this app with our working gloves, with hand gloves, tick gloves, and that those buttons are too small to tick correctly, and we miss always the right button, or with our gloves we are always touching two buttons. So that's, and then we realized, oh my God, we put too much effort on the functional thing, but the usability thing, we totally forgot about that. And that are examples of how we are biased. The second question that I asked when we try to report in an objective way, do we reach our audience? Do we reach the audience? And if we reach the audience, first of all, do they understand what we want to tell? Do they understand the message? And do they how do they interpret the message we want to give? And I believe that for some reasons we are not reaching at all the audience. And one of the reasons is just the data tsunami. I will not mention the tool vendor, but when I was preparing the slide, I was browsing around to find the top 10, top 20 testing metrics you always should report on. And I found this title on the vendor's page. And when I read this first one, I thought 64 essentials. So here we are only talking about essentials, so not optional testing metrics. I thought, oh my God, if I had, as a test coordinator, if I had to report about 64 essential metrics, what dashboard should that be like? And then secondly, if I have to make a selection out of the 64, which ones should I choose? So, and that's definitely a pitfall. We have too many metrics for us. We can't choose, and we start by just collecting all the data, and it's way too much. But if we then have our metrics, and if we have our graphs, then we've forgot to annotate. Okay, what are the goals? Look at this this graph of a release. So it's the Mario Bros release, and it just show you an evolution of the executed new feature test cases. And if I would ask you, okay, what is your conclusion based on this this graph? So you can type it. You can type it in. Then, well, for sure, people can draw different conclusions. So we can say, okay, I see that there is a kind of ramp up to March. Then I see a fall down in the execution of the new features, and then I see again a ramp up of test cases in by June. So, but if we don't tell our audience what was the goal, and here by adding the goal, so the goal was that every month that we should execute 30 new feature test cases, then it becomes a completely other story, because then we see that we have an issue. We have an issue because only in 2 months, March and June, we reached the minimum goal, and in May it was just the bare minimum. But for the other months we have an issue. So then so next question, of course, when you add this information to the graph, stakeholders could tell you, hey, dear test manager, please explain us what will you do to reach to reach the goal every month. And that's another thing we are missing, that we can now have no actionable insights without the details, because when we put this all together, because next to the new feature test cases, we had a lot of regression testing. And in fact, if you make the sum per month and in total of the 6 months periods, then you see that definitely in the number of test cases, we have executed a lot of test cases. And in fact, we are going in the right direction in terms of the amount of testing we are doing. The reason here, what we need to look into detail is, okay, why do we have more regression testing? Is that related to the fact that, for example, in the previous month, we detected more defects, we have more regression, so we have to do more regression testing? And an action here could be that, okay, let's try to automate those regression testing so that we can reserve our manual capacity for the new feature testing. That as a result that we maybe we will be able to achieve the goal of the 30 test cases per month for new features. So that's just a message to that we, by just creating dashboards full of graphs without any explanation, without any indication of goal, we will not reach the audience, or at least maybe we will reach them, but they will interpret our messages completely in a different way. And then that's when I was running against all those pitfalls. That was, I thought, okay, is there another way to report in a more subjective way, in a way on, call it about gut feeling, call it about feeling, experience. And of course, when I was starting exploring my ideas with my colleagues, they were really say, okay, are you really crazy? That's totally not professional. But I say, no, I want to share my ideas and how I see it. And the way why I'm convinced that subjective reporting can help us to reach more the audience is also underlined with the World Quality Report of the edition 21-22. So maybe, as you know, World Quality Report, yearly published, very interesting document, which gives you a good insight in what are the QA trends. And this extract is coming out of this report. And it says we need to focus more on the customer. We need to focus more on the customer experience and really shift, not only focusing on the IT quality, but also to production quality. And that's for me exactly when the famous word value assurance comes in. And to me, one of the big missing parts in testing today is exactly this part, because for decades we are talking in testing about two main domains what we try to cover. So from one hand, we were testing, we are active in everything what is quality control, and in another hand we do a lot about quality assurance. But what are we doing about value assurance? And value assurance becomes more and more important, and value have different aspects. We have product value. Product value is in Belgium we have a phrase like say, okay, a tool is something is worth what a fool wants to pay for it. So it's the product value is okay. What I'm offered, do I want to pay for it the money they are asking for? User experience. And user experience, it's not only about the fact if a button is blue or green or on the right place, but it's about navigation. It's about how are things ordered. It's about the number of mouse clicks a user has to do, for example, a purchase on a web shop. And the customer experience, that's the complete experience about support. How easy is it as an end user to come in contact with the customer support? Is it through a chat? Is it through a phone? And if you phone, then is it somebody that is answering in your language, or are you and to illustrate this with a small anecdote, my mother, she is 80 years old. She had an issue with the smartphone, and I said, okay, go to the shop and explain what the problem is. And she went to that guy, and he looked and he said, okay, lady, no problem. You have to do this and this and this and this. And she was really stuck and she's looking to the guy, and she said, okay, sorry, but I don't understand anything at all what you're telling. And so that's another aspect of customer experience. And here a very interesting source can be, how are other disciplines like ITSM, how are they doing it? Because if you look today in the world of ITIL, then you see a new concept. They don't longer speak about service level agreements. They start about experience level agreements, just to ensure that we are covering all the aspects of value. And to avoid that, we end up in what we call the watermelon effect. And the watermelon effect with testing, with user acceptance testing, we may think that we have covered everything about the value, but it's often only about the user interface testing. But the aspect of user experience, customer experience, that can be awful, while we think from a testing point of view, okay, it's fine. And so now to the last question is, okay, what is now the best way to report? In which kind of formats can you do this kind of subjective report? And I have applied different types of example. The first one is what we call the customer satisfaction metrics. So like for any application product, you can fill in a survey, and they typically use this famous marketing metrics like NPS, CSAT. So that's maybe something you can apply for your testing well, and to express the way your business is happy with the software that has been delivered, with the system, with the functionality, and that you rate it in this way. Another way we applied it, we tried it out in as pilot in a project, is what we call the business mood board. And on the business mood board, you see only colors, no hard figures, no X number of test cases passed, failed, X number of test cases. But like you see, and we show the business happiness index. So it's the evolution over time, how happy was the business after a release of a certain aspect of the system or a complete aspect. And per system, in this example, it was one applications with different modules. And then we decided to report for each module about 3 test topics, but you see only the name. So like, for example, we reported about the defects or about the risks. And by using a color, we indicated, for example, that in the module everything is green. So in fact, that's a module that can go into production. Another thing is what I call the quadrant question. And the quadrant question, so you can you choose 2 axes. So here in this example, it's the risk of failure with the test coverage. Then you make 4 quadrants, and the title of the graph is a very explicit question. So this in this example, it was when we talked about the business, about the progress of testing. We said it very explicitly. How do we plan to spend your money for testing? So we really address the business in an aspect that is very crucial for them. And then in the quadrant names, we make it very explicit. So like you say, it's like right in the bottom, way too much. And we put the systems and the applications we were testing, we put it with a dot in one of the quadrants to give directly, okay, where are we still on track with the budget? For which application do we have a real issue? And so this gives us at least a way to start the discussion with the business. Should we continue? Do you want, even if we are already run over budget, do we need to continue? But maybe we need to adapt the activities and to take some risk. But at least it started a very good discussion with our business. And the last one is what I call the persona lights. So instead of traffic lights, so personas, it's a known technique where you describe a kind of type of user profile that is using your application, and then you can write test cases for that user profile. And here we reused the personas that were defined in the project, but by just indicating one of a traffic colored light, we indicates which persona for us was ready to go into production. And in that way, we could make a decision to say, okay, we see that for the Justin profile, it's okay. Maybe we can already release that part to the system. While, for example, for Maggie, for the Maggie persona, it's too risky. We need to continue with testing, and that was some of the examples how you can implement subjective reporting. And because for me, it's no longer a taboo to look from a more subjective way to reporting, to metrics, because I think for me, subjectivity is a new normal. We have to deal with it, and we have to find ways to address more the business or audience in what they care about the most. It's about value, and of course, value is subjective. Thank you.
That was awesome, man. I'll tell you what, as you're talking, I'm gonna pull your slides off because you gotta go in a second. We'll come back and have some Q&A. That was so awesome, man, because I'm sitting there while you're talking thinking about something that happened to me several years ago. And the one thing that we forgot was making the customer happy. I mean, and the testing was, we stuck strictly to requirements, right? And at the end, they're like, what is this? And so you are so right, because requirements can be mistranslated, right? If you don't immerse in or mesh. Oh man, I could go on and on. Sorry. But that was an amazing talk. Wim, do you got anything to say before you drop off and come back into QA? Just go ahead and put something out there.
No, so people have my email address, my LinkedIn. If you have thoughts, if you don't agree, no problem. I'm really look to your feedback if you see things differently, because like I said, we did some small pilots with this because it's rather new for a lot of customers. So I'm happy to hear other voices or maybe similar stories or other ways of how you can implement this kind of subjective reporting.
Yeah, that's amazing, because I could go on and on with you. I want to definitely share emails with you too. I'm going to exchange that, and we can maybe you know offline talk some more. I appreciate it. But I got to let you go. You know, we got to continue on here. And so I'll see you in a bit. See you later, Wim. Have a good one.
See you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Yeah, so looks like we got to get moving on here. I have Gleb Bahmutov, and he is going to talk about the fuzzy line between end-to-end and component tests. That is an awesome topic, because seriously, sometimes we get that kind of confusion on what that really is. But I'm going to let him come on, and he's going to go ahead and speak for us. So take it away.
Welcome everyone to my presentation, the fuzzy line between end-to-end and component tests. I'm Gleb Bahmutov, and I thank the organizers of the QA Global Summit for giving me a chance to describe my experience with Cypress component testing. The presentation is online, is available at this URL. I'm going to cover end-to-end tests and their shortcomings, and then I'll show how component testing can complement end-to-end testing and has a lot in common with end-to-end tests. I'm Gleb Bahmutov. I had a long journey from C++ and computer vision through CoffeeScript to Node.js and finally the front end. I've been posting videos and advice on how to write end-to-end tests for a while now, and you can find everything online on my personal site or on GitHub. I started a website called cypress.tips where I put links to the courses I make. They're mostly about Cypress and how to write Cypress end-to-end testing. I'm a member of a couple of climate organizations trying to fight the climate crisis. I encourage you to join me. During day-to-day, I work at Mercari US. It's an online marketplace, and I'm in charge of automated web application testing. We actually write a lot of tests, and I share our experience and our tips for writing end-to-end tests and running them through my presentations, and you can find a couple of slide decks at slides.com/Bahmutov. For this presentation, I decided to take a game of Sudoku. Everyone has played this game. You just have to fill the empty squares with numbers so that every row and every column and every 3x3 square has unique numbers from 1 to 9. You can find the code and the tests I'm about to show at GitHub at this particular repository. Let's start by testing the game modes. You can play this game in easy, medium, and hard modes. So how would you test it? Well, I would install Cypress, and it's a simple npm dependency, npm install Cypress. I would start the application so it starts running at localhost 3000, and I would open Cypress using Cypress open command. Once Cypress opens, you would see something like this. It's a dialog that allows you to select the type of a test you want to run. For this particular first test, I only have written end-to-end test, so you will see end-to-end testing is configured. We're going to get to component tests later. In my Cypress config file, I set the local base URL, because I don't want to hardcode the localhost 3000 in my spec files, and I might have deployed the application somewhere else, so later I can test that particular deployment. For now, the application is running at localhost. Here's my spec file. And for modes, the most important thing is to check how many cells I filled at the start of the game, because in hard mode, you leave more cells empty. So we're going to start by visiting the URL, which will be the base URL. We're going to check that the value of that select dropdown is easy, and we're going to see how many filled cells there are. There should be 45 cells. And if we change the game setting to medium, the game restarts, and now we're checking that we only have 40 cells filled. The game became a little bit harder. And if we change the difficulty level to hard, well, then there should be only 30 cells filled. And this is how the test looks when Cypress runs. You can see every command on the left, you can see the test on the right, and you can see how the application will look at each step if you hover over each command, and in this case, how many cells were filled for each mode. This time-traveling debugger and having the application on the right side is great, because you can literally see how the human user sees the game during the test. Now, how do we actually test the gameplay though? Right? We tested just the difficulty. Can we play the game? And here's where we are hitting the difficulties. It's very hard to control the randomness. Our game board is generated randomly inside the application code. We cannot set particular game board easily from end-to-end test. Now, there's one way where we can control it, kind of. We can click the hint button to fill the cell that's currently empty and has the focus. So we can write an end-to-end test that fills every empty cell by clicking the hint button. We again visit the URL. We have 45 filled cells. And then we get all the cells and we filter out the filled cells so we have only the empty cell elements. And then we take each cell page element, we click on it, which looks like this. We click on a cell, it gets focus, and then we click on the hint button. Click and click on each empty cell, alternating with the hint button. And then we check that we solve the whole game, because if we click on every empty cell and fill it with a hint and it's correct, then we should have solved the Sudoku game. Let's see how the video of the test running looks. Notice we're filling every empty cell really quickly, and then at the end we filled the whole board and the overlay shows you solved it, and we can observe the last cells being filled. Now, this is difficult, right? It's not a true solution. Anytime you have random data, that makes writing an end-to-end test more difficult. Anytime the server can respond with the data you don't control, that makes writing end-to-end tests difficult. Anytime you have timers, clocks, timestamps, those things make end-to-end test writing hard. Anytime you have to do conditional testing, where you look at the page and then you change the test command depending on what you see, well, that makes the testing difficult. Finally, if it's unclear what you're testing, what the expected output, what to expect to see on the page, well, those cases make end-to-end testing hard. So, for example, let's look at this timer. It just shows how many seconds, minutes, or hours really passed since the start of a game. The shorter amount of time you take to solve Sudoku, the better. So how would you test the timer element? Well, you can write an end-to-end test. In this case, you visit the page and you check from 1 to 10 that it shows second 1, 2, and so on, formatted using sci-contains command. This is how the test looks. You can see how each command pauses until the timer updates. It uses built-in Cypress retriability that keeps searching the page for the text. While we waited only 10 seconds, can we confirm that the timer is showing 15-minute interval correctly? We could potentially wait 15 minutes. But of course, nobody wants to wait 15 minutes for the test to pass. But there must be a better way, I believe, to test this. Let's go back and think how we would write not end-to-end test, but a test that tests a smaller piece of code, like a function. This is how our timer formats the code. It uses format time. If we had to test this function that we can import from the timer source file, we could write what we would consider a unit test. We would call format with different inputs
and we would confirm that the string it returns is what we expect it to have. For example, if we pass seconds 3, we expect that function to return 00:03. Cypress can run this test. You don't have anything on the page, but you do see the output of each chai assertion. So let's go back to our timer component, not a function, but the component. What I really want from my test is not a unit test, but something where I can import the timer component from the source file and then mount it somehow using JSX, pass the prop, and then confirm using Cypress command that it shows 15:00. This is what I want. I want to see the component because ultimately that represents something on the page. And so now the test is not site visit. It's something else. We want to write a test in Cypress that understands framework-specific, like in my case, a React-specific component timer. We want Cypress to know how to bundle that component and how to run it on the page. We're no longer using site visit the page. Instead, we'll work with a per component bundle inside the spec file. So this is where Cypress component comes into place. Instead of starting the application, localhost 3000 and so on, we're going to just open Cypress. The application is not running, but we can select the component testing. And if you are doing this for the very first time in your app, it would ask you, are you using this framework? And it would actually try detecting the framework automatically. In addition to React and Create React App, you can pick one of the modern frameworks like Angular, Svelte, or Vue. This writes in your config file the framework that we detected and the bundler that Cypress should use with that component. Now you can write a Cypress component test, and it contains the main parts. It contains the component itself. It might need React so it understands how to actually bundle the timer. It imports the CSS, so each component can import its own CSS styles. You can import additional React, let's say, context objects, and you can import additional third-party libraries. You use a SciMount component command. This command is specific to a particular framework and library, and this is something that was configured when you select the framework. And you mount, in this case, a React component just like you would use it from the application by passing props. And then you use Cypress scicontains command to verify that on the page, that component, when it starts running, it shows the text 15:00. And this is how the test looks. And it's a live application. You can open the DevTools and see the component actually updating itself because there is a set interval that updates every second the displayed value. You can use all Cypress time traveling capabilities, the DevTools, everything. The test is much faster than end-to-end. Well, because component is much simpler, it only needs bundling, you don't have to visit the URL at all. The most important thing is that you see the component live. You're no longer using something like just DOM running in Node. Instead, you have a real browser with full browser APIs and the component running as a mini web application. If you look at the parts of the spec, Cypress now understands how to bundle your framework correctly. It understands how to import global CSS just like your app would, right? And how to make the styles apply by, surrounding your component with additional markup. In this case, if you don't include app CSS, or if you don't apply the markup, well, you would still see the text. It just doesn't look like the component in the real application. But if you import app CSS globals and the styling is correctly applied through the structure, then you see the actual timer like you would in real application. You can pass data to your component by using both props and React-specific structures like context providers. If you look at the application, we build the modern UIs through components. Even in our simple game, we have individual components like status, timer, the numbers, the game sections. All of them are coming together as a game component. Finally, it's mounted and run by the app component. So there is a hierarchy of components. We can pass data, like I said, using props, and we can even test, for example, our numbers component where the user clicks on individual numbers by passing Cypress stub as a property. Once the component is mounted, we passed all the data, it starts running, and then it's a web application. The best thing about component testing is that you use normal Cypress commands. Here's the test. It mounts the component, it confirms that the selected number shown is 8, and then it clicks on number 9 and confirms that a property callback was passed correctly. And if you ask me, how does this compare to other testing tools? For example, in React, I would follow Murat Özkan. He recently put together an ebook comparing Cypress component testing to all sorts of other testing solutions for React specifically. He has a huge number of Cypress tests and matching React testing library tests, so you can make a judgment for yourself. He even looked around and he picked all sorts of React testing examples from different books, tutorials, articles, and wrote corresponding Cypress component tests. The best thing for me is not React testing specifically. If you look at the framework testing examples that, let's say, React docs have, if you write the corresponding Cypress test, it doesn't have much React-specific commands, because majority of cases are covered by the Cypress API already. So all you have to do is the mount component, pass the props to control its data and behavior, and then use Cypress commands, for example, to interact with that component and validate the output through the DOM, through network commands, cookies, you name it. For example, in this case, you can kind of see that we never have to remember how does React testing library or enzyme pass events or control asynchronous behavior. We just click and it works. Again, mounting of component is framework specific. Then you use Cypress commands to interact with the component running. In this case, we create a component and pass a login service, and then we click on sign in and validate what the component is showing. You can see that what we passed as stubs and spies has been called. We can see the navigation component. And if I ask you, like, what's a framework here? Is it React, Svelte, Vue, Angular, or anything else? You don't really cannot tell, right? Because these look like normal objects and just some mount command. In this case, it's Angular. And I actually took this example and wrote this Cypress component test by looking at the examples written using Angular test harness. Test harness is specifically for Angular project. It replaces some of the boilerplate code. It doesn't really make it that much shorter. But an equivalent Cypress component test, because it uses built-in Cypress API commands, is much shorter and easier to remember. And anyone who is experienced with Cypress component testing on a React app, for example, can easily understand and maintain this particular component test for Angular. Cypress team has a bunch of examples of component testing for different frameworks and languages and frameworks. So just check it out. Okay, so back to our application. Like I said, small components are merged into larger components that are used by the game component, which ultimately is used by the app component to start writing or running on the page. So why don't we test the game component itself, one of the bigger components? Well, we have to set up the data, and in this case, we can pass the initial array and the solved array. These are just two JSON files that I saved. Now remember, random data has presented a problem for end-to-end testing. Well, when you do component testing, you can pass it as props, in my case. Then we can find all the empty cells, and we iterate over those 3 empty cells. In my case, the initial array only has first 3 cells empty. And then I can fill them with values from the solved an array. I no longer have to rely on the hint button. I can look up each number and click on it and confirm that the overlay solved is displayed. So this is this test slowed down a little bit. So it takes about 2 seconds. My test confirms that the overlay you solved is displayed. It looks like a normal test, right? Only you don't see the URL because there is no URL to visit with testing that React game component. Now, there is one thing that you might ask me, what is that 4 of 4 at the end of a test? Well, the overlay component at the end fetches data, and it fetches the data that particular game. Now, because it took 2 seconds, it fetches /time/2. It looks up best scores pretty much. We can write a component test, and instead of trying to stub a fetch or AJAX or some kind of library that actually makes the network call, we can use built-in Cypress network intercept command. For example, we can say whenever the component is making a network call to times/90, which is 90 seconds, delay the response and return 4 of 4. So we're testing how the component handles, a network error. When we mount the component and we continue interacting with the component like a normal, end-to-end test would, only instead of end-to-end, we wrote a component. And this is how it looks. So after 2 seconds, the loading goes away, and our component just keeps showing you solved it. It doesn't show any errors, nothing. Now we can return a picture with some scores or durations instead of an error. And in this case, we can confirm that our overlay shows that for 90 seconds is our current result. And this is how the test behaves, and component shows a minute 30, 90 seconds in pink. Perfect. We tested how component fetches data from the backend, even if we didn't have a backend yet ready. So my advice is to mark not other pieces of your code when you test the component, but instead mark at the periphery of a browser. Mark how the component ultimately fetches data or stores the data or retrieves the data. And it's still okay to pass spies and stubs through props. Well, if we go back to end-to-end test, we can do another trick to control the random data. In my application, I can specifically check if window has starting and solved properties and assume these are the arrays I want to play instead of generating random data. I can then listen to the data going through the network. So I can use the same spying and stubbing or using Sci-intercept like I did in my component test, and then I can play the game and confirm that the results are shown. This is my end-to-end test that now runs at localhost 3000 and confirms that the score, the timing, has been shown. The same test can be written like I've shown before as a component test. Only instead of visiting, we literally can set the props. Which one should you use? Ultimately, think about what the test is doing. I've shown unit, component, and end-to-end tests in Cypress. Unit tests are for small pieces of code like function, class. Component test is for framework-specific components that ultimately will be shown in the browser and run as parts of your application. End-to-end is testing the full running web application that has a URL to visit. The component testing makes it so much easier to pass data that is hard to control from end-to-end test. Maybe edge conditions, maybe something related to timing or random generated data, and the end-to-end and component test can easily test it. End-to-end test, on the other hand, makes it so much easier to test the entire user flow usually through a happy path and maybe some edge conditions. The Cypress team had put a little guide kind of summarizing the differences and common things between component testing and end-to-end testing using Cypress. If I can summarize my own things, why I would actually write Cypress component test, it puts testability of your web application code front and center. If you can write a good component test, it will make it easier to write a good end-to-end test. You use the same API to interact with a component as you would with end-to-end test, which is great because you learn it once and you apply it in all sorts of tests. And finally, you run your component test in the full browser. It means you don't have to mark anything. You don't have to rely on just DOM APIs, and you can see each step of your component test as it gets executed. You can use the dev tools. You can inspect everything. You can inspect the network tab. You can understand what's going on. Thank you for listening to me. I'm Gleb Bahmutov. If you have any questions regarding my talk, feel free to reach out. The slides are public, and thank you for your attention.
Wow, that was like super awesome, man. Wow, there's a lot there to really digest there. I believe he's going to be back on the Q&A session. So you guys out there, if you got any questions for him, I definitely do. Just stick around, right? Let's stick around until the end. We got one more speaker. We're almost done. One more speaker to go, guys. And then we'll have that crazy Q&A session, where we can kind of, we can ask questions, right? And let them answer them, right? I got the last speaker. His name is Jim Hazen. He looks like he's the practice lead for Coforce. Oh, check out this topic. Think you're ready for automation? Are you? Are you not? I mean, seriously, this is a really good topic because if you think about it, do we manual test or do we do automation? I do know for a fact that sometimes, and I had a question, sometimes you want to do manual and sometimes you want to do automation. Sometimes manual makes sense. I don't know what he's going to talk about, but let's see what he's got to say for us, right? Let's go ahead and jump right into it. I'm going to get off the screen and they're going to start this up.
Hi, I'm Jim Hazen, the Automation Dude, and welcome to my QA Global Summit 2022 presentation of Think You're Ready for Automation? Things to do before you start implementing automation and testing. So when you're ready, let's get started. Just a quick introduction about myself. I've been in the software industry since 1987, so I'm kind of a veteran of the software testing trenches. I've experience in software testing with both commercial and consulting work. Also, I've been working with tools since 1989, and specifically the GUI automation tool since 1992. I've done work on DOS, OS/2, Windows, and Web platforms. I've experience with various tools, such as the HP Mercury, Microfocus, SmartBear, IBM Rational, and other scripting languages. The agenda today, we'll talk about what is automation and testing, why do it, and what to expect. We'll talk about things to consider before starting, putting the horse back before the cart. We'll also talk about how to classify and organize it, tasks and resources and timelines, finding the right people, working with development to build in testability so that we can get things done and make the system automation ready. And then finally, convincing management what you're doing are the right things. So what is automation and testing? It's a big topic to discuss, bigger than we think. Is it this or more like this? Some sage words of advice from Albert Gareve. Automation can be a service to you in the process of verification and confirmation that previously implemented requirements are still met and known risks do not reappear. Automation in testing is using a tool to aid a tester in their work. It's using software to drive the testing of other software. You're using a machine to perform a specific or repetitive task, typically done for regression testing. So why use automation? You do it to leverage machines to do the task or a set of tasks. You also use them to leverage economies of scale. The expectations of automation, it's an efficiency gain and allows humans to focus on high-value tasks. Do you see a problem here? Things to consider first, or putting the horse back before the cart. Do all parties involved really understand what test automation is and what is to be automated? Do all the parties involved really understand why they want to implement automation? How best to do it? Do they really understand who should be doing the work? And do they really understand where and when the automation work should take place? Do all the parties involved understand the implications or impacts on security or problems that are caused by security? One thing to consider is that it might be a blocker or a threat. For example, one client wanted to follow business flow precisely, which included logging in with code generated via physical carry-on device. Another client saved the Unix login passwords in an unencrypted file in a public location for the automation scripts to use to log in. These were the same login credentials that were given access to production. So answer the questions of who, what, why, where, when, and how first. Set proper expectations and communicate them clearly. Let's go into a little more depth here. Why do you want to implement automation? You want to do it to leverage machines to do the task or set of tasks that you need. You do this to leverage the economies of scale. That's how you can get faster test execution, is by using more machines and spreading your workload when you run your tests. The expectations of automation, it's an efficiency gain. You want to achieve these gains and allow humans to focus on higher value tasks. What to automate? Define the level and types of tests. Determine the level of testing you want to automate. Is it at the unit level, services middle layer, a backend, API, GUI, etc.? Define the types of tests that you want to run. Code, that could be statement or branch coverage, where you use tools that will do the code analysis, checking out function call pairs, or interactions between the services and APIs, contract testing. Or it could be a build validation smoke test, the regression test, critical path and in-depth. Also business scenarios, end-to-end, or fault error handling, or even part of UAT, the user acceptance testing. It could be system coverage. Do you want to cover most of your testing via the user interface, a reporting engine or reporting process, the database, middle layer, the back end, integration and interaction with other systems? Who should be doing this work? You need dedicated staff. They should be skilled and experienced. These could be developers or an SDET or an automation developer or a tester or BA. They just need to have the proper training and knowledge. Figure out who best fits the need and the work. And as part of this, you need dedicated management support. You can't have any of the previous things without them. When and where? Begin early in the project. Look at case studies and use cases, functional requirements, the user stories. Look at modeling the system. Determine the functional flow and data needs. Collaborate with developers to start baking in testability and features. Begin automation of the test as soon as possible. Work to improve the specificity of the automated tests. Make them more granular and atomic if you can. Build out API services tests and the data that goes with them. Push developers to write their own unit tests. Get them personally involved in testing and improve the feedback time for the automation test execution. How do you implement your automation? Determine the types of automation approaches and the frameworks to be used. These could be a commercial framework, an open source one, or one that you build yourself that's homemade. The frameworks that you implement could be traditional ones such as a modular, a component, or hybrid, or they could be based on agile practices using BDD and a tool like Cucumber. Determine the types of tools to use and implement your automation with. This could be a commercial vendor tool. It could be an open source tool, or you could build your own and make it a homemade solution. Finally, as a part of this, model the system under test. Build a model of the SUT to determine how best to approach the automation of it. This helps determine potential problem areas. You can use modeling techniques like UML, finite state machines, functional flow diagrams, system interaction diagrams and dependencies for internal, external, and other diagrams. There's one that's called Business Process Model and Notation, BPMN. RPA tools use this. It can be applied to automation of testing as well. Look at the level of testing and use the automation pyramid as a guideline. It's more of a guideline than a rule. The reason it looks like a pyramid is due to the layer or granularity at which the test focuses on. The base is wider because naturally more tests and scripts are created because they deal with things on a more of a one-on-one basis. It's a finer granularity. As you move up the pyramid, the tests become more coarse or less granular. The lowest level of code and unit testing is done by the developers. The middle layer is done by a combination and collaboration between developers and automation staff. The top layer is typically done by the automation staff, but with the help from the developers who build in testability features to aid in making the GUI layer more reliable for automation. Readiness of tests. What is readiness of a test? It's how well the test lends itself to automation. And is there enough information and detail describing what the test is to do and how to do it? The criteria for readiness. Does this test script describe what it's trying to prove or disprove? Is the description clear in its objective? Does it describe the data and conditions needed for the test? Does it clearly describe an endpoint for the test? And does it also clearly describe who will do it? Again, answer the questions who, what, when, where, why, and how. Grouping tests into suites. Why group your tests? You do this to better determine what to automate and when, and to better manage and organize according to your needs and focus. Criteria for groups. You could do it by the type of test. You could have unit tests that developers build out. You could have smoke tests. These tests exercise the system across the width of the functionality with little or no depth. For example, startup, login, pop a few menu items, dialogues, check readiness or state of the application for more in-depth testing for both manual and automated means. This is done as a first pass on a new build. Regression testing or critical path. These are tests that exercise the system using the 80-20 rule. The 20% used 80% of the time. This can be comprised of basic usage scenarios to validate necessary functionality is working correctly. Is the application stable? The in-depth tests, they exercise the system in detail. These can be equivalence class and boundary value analysis tests, combinatorial, more of a functional logic flow, things like that. Business scenario tests exercise the system as a user would to complete a business task. Your fault and error handling are for negative conditions to validate fault error detection and correct handling of them. And then finally, end-to-end, these are tests that exercise the system as a whole. These test the interaction of the system across the middle and back-end layers. Functionality coverage. Grouping here is according to the functionality and to make sure you have coverage of it. These include the user interface, reporting, database, middle layer, back-end layer, and interaction with other systems. Continuing to talk about criteria for groups, dependency levels. There could be none, and these tests can be run independently because they create and clean up their data. They have no dependencies upon prior tests or configuration of the system, and no preconditions before execution. Dependency could be on data, where it can only be run with the correct data or data condition present. It could be environmental, where it only runs with the correct environment or configuration setup. Or you could have a dependency on a previous test that has to be run and executed correctly. Or it could be a combination of any of the prior ones. It could be data or environment or a prior condition, such as due to a previous test. What are the effects and benefits of grouping? This improves the team's ability to classify, organize, and create their tests according to their needs and the focus of their testing effort. It improves the flexibility of the test case development and the test script development. It improves the ability to estimate how long it takes the test to be developed and to run. It makes for a more efficient use of the resources and allows for targeted test development. It improves the ability to understand the ripple effects of changes and fixes in scripts. It reduces the mistakes and the costs of rework. Some axioms to remember. SMART. Make your test standalone. The test script should be able to run by itself. Minimize dependencies, like we talked about earlier. Make sure the script code is modular and maintainable. It needs to be modular in its design and easy to maintain by other people. It needs to be appropriate. Build according to the need for the project. Don't try to automate 100% or get too fancy with your script development. It needs to be reusable. Keep the script code compact and focused. And then build it so it's testable and traceable. You need to make it easy to debug your code and to be able to link it together. Search. A test should set up what it needs to do before the actual test is executed. This includes checking for preconditions or any flags if needed. It should then execute. This is the logic and data needed to run the test itself. As it's running, it needs to analyze what it's doing. It has to check for validations, error handling, and other things like that. Reporting. You got to report the progress. You need to have messages for any errors that come up and a summation of the run information at the end or a log file. Cleanup. When the test is done, it needs to clean up what it created, temp files, reset data back, etc. And then finally, the test should go home. This is returning to a base state and allows the next test to run cleanly. Now it's time to talk about the implementation plan. What is it? It's the game plan. It explains the who, what, when, where, and how for the automation stream within a project. It can be a detailed document, outline, or schedule. Why create one? To better organize and manage the tasks that you have to perform to get the work done as a part of your automation implementation. And realize you can't do everything all at the same time. You need a roadmap. Who uses it? The automation project team. They use this in collaboration with the rest of the team on the project. It's a needed communication tool. You want to make sure other people know what you're doing and when and why. Don't go dark. This is an example implementation plan using Microsoft Project. Here you can see the initial phase, the test case reviews, checking system testability reviews, and etc. Implementation approaches you can use. You could use a traditional model, traditional frameworks such as a modular data-driven framework, a keyword one, component, hybrid, or model-based. Or it could be an agile approach, BDD using Cucumber and Gherkin. Also, you can use it to define your test environment. Are you going to use an internal lab or an external supplier, such as a cloud environment? If you are doing something internal, you could do virtualization of the hardware of the whole environment. These are VMs versus containers, such as Docker. Also, your test data. Are you going to mine your data, or are you going to seed it, or restore it from an image? Recruiting and training of your staff. Make sure you get the right people. Important points. Take it seriously. Plan carefully for your recruiting. It's not a quick process, so don't rush into any decisions. Make sure your job description is realistic. Use networking to help find people. Build relationships with reputable recruiters, and don't just accept any resume. You need to scrutinize the candidate. Make sure they're the right fit and the right one for your team and project. Follow up on references. And then finally, when you make a job offer, make it appealing. Don't lowball. The skills and the levels that you need to consider. Junior level people have intermediate programming skills. They have good technical problem solving skills, good communication skills, and they're a quick learner and self-driven. The following levels build upon that. Intermediate level has more advanced programming and technical problem solving skills. The senior level, they have all the skills from the previous levels, plus the ability to maintain and enhance the framework, work on multiple projects, and the ability to lead and mentor others. And then finally, the lead level. All the skills from before, including the ability to design and create the frameworks, to lead and manage projects, and work in a mentorship or consultant type role. Training of your staff. They need to be trained in the frameworks and the libraries that are part of it. They need in-depth training of the tools to be used and the technologies being tested and automated against. They also need training in programming and development methods. And then finally, training in exploratory testing techniques. It does come in handy. You can have testers and BAs and SMEs working on the project too, and they need to be trained in how to use the scripts and data files to create usable tests. Again, training in exploratory testing techniques is of benefit. And then the other groups, you need to educate them on what automation can and cannot do and why. Set expectations properly. Let's now talk about testability and what it is and how it benefits the automation effort. Testability is the degree to which a software artifact supports testing in a given test context. This includes software system, modules, requirements, or designs. With higher testability, the finding of faults within an artifact via testing becomes easier. Testability increases the degree to which the amount of testing of the software and test increases. This also leads to a higher level of automatability. The pros of testability: it improves the team's ability to efficiently build the automation, improves the ability to build reliable and repeatable automated tests. It reduces rework by using tools to catch problems sooner. Also, it improves the team's ability for quick feedback on the stability of the system under test via automated means. The cons: it's the upfront costs. They're a bit higher. You have to make the effort to bake it in the hooks, but it's all worth it. Testability for the automation team: you look at the system under test and determine the technology stack and how best to hook it. Look at the APIs, unique GUI object identifiers, services to call, the database layer, and how to query that data. Figure out how to get inside. Work with your developers to bake in the hooks to allow your tools to easily work with the system under test. Make the tool's job easier. For the development team, separate logical page structure from presentation. Locate page elements by ID or another unique value like name, other than how they look, or relying on the CSS or XPath information. Open up APIs and services and the database to the test tools. And then finally, for the development team, use a unit test harness to create more robust code. And finally, let's talk about convincing management and other groups why your implementation of the automation is going to be done the way that you're planning. First off, you have to set realistic expectations. Things you need to explain to management. 100% automation is an unreachable goal. It's not realistic. You can't automate every permutation and combination of a test and its data. Or there are certain tests that do not lend themselves to automation. They have to be done by a human. Automation is its own form of software development. You have to treat it as such. You just can't do it as a part-time thing. It has to have full attention by the staff developing it, and make sure that it's included in the project schedules, or if you're doing sprints, that it's a user story of its own and done accordingly. There's going to be ramp-up time when you first implement, and it's going to take longer than you think. It just can't bring a tool in and slam it into place and expect everything to be automated quickly. There's a saying I use: it's automation, not auto magic. The benefits of the automation, they're realized over time. There is no immediate return on investment. It takes time to build the framework, to get it debugged and working properly, and then being able to execute it at the scale that you need. This benefit that comes from it is you can get increased coverage and speed of feedback in your sprints or over a release cycle. That's what automation is about, being able to get quick feedback so that you can fix errors and then move on. Be smart about your implementation because this is going to mean lower maintenance costs. In any type of software development project, the #1 killer is rework. So try and minimize that as much as you can. And then also realize no tool supports all systems and technologies straight out of the box. They're designed for the most common things like that, but if you have situations where you have custom class object libraries or you don't have an API that's opened up correctly, the tool's not going to be able to talk to it and work with it. That's where you work with development to make sure that you have access and can get things done properly. Also, not all testers can write scripts. Not everybody has a programming background or a natural ability to do programming. You need specialized resources and they need to be dedicated to the work. It's a must. And nothing is free. There's always a cost involved. It's where you pay for that cost. You pay it up front with the licensing and cost of a commercial tool, or you pay for it over a longer time with an open source tool because you have to build up the equivalent functionality that a commercial tool may have. And then finally, as far as the salespeople or other consultants, contractors out there, the experts, don't believe the hype. Don't buy the snake oil. Automation is its own effort. It takes time, and you have to make sure you do it properly in order for you to succeed. Let's talk a little more about the communication skills you're going to need. You have to sell what you're doing. You have to sell the testing. Who do you sell it to? Project management, the Scrum Master, the business owners, the developers, and the development team. If you're working on a vendor product, it may be the marketing and sales group. You may also need to include tech support, customer service, or the IT guys, the networking, or DevOps. And as we were talking about before with management, you have the C-level and senior management. And then also the end users. They need to understand why you're implementing automation and testing and the benefits they may get out of it. The different types of communication methods, verbal, written, nonverbal, even listening. Sit down and talk with people when you first start so that you get an understanding of what they really understand and vice versa. So you make sure everybody's on the same page. And the skills, these are personal skills. You need to also be able to do it in a group. You have to act as a salesperson versus a teacher. And depending on your own personality type, if you're an introvert or an extrovert, you have to learn how to push yourself to go out and sell what you're doing. Otherwise, this could be the result, and nobody wants to go down with the ship. So in summary, what have we talked about today? What is automation and testing? Things to consider first before you even get your hands on a tool and start writing code. You need to define what to automate, how to do it, when, where. Again, answer the questions. When, where, why, how, and who. Why is an automation project plan needed? Because you need to make sure you have visibility into the work you're doing and that it's included as part of your overall project schedule. It's a communication and collaboration tool. Again, don't go dark. We talked about finding and training people for the automation work itself, who is best suited to do the work and their skill sets. We talked about building in testability of the application to make it easier for you to be able to hook the tool into the application and exercise the tests that you want to run. And then finally, convincing management and the other groups and dispelling the misconceptions and myths that surround automation and testing and how best to handle them to make sure you have a chance at success. Lastly, all the information plus more for this presentation is in my book, Before the Code, First Steps to Automation and Testing. This book gives more in-depth information on the items discussed and covers other areas that will help you succeed with your automation efforts. The link below is for a LeanPub coupon for a discounted price for participants of this conference. This is my contact information. You can link up with me on LinkedIn. For this presentation, these are the references and information sources that I used in addition to the information I know. Thank you for attending this session. It's now time for question and answer. Mike, you're on mute.
And I did the same thing as the other guy.
It's okay.
Oh my gosh, it happens, you know, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna bring in Gleb. Hey Gleb, how's it going? Hi Wim.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
Hey, okay, your mute is off. Thank you very much. You guys made me look really bad because my mute was off. Man, anyway, let's get going here. Oh my word, there's a lot to talk about here. First of all, you know what, Jim, you brought up a really interesting thing, and I want everybody's input on this, okay? Because we're all part of a family here. Because I'm listening to you and I'm thinking like, okay, I've been down this road before when I try to convince management. So here is my first question. Seriously, how do I convince management to adopt this approach of testing? And when is it best time to be implemented? Just step right in. I mean, this is a major thing here.
The thing to realize is automation and testing has been around for a number of years. There's been different tools and technology stacks. We've worked with everything like that. And a lot of times people think about automation as being just a robot doing some type of work. And that's comes from manufacturing in different areas, including electronics, because now with electronics, a lot of it is automated. Process is done by the robots. And software is a fluid thing. It's a human interaction and process. And to get people to understand that there is that human factor in there, you have to dispel the myths and misconceptions. I mean, management's got to understand you have people doing the work, and that there are certain things you need to take consideration of first before you even dive in and do it. I mean, as I mentioned, it's its own form of software development. It's its own project. As someone else in the industry has mentioned to me, it's its own product, because we provide a service to the other groups and to the testers with the assets that we build and provide to them so that they can do their work. Sometimes projects you have automation people in one area, the testers in another, and they collaborate together, or the developers. I mean, there's just those different situations, and you need to explain that to management so that they know what the heck they're paying for. Because you know, as I mentioned, don't go dark. You set these expectations with them first, and then after that, they get an idea of like, okay, yeah, I've got to monitor these things. This is the benefits I'm going to see at this time, but there also may be some issues, and you have to do the risk management and dealing with those issues. So just like they're building their own software, you are building software to test software. That's an understanding they need to have. I mean,
I totally agree with that, because I know that's one thing that sometimes we forget. Software code has its own repository, but we also need to have a similar, right? For even the testing code too. That's important, and I think that's something that's forgotten. Guys, anything else you want to add to that?
No.
And I think that's one of the things you just mentioned is that the code has its own repository. The automation code is going to have its own repository now. They're not separate anymore. They're becoming more and more merged. So even more so, you need to follow proper practices and manage it properly.
Right, I totally agree. Here's okay. Let's just keep on moving along here. You mentioned stakeholders. I heard this in several of your talks. Who are my stakeholders? I mean, let's really get a grasp on this. How can that be collaborate? How can you collaborate that better? Because sometimes that's a problem, isn't it? You know, getting these stakeholders to understand what that goal is.
May I comment on this?
Yeah. No. Don't let me do all the talking, please. Please.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Dive in, jump in, anybody. This is your time.
That's an interesting question, because for me, stakeholders are typically considered as being the management, but for me in a project, from testing point of view, your stakeholders are developers and vice versa. So even in a project, you have also stakeholders between each other, and you have to consider each other as a kind of your customer, and do your best to deliver and to do your work in a very qualitative way, and not just think, okay, as long as we are in a project, we can just throw things over the wall and whatever. And it's only become important when it goes out of the project to the real world or the real end users. But for me, stakeholders are inside the project, and you have to think about it.
That's interesting. Gleb, you got anything to add to that?
No, the management is a stakeholder, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to convince them. The web development, backend developers are also stakeholders, right? Because they have to do some of the work. The QA team is a huge stakeholder because ultimately they are providing bunch of testing. And the product owners, right? Because they need to understand that whatever the tests are doing, that's the ultimate feature behavior at the end of the day. Not what we've written in product descriptions and user stories, but once the test is running, that's the feature, right? So they have to understand what the testing is and what the status is.
That's awesome. You know what? This kind of drops into this one. During the requirements design phases, right? When is the best time to present the testing tools and processes? Because, you know, I'm sure you've seen it, right? Somebody comes in and they recommend this. All of a sudden, this guy goes, I got the super flaming, you know, Lamborghini thing that would fix all of our problems. So go, hit the floor. Any of you guys, what's the best time to do this?
As far as the processes up front, the tooling, after you figured out what processes and approaches you're going to take, that's what comes into play. Because I've seen a lot of projects, and I've done it myself early in my career, is, you know, people kind of grab a tool and go for that ready, fire, aim problem. And we can do different types of testing in the early phases. You know, that's part of what Shift Left is supposed to be about. And testing could be validating a user story, making sure that there's enough information there. That's like I talk about the readiness of your test cases. Make sure there's enough information there so you have a good idea of what you need to do, what the test is supposed to do, the data may need, what's going to be the end result. You know, what are you really checking for? So those are things you can discuss early up, because those items can come out of requirements and design phases.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to introducing tools in a project, that I see as drawback often of working in agile scrum teams, where according to the philosophy that each team should use their own way of working, own tools, and then you see that different teams bring in different tools where the focus is more on the tooling, and often that they forgot, okay, but what are the kind of activities, what are the core things we want to do with the tools and to support with the tools, which makes it then very complicated at a higher level. Especially when you, for example, in a safe framework, when you come to the release trains, then it's often become very difficult to know, okay, what is the status, because you use another tool, you use other kind of statuses, and then it's hard to compare and to know where are we really standing.
Yeah, you know, that's really funny, because look at this here. How do I work with members of the team who have influence that just don't like the testing without facts and metrics? Have you ever had that problem before? I just don't like it. How do you deal with that? Because I've had to deal with that before. I can relate to that.
Let me ask the question. I mean, what do you mean they just don't like the testing? Is it because of the way it's being done, the way we've implemented the automation and testing frameworks? I mean,
I think it's an open-ended question. I think it's because they don't like the testing because maybe they, I don't know, maybe they find it too difficult or inefficient or something. I don't know. It's a very generic question. It's that kind of person that comes in and just doesn't like it. Yeah. And they don't you know, base it on facts and things like that.
Well, I had some similar situations where once I started testing in a real infrastructure team, and they saw coming me in and they said, "Oh my God, there is someone of the testing team. The guy, he doesn't know anything about networks. What the hell will he come to tell us about testing?" And then I realized, okay, if I really want to apply it kind of a theoretical way, yeah, then I'm kicked out. So then I say, okay, guys, let's do it in a very pragmatic way. Let's set up a small form to enter defects. So where the team, where the users can enter defects. And then I dive together with them in analyzing the defects. And that helped me a lot to get them convinced. And yeah, at a certain point in time, we had an issue, and it was a very stupid thing. It was about the key that some were missing in the registry. And the infra guy, he said, "Okay, I found a solution on Google, so we write a VB script and problem solved." And I said, "But that's really strange that a key is missing in MS Access. So why did we got this issue?" And finally, after pushing, we investigated, and then we saw that just by installing the sequence of how products were installed one after the other, one was taking away the key and the registry. And then they realized, oh, that's a real issue. And then they were convinced, okay, maybe we need to listen to you if you say, let's investigate and to the root cause. But I was diving together with them in the mud, and it helped me a lot to get them with me, to get the awareness for testing in a pragmatic way. So that if you really want to push those people from more a top-down level, yeah, they will refuse. But you have to look, what can I do for you to lower the bar to like it, or to do your job in testing as well as expected.
You know, that's really awesome that you brought that up, Wim. I'm just going to drop this out there. Can you all share a very challenging experience in your job? You know, something that was super challenging to you, because I think this brings up a really good conversation piece. I'm sorry. I think a lot of people out there want to hear, because you're all very successful, and it's really good information to pass on.
One of the things that likes very challenging, and where I'm just start sniffing to it, is the whole metaverse thing.
Oh.
And how will we address testing in this area? I think that will expose a lot of challenges in all different kind of ways. And I'm very curious what the technology itself, how it will evolve, and especially how way from testing, how we will connect, integrate in it, and how we can do it in a reasonable way. Because yeah, if you just think about what is the size, the amount, the technology complexity, it's amazing.
Gleb, you talked about it's very difficult to test randomness, right?
Yeah.
How does that? I mean, that sounds like another similar problem, right? Like the whole metaverse. I mean, how will we do that? I mean,
well, for metaverse, let's revisit this question in a couple of years. Let's see if this idea still has legs, or will have legs. I don't know. But the metaverse is fine, right? For our company, the biggest issue, or one of the complex issues, was creating the data for testing, right? So imagine online marketplace, right? Lots of items, so you have realistic data, right? Usually manual QAs have I create a couple items, I always use them, right, during my tests, right, because they're there. But of course, that's not automatable, right? And someone can change the item, delete the item accidentally. So for automation especially, you have to control the data. For our test, we create the data for every test, right? You create users, you create items, projects, you purchase them, right? If items have to be found later, you have to wait for the scraping search index to actually update, right, the search index. So you have to implement those APIs. But another thing, you don't try to clean up the data after the test, right? Because the test might actually crash and burn, and never get to a point just because it crashes, like the container crashes. So we also had to implement the data cleanup, otherwise it just explodes over time, right? But it's all automatable. And at some point you get this happy state where you're like, I need to write a test, and the test doesn't assume anything about the environment. It creates everything that it needs. It creates it very fast. And then it's such a testing nirvana if you can control your own data for the test.
Then I'm happy that you tell that, but then what I see in when you integrate that in pipelines, then are we not risking that we, when it comes to the automation part as a step in a pipeline, that it will start taking too much time because before the test start, we create our data, we do the cleanup, so it's just time that we need to add next to the execution of the automated test itself.
I've seen a couple other ways of doing that. Is as a part of the pipeline, it will do a full provision of the environment, install, configure, everything like that for the applications, everything like that, and then the test machines with the tools and all that. And we had a combination of like an image of the database that we would restore through a container, and or the test would actually go create their own data, seed it, and at the end go clean it up. But we had specific intervals on the project where we had to just say, look, we just got to go clean everything up, get it to a good known state, and then work forward from there. Because over time, as Gleb said, you get a lot of that stuff building up. It becomes the cruft sitting there that you need to go through and sweep out and make sure that you have something clean. And projects need to build that into their schedules. As far as part of the pipeline, making it faster, things like that. When you're done with everything, you tear it down. I mean, a lot of companies are getting a little bit of a surprise from the cloud environments that after they get done with their tests, they leave their environments up and running. They get the bill at the end of the month and like, whoops. I mean, I was at a place where we had that happen, and we definitely worked on our pipelines as a part of the process. When everything was done, we tore it all down. And, as a part of that was some of the cleanup. And yeah, if the system crashed, we wouldn't let it continue on. We'd have to go investigate and find out what was going on and what caused the problem. Because it could have been maybe a service wasn't available, or there was a real bad latency with it and it caused things to crash that we couldn't account for. It wasn't really per se the application itself or the test, because this app I worked on, we dealt with a lot of outside services with contract testing and things like that.
That leads me into another question. I'm working with somebody right now. Let's say that they have code that's over 10 years old and they have automation tests, right? How can I ensure that those tests will still run today? You know what I mean? Because the code changes, right? And at the same time, the data, and you said something very interesting too, to wipe the data out, because sometimes when you have test data, the test data was from 10 years ago, and now the test is failing. Why? So how do you write robust automation tests that will last years?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
I mean, the ways I've tried to do it is, give an example. Years ago, I worked on a airfares system, and every quarter we would snapshot production, go scrub it, clean it up, and then go mine the data and work with that. And if we could insert data, we could. Another project was for a medical information system. Every time we were going to run through a phase, we would submit the HL7 messages to admit a patient to the hospital, through ER or regular things like that. Poor Mickey Mouse had a lot of problems, but we would do things like that, and the data was separated away from the tests. So the way we built things is the scripts would take that data and it would help drive it. It was kind of a combination of a hybrid keyword framework, data driven. So the data would have keywords around it, so we'd know what to do and how to do it. If we had to share data between things, we used an external database to store temp data and pass it around like that. It wasn't perfect, but it got the job done. So there's some different ways to do it, but over a really extended period of time, I mean, it's like with any piece of software, the maintenance comes into effect, and at some point you just got to say, it's done. rebuild it, refactor, and move forward.
I think for me, when I got onto this project, was the fact that here I am coming in, I'm looking at this 10-year-old software, and tests are failing. And then what they're doing to me is going, why they're failing them, I don't know. And so you have to spend that time where these tests should be passing, but they're not. And then you find out later it's because it's archaic. It might be the data or something like that. So
yeah.
I was just curious, what you, and I want everybody to know out there too, this does happen. I mean, when we write these, I guess in scope, don't we have to keep this in mind too, that these tests will go ahead. Gleb, you got something to say, guys? Go.
So I found it in some systems over the years, right? When the APIs or database schemas change, right? There is still old data present in a database that is impossible to recreate today, for example, because the API, for example, validates and like last name cannot be null. But the old data in the system can still be null for historic purposes, right? And those edge cases, if you don't test for that, right? If you only create data through the APIs, well, it's easy to miss a case where you're fetching a view and you try to render in your web application layer, and all of a sudden there is a null for the last name, and boom, everything crashes, and you're like, wait, all my tests, up to all the possible permutations, but how come we missed it? And I always suggest the test should be almost too powerful. They should be able to bypass APIs sometimes to insert the data directly, to simulate those edge cases that are impossible to simulate strictly through the user interface, because you want to see how the system behaves to simulate how the old data looked and might still be present. Right? So you have to be smart and almost have like a skeleton key to your system. So you can really poke, the tires and see how it stays upright.
That's awesome. And then, so I guess this question popped in here too. Who's supposed to collect these metrics? And it looks like tricky comparing with just counting the number of bugs.
Metrics, I mean, they can be different types of metrics that you're looking at. I mean, not just bug counts, but you could look at coverage metrics, how well you're covering your system functionally. And then within the defect metrics, you could say, what are defect densities by functionality or by severity, things like that. So you can start identifying where the where the stable parts of the application are at and other areas that are not. I mean, that's true with automation or with, real world hands-on testing. I mean, I've worked on commercial products where we lived and died by the metrics. We say, look, our fixed found curve has inflected, so now we're fixing more than we're finding. The defect densities are going down by severity. We would take that to management and say, hey, look, here's how things look from a stability standpoint. We think we're ready to ship. Or, in some cases we'd say, hey, look, this thing is not stable, it's not ready to ship. Do you want to take the risk? Because that goes into hard dollar and soft dollar impacts. Hard dollar, it could affect revenue. Soft dollar, it's your reputation.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know what? And this question just popped in too, and this kind of it feeds into it. How often do we need to ask customers for their user experience feedback, especially if an agile product where we add features bit by bit to production? When should we do that? Because it kind of lies into what you just said, kind of like, let's get the customer feedback, right? I mean, we may be passing all these tests, but we know, what do they think about what we're throwing out there?
For me, it's a kind of continuous exercise, and normally in an agile team, at least your product owner should have a good comprehension of what should the user experience, what they want. But nevertheless, next to the product owners, I really recommend to include the real key users in when you do a demo, because that's what I think that often we, from a testing point of view, we pretend what we call it user acceptance testing, and we think that we know and understand the user and that what they will value that it is correct. but especially where more and more, and like in my thought that I say, we need to think more in from a value assurance point of view rather than from a quality assurance point of view, which makes it difficult because it's very subjective. What is value? And for that reason, we need to continuously do a check. Okay, with this MVP, is it still what you have in mind, what you have expectations by value? Because value can change very quickly. So let's say that your business have give you an input. Okay, that's the thing you need to develop. But of course, the world is continuing. They're looking around. Maybe they see some similar products. Maybe they are contacted by other vendors. They got other ideas, which may change their minds. And for that, this continuity check is very important.
That's awesome. In fact, so I think this is the last question, and then I'm going to ask you guys just to close up. What is value? Because I'm hearing value can be quality, and value can be customer satisfaction, right? So how do you define value?
Well, value for me, I see it in three kind of aspects. So you have product value. So if you buy a product, what is the price you want to pay for the features you get? But it's also the user experience. How is usable, the way you can use it. And okay, now we are talking about software. It's about accessibility, all these more typical things, but also the customer experience with support, feedback. Very stupid example. I'm a big Lego fan, and for that I'm using a shop. It's called Bricklink. It's a website where you can buy pieces, whatever bricks you need. The site itself, it's awful. It's very outdated. The look and feel, it's terrible. But the function and the goal, yeah, that's really spot on. And that's and for example, one feature they offer is that you can see price evolution of a certain brick over time, so that you can know, okay, if a vendor is trying to sell me that brick for this price, is it reasonable? Is it exaggerated? But for me, for that side, that I valued the features. While when I would present it to somebody else, he would say, okay, it's so outdated, it's not attractive. But for me, that I don't care about it. I care about the features, and that's, yeah, for this side, I value more the features of the site instead of the user experience with it.
Interesting. Guys, I think we got to go. Yeah, every one of you, go ahead and throw some amazing insight for everybody out there in the entire world. Just go. Just say something.
You have to test whatever you're doing in the context of application, right? If it's a database driver, install the database, test the driver. Don't just unit test it.
Nice point. I like it. Jem?
Stay calm and keep testing.
Yeah, don't panic.
No joke. When it fails, don't panic. Keep moving, right?
Yeah.
Don't
I mean, for me, the thing is it's you just got to take that step back for a moment to look first, think, and then act. I mean, we're so used to being reactive, and sometimes you just got to take a moment to step back and say, okay, is this really a smart thing to do or not, or what do I not know before I jump in? I mean, everybody's very much wants to jump in and get things done, but just take a moment to think first. I mean, that's what I always recommend.
I was gonna say, go walk the dog. It helps so much when I'm doing something. Go do something else and come back.
Assemble some Legos.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to do something else to distract yourself because then your mind clears up. I mean, nobody wants to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning from a dream and go, oh, I've got the solution. You go code it out and you compile it and then it blows up.
I've done that before. Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta go. Oh my word! Thank you so much. You guys were amazing.
Sure.
I really enjoyed
Thank you.
this. Oh,
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
yes, yes.
Take care, everybody.
Yep. Take
Bye.
care. Yep. Oh, still good. Okay. Bye bye. Wow, wow, and wow. I'm gonna bring Nick in. Hi, Nick.
Hi. Thank you so much for moderating the block. That was awesome as always. And we have come to the end of the first day of our QA Global Summit 22.2. It was long 11 hours, more than 11 already. But like I'm looking at the charts, like people were watching. I saw the chat, people were commenting. I'm so happy to have every single one of you today with us. And of course, I'm so happy I wanted to say huge thank you to all the speakers, to all the moderators. Without you, this couldn't be possible. So yeah. And so yeah, we have another day of another 11 hours tomorrow. Lots of people already in the chat. I know that have access for tomorrow's live stream. So I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. And if you have only junior track tickets, so yeah, this recording will remain and you'll be able to watch this right away. We won't be unarchiving this live stream later. And feel free to check out our other events that we have later in the year that I already showed earlier, which is React, architecture, and data science events. So
and I want to add, if I can add, Nick, thank you so much for what you guys do. Can I say that? Am I allowed to thank you? Seriously, Nick. Oh my word, man, what you guys do and the situation and you just keep pushing. And I'm sure there's a lot of shout outs going out there for you. We really appreciate your effort and the professionalism, and you just keep it going. And you guys are amazing. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, and so I haven't mentioned actually today, but for those of you who watched till the end, we have mentioned no code when I was moderating, and we have actually decided last minute to have a no code event in December.
Cool.
So it's a last minute idea. We decided to do a not so big event, but we still would try to talk a little bit about different topics connected to no code. So I'm posting this in the chat on our platform, the link to the no code event in December. Let me just write it.
That is so cool, the way you guys do that. It's like we come up with more topics as the technology, advances and increases. You guys keep on adding more summit. That's a really cool idea, man.
Oh yeah, it actually was pretty obvious because we built our own platform using no code.
Yeah.
And so it was in the air. But yeah, for now, yeah. Oh, we have a banner. I forgot about that. Yeah. This is the link for you to join events.geekle.us/no-code. So we have an early bird price, and we're still figuring out the first speaker lineup. But yeah, feel free to register if you're also interested in that. But keep in mind that this will be like a low-level event mostly for people who don't have much experience with coding and they want to get into industry and they want to learn what kind of application, what kind of platforms we have out there, what you can do that. And for the practice day, for the second day, we'll have we'll have some talks that will show basically how to do your own projects. That's the idea of the event.
That's awesome.
And so yeah, so QA Global Summit 23, we'll plan to have another event. Two events per year is our steady pace for the event, for the QA events. So yeah, register April 23. That's where we have QA Global Summit end.
Every summit is awesome. I love every summit you guys do. It's so professional. It brings in the most professional people in the entire world. Fantastic speakers, moderators. It's a great place to hang out. It really is. And you can learn a lot. So
yeah, and of course I want to say thank you to Julia, whose QA. It was the first QA event for her, and she did an amazing job. And yeah, we have a good lineup of speaker for tomorrow. But for now, we're signing off. Thank you everyone once again for watching, and I'll see many of you guys tomorrow.
Bye bye, everybody.